a lot. Tom Harrison, if he's watching, is furious with your use of statistically. I won't name and shame, but there was a wargaming YouTube personality. He used to use that word a lot, and it used to infuriate Tom no end because he was like, "It's nothing to do with statistics." That's nothing to do with statistics. Kid Summer, I'm seeing no sound. Oh, we're seeing no sound, no mic, silent Steve. I'm hearing. Yeah, lots of no sound, no Steve sound, no sound from Steve. Yeah, we're on it. We've seen the chat, guys, in the past. We know we're on it.
Can you hear me at the back? Can you hear me at the back?
I can hear you in a different country. Like that. Is that? Do we think that's fixed?
I've got a green bar that's bobbing up and down, so I'm assuming they can hear me now. Yeah.
Hopefully, someone now in the chat in about 20 seconds' time is going to say we can now hear Steve.
Yeah.
That's the dream. That's the hope.
I apologise for everyone that you could only hear Damian.
Classic go. Better, Green Tree says. I don't know what that means. We have sound. There we go. We're up and running.
Wouldn't be B-Sign with full sound.
They've missed you saying good evening. I'm going to do it. Good evening, guys. Happy Friday. Happy weekend. It is a Battle Streams Friday, and it's lovely to have you and Steve and Gimli and Legolas. Certainly, to my mind, the greatest character in Middle-earth over. And Gimli and Legolas. So yes, indeed, welcome to Battle Streams Middle-earth. This is our weekly stream where we take a wander through the past in every episode. Not yet, it's not tea time. Every episode we take a look through an issue of the old part work that was called Battle Games in Middle-earth. But Steve, what did we do?
So what we did, right, it's actually quite funny what we did. Yeah. Not a lot of people caught on to it, but we messed around with the wording.
Yeah.
So instead of battle games, we changed games for
streams. That's how we got there.
So think piece.
There you go. So indeed, in every episode, we will take a look through one of these magazines at some point, and we kind of look through the rules and the scenarios and the scenery building and all that sort of stuff, and just discuss what the game was like at that point. And it's always themed around a hero or a group of warriors. And this week, there he is, Grima week. So what is the point of Battle Streams in Middle-earth, Steve? What are we trying to get them to do?
So what we're trying to do, we're tying this in with. Okay, so what we're trying to do is, let me have a drink. Is clear the backlog.
You got to clear your backlog. Remember, on Battle Streams in Middle-earth, you try and clear your backlog. Indeed, and the point is to we started this back at the start of lockdown or just before lockdown. The point is to get all those unloved models from your collections, from your backlog, and give them some love. So what we're trying to get you to do is every episode you paint the thing that came with the issue. So this one came with Grima. So the idea is, whether you're an Isengard player or not, tonight you paint Grima. You go and find Grima somewhere in your backlog, and you get him painted. How could they get involved, Steve? What could they do?
So if you head over to the Great British Hobbit League, there is, and I've got a bit of an anecdote to this one. So because I've been so stressed the last few weeks,
there's been
the odd occasion where I get a little bit flustered. I'm getting on a bit these days, and I forget to do the whip thread. What did I do tonight? I've done the whip thread this afternoon. And I scheduled it.
What?
I done a scheduled post.
I think I even knew such a thing existed in Facebook land.
Every day's a school day, mate. Every day's a school day.
Absolutely.
Yep. So if you go over to the Great British Hobbit League Facebook group, you will see a post by myself. And
you checked this up and that you didn't schedule it for tomorrow.
It is up. Wait, I was sat for 10 minutes looking at a screen waiting for it to appear.
And is that the definition of saving time, would we say?
I just wanted to play with it.
Yeah, it's cool.
And then the post.
That's pre-watershed. We're still this side of the night.
Early on. So yes, basically in the Great British Hobbit League we have a thread which is titled the B-Sign Whip thread. And what we'd like you to do is get involved, and whatever you're working on tonight, post a picture of it now before you've started painting, or mid-painting, or complete miniatures. Get it in that thread, and at some point later on in the stream, we'll dive into the Facebook page. We'll get them up on the screen, and we'll have a look at what you're painting. Now, that's all well and good and dandy and fantastic, and we can talk about what you're painting on. But if you are painting on topic, which tonight, as we said, is Grima from Middle-earth SBG, you will be entered into a prize draw. What could they win in the prize draw, Danny?
What could they win? What couldn't they win?
Money
what they couldn't win is everything that is not a black Battlestreams Middle-earth dice.
Ooh,
look at that bad boy.
5.
Look at that bad boy. He's come out of nowhere.
If you need a 5 up, yeah, you're laughing.
These literally money cannot buy these. These black. The only way to get hold of one of these black Battlestreams Middle-earth dice is by winning the prize draw.
Or bribing us.
Yeah, but no one actually has. I don't think anyone's even attempted to bribe us yet, which is disappointing. They're extremely high quality dice. You just saw a big 5 there. They also are famous for rolling 1s. So it's just.
I think next time we get some
away from that
made, I think we should have the B sign logo on the 6 as per, and on the 1 it should say for.
Just put another B-side logo on the 1.
Yeah.
Hey, I got the same company did the Wanderers dice for Ardacon. I was crapping myself, like giving our team who were trying to compete these dice. You know, they did all right. I think now, all joking aside, I think people are quite positive about the dice. It's just they seem to not do well on camera.
It's just your dice. It's just your ones. It's just
but my ones will become your ones. So that very dice there will be mailed out to someone. What a thriller last time. Do you remember Johnny v Joe?
Yeah, it was a cracker.
That was a cracker in the final draw, and Johnny got it. And I have Johnny won the black dice because the black dice rolled 3 1s in a row, and that has been shipped out. Johnny has that dice, so we're up to date on our dice orders. Awesome. But yeah, so if you want to win this very dice, this specific black Battlestreams Middle-earth dice, all you have to be doing is painting Grima tonight and stick a photo of it in that thread. There are 3 Grimas. Steve, can you name them?
The new plastic one.
Yep.
The one that you got with Saruman with his tissue.
Yeah, the metal one.
With his handkerchief, yeah.
Yep.
And Worm.
Very good. Worm, of course.
You did think I was going to get Worm.
Worm's the tricky one, isn't it?
I had flashbacks to when you told me Thranduil didn't live in Dol Guldur, and I almost put a bet on it. That's my claim to fame.
Yeah.
So you know that guy? You know that guy who does deep dives? You know the deep dive guy off the internet?
He dove too greedily and too deep. But we will be doing a deep dive tonight. It is Grima week, so we're going to be, as well as looking through that issue, we're going to have a look through the history of Grima's profiles, and we're also going to have a look through the history of the text of the Lord of the Rings and the way Grima slightly developed and changed. It's not as big as some of them, but there is some kind of cool stuff in there that we'll have a play with throughout the stream.
I actually had a bit of a read up on him this week.
In terms of what, the character?
Yeah, I went. I just went on like Wiki and Googled it. I was waiting for a delivery to come. I can't remember what day it was. I was at work and I was sat in the van and I just sat there and scrolling through Facebook and I thought, this is mind-numbingly boring. It's stream week. It's Grima week. I'll do some homework.
All right, you've been buoyed on by Amon Lank. You're like, I'm going to read about this guy so that I can catch him out. I'm going to find.
Well, you'll notice that I've got my glasses on today. So what I'm waiting for is a slip up so I can go like this. I think you'll find.
I've got contact lenses in. It works equally well when I shove myself in the eye.
I'll tell you. Grima.
I'll tell you what. You've put yourself out there now. I'm going to test you.
No, don't test me because I'll fail miserably.
It's too late for that.
Yeah.
What is the name of Grima's father?
Not got a clue, mate. Jeff.
Well, it was Jeff. Jeff Wormtongue. It's Galmod. I think it's Galmod. Something like that, Galmod. Because I think Gandalf calls him it. He says Grima, son of Galmod. So there you go. See, we're learning about Grima already tonight.
Yeah.
And so, we're going to be taking a look through that. So it's going to have a Grima theme. Perhaps when we get onto the magazine, we're talking about that. We might be having a little chat about your experiences with Grima, and that's whether or not you like him in the films and the books, or whether you use him on the tabletop. Is he better or worse than the new edition? All those kind of things, as well as all the normal Nonsense. Steve, we're both working on tea, so shall we do stream snacks before we say hello to everyone?
Let's do stream snacks and get it out of the way, yeah.
What are you working on tonight?
So what I'm working on tonight, I mean, it's an amalgamation of projects. So I do have Grima.
You're going to eat Grima?
Oh, sorry. You just asked me what I was working on.
Yeah, but, food-wise.
I mean, if you wanted to say food, I would have said what you're working with. You know what I mean?
Sorry.
And I'd have swung out my knoppers.
Not for the first time, so...
So I've got a Knoppers nut bar. You know, Frederick, big up Frederick.
Frederick, are we pleased?
That's my snack. I've had about 16 of these this week. Cup of tea, obviously. And then, mate, I'm. You can predict. You know the score. I'll stick to what I know. You know what I mean?
No, nothing wrong with that.
What about yourself?
I've got a few little fun twists tonight. So I've got my cup of tea.
Yep.
So obviously I have to, the tea gets cold, so you have to enjoy something chocolatey with it, right? When I woke up this morning, Stephen,
yes,
I didn't have any stream treats. And I was genuinely a bit kind of like, well, at some point tonight, I'm going to have to go out. We're going to have to get something. I don't know what I'm having, right?
Have you gone a bit rogue?
This arrived today.
Am I allowed to guess what's in it?
Yeah, why not?
Can you tell me who it's from to give me a clue?
Okay, can I have a guess? Yeah, before I guess, can I have some help? Have a guess first. I want to guess first.
I'm gonna go because I think it's still a strong vibe in the GBHL community. I'm gonna go with a Freddo's.
Oh, okay. You think Freddo's? Okay, that's a sensible shout. It's not Freddo's.
Okay.
I will tell you who it's from, and then you can see. And if you know who it's from, and if you have been following enough of the patron chat this week, and I know we're all in and out all the time, like it's hard to tell. It's from Mr. Dan Collister.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That doesn't help me.
And there was one conversation.
Is it a head?
There's one comment. It's like, can you please look after this for about 3 months? There's one conversation a few months ago. No, a few days ago. And then Dan said, I'm sending you something. And I didn't realise. I was like, I literally have no idea what this is. I opened this up this morning.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they went missing. You've not seen them for a while. Panic had set in. Yes, I remember this.
This is a giant pile of orange Yorkies. They're limited edition, and I really like them. I think they've started to go. I mentioned seeing one in the Isle of Wight.
How many's there?
Like 10, maybe?
That should see you through till Christmas stream.
See me through till Tuesday. Yeah, I think you got me 10.
Nice. Very cool.
And I said, yeah, I found one in the Isle of Wight. And he said, something like, there's loads in my garage. I don't think he means like his murder garage. I think he means like his petrol garage.
Next to the chest freezer that's got a padlock on it.
And that was all he said. And he sort of said, I'll buy some if you want. And I said, no. I think I said, like, please don't. I don't need 10 Yorkies arriving at my house. Didn't listen. Send me Yorkies. And I was properly made up. So I've had one in the fridge all day. And I'm going to tuck into that bad boy.
Watch your teeth. If it's been in there all day, be careful.
Oh, I'm well off, mate. I'm well off.
Be careful.
Oh.
Yorkies are known for it, mate.
They're going to remember that, aren't they? They're going to remember me saying I'm well hard and then being in pain.
Yeah, gun killers, mate. Gun killers. I tell you.
I bet my cheek.
Ooh. That's one of them pains where you just need a moment to yourself.
Yeah.
And not 41 people watching. So
then you're more likely to do it again, aren't
you? It swells up, doesn't it?
But then Charlotte and Emma got in later.
Yep.
What Charlotte got me?
Oh, solid work.
Starbucks. So I got that as well.
No.
So I thought I'd better bring that up. And then we didn't have any beer. And then went to get some beer. We didn't have any boxes of bottles. So you got 3 of these bad boys.
Oh, the big ones.
Oh,
yeah.
So I got a massive beer, And the good thing about having a massive beard, I get to use a glass. Nice. And so I'll be rocking my Nova Open glass.
Very nice, very nice.
This is 2015, so this is the one from the first year we went.
Is that how long ago it was?
Yeah, I went 2015, 16 and 18. And every time I went, I got a glass. I got a commemorative glass. Mm. So yeah, that's me. I'm made up. So thank you. I didn't actually say it really, but thanks, Dan. I messaged him earlier. That was amazing. Proper cool gift. I was well made up with that. Mm-hmm. And yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I will try and save them.
Yeah. I think you should at least save one till the Christmas tree.
Why Christmas?
Why not?
That's a great counter argument.
Why not, mate? It's a target, isn't it?
It is a target. It'll be gone by Tuesday, and you know it. Yeah, cheers, Dan. I appreciate that, mate, a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Dan. Just saying, mate. You know what I mean? Just saying.
Do you not get a package?
Has he not got a garage? Is your garage not full of topics? No? White line bars?
Topics?
I knew that was going to pee you off. That's why I said
Royal Mail won't even let you send topics. No, mate. Don't send that.
I like a topic, mate. I do like a topic.
I mean, it's fine, but it's
basically a Snickers, but with hazelnuts.
It's comfortably under top 20 chocolate bar.
Yeah, it's not top tier, but every now and again, it's nice to have a topic.
I think it's weird that it's got top in it, but it's not top tier.
I think it's weird that you just never see it advertised. They just
that's because they know.
They just sell it.
You'll be like, don't advertise it. It won't help.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's move on.
Happy Friday. Should we also say about our other? We have an exciting giveaway tonight.
Oh yes, I'll let you do that because I've just got a message from my other half. So I just need to check. She doesn't normally message me during the stream.
Sure I do.
So I'll let you soldier on.
So yeah, we have a Patreon scheme. Battle Streams Middle Earth. Obviously, the streams are free to watch. You don't have to join it by any means, but we do have a Patreon scheme for people who support us and help us to keep the lights on and so on and so forth, which is awesome and has helped us build up this wonderful little community. And one of our wonderful patrons, Mr. Thomas Sherlock, sent us, it's very topical, sent us some copies of Battle Games in Middle Earth. Completely out of the blue. I say out of the blue, he like messaged me in advance. It wasn't out of the blue, but you know, I kind of didn't have to or anything. Shouldn't have to. And so I've got a few of them here. You can see they are, for the most part, sealed.
Box fresh.
In the wrappers. A few of them are out of the wrappers, but they are brandish new with the models, and it is issue 37 to it's 44 actually. There's one more than this, which is right where we are now. We're currently doing issue 38, and the great thing is issue 37 hasn't actually happened yet because it's our paused Witch King. Yep. So what we have here is you get Grima in the bundle. That's number 38. But the next ones you get, the other 7, are the magazines and the models for 7 of our next streams, essentially. So we have to give them away quick so that people can kind of get involved and they'll arrive and you can start using these very models to paint up while you read the magazine. And what we decided to do is that we would give it to one of our lovely patrons who supports the channel, but also with a slight caveat that we want people to use them and paint the models. So we've sent a message out via Patreon today, and I've put it in our Patreon chat a bunch of times. What we said is if there's any patron, anyone who's currently a patron, who would like these, who needs these, who doesn't have the magazines, just say, I would like to be in the draw, and we'll put you in the draw. So over the course of the last sort of 24 hours, I think last time I checked it, we've got some in the region of 25 people in the draw of a patron. So what's really lovely about that is because we're all nice and friendly, there's people, no one wants them to sell them on eBay. We want them to go to someone who doesn't have them. So it's perfectly possible you weren't in the Facebook chat, you might have muted the Facebook chat, you might not be on Facebook. But if you're a patron and you're watching now and you would like to win one of these, all of them, just put in the chat, I'd like to go in the mag draw, please. And then we'll add you in, and then at the end we'll have a double dice winning thing, and we use the dice to pick a winner. So huge thanks to Thomas Sherlock. Really appreciate it, Tom. Thanks for sending these down. And someone's going to get 8 magazines and 8. It's not even 8 models. You get a sprue. What do you get? You get a sprue of Mordor Orcs and a sprue of Last Alliance Warriors. So you get somewhere in the region of 30 models, which would be pretty cool. To help you paint and read through with the upcoming streams. So we are super excited about that. So yeah, as I said, if there's any patrons watching who haven't already said I want to be on the list, please let us know and in the chat, and we'll add you in. Boom, boom, boom. How's Mrs. C?
Yeah, good. She's just reminding me about our itinerary for tomorrow. Got a big day tomorrow. 3 birthday parties. We're back in that phase now of birthday parties at weekends. So Daisy's got 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and Lily's got 1 in the afternoon.
Oh, my kids only get 1 birthday.
These are the other kids' birthdays. Just you wait, mate. Just you wait.
No.
Just you.
I've already got a gift bag. She started school the other day. Got 30 of them now.
Grim, mate.
It seems.
Shall we dive in the chat and see who's who?
Why don't you see who's in?
Who's who in the world of SBG? Right, okay. I'll start us off. So we've got Green Tree in. This was before the stream started. You guys were lively, which is always nice to see whilst we're setting up. So Green Tree's in, Dan's in, Scott Newman's in. Scott Newman has been buzzing all day for this stream. Buzzing all day. So
as you should be.
So have I. Joe Holtzman's in, James Sherman. Evening all, at last I managed to make a live stream. Dan Maskell is in. Mr. Macklin is in. How you doing, Tom?
I saw him this week, you know.
Oh, you lucky sod.
Yeah, it was great. He smells fantastic.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, jealous.
Really good. I mean, it's nothing new,
but... Yeah. Viv's in, from Knights of Dice. I hope you're well, Viv. It's like daft o'clock in the morning, isn't it?
We were chatting earlier. He said, that's amazing. It's 5:30 where he is.
All night.
It's now 6 a.m. One of them.
George Sutherland's in. Bayon's in. Yo, what's up? Welcome, my friend. Bayon, as in.
The bear?
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant. He doesn't normally come in, does he, Bayon?
Done well to type with the claws. Jill Monroe's in. Michael Bray's in. Nathan's in. Evening Nerds. Dan's screaming at me, Steve, there's no whip, Steve the whip. It was scheduled, my friend.
It was scheduled, Dan.
Scheduled.
It'll be up tomorrow.
Yeah.
Calm down, Dan.
Probably on top. Look on top table.
These are really good, you know.
They're not going to last if you keep going like that. Gaz Baller's in. Ashley Fisher's in. Sean Clark is in. Ian Whitehouse is in. Frederick's in. He said it's Piano House in Middle Earth again. Boom, boom. That's how we roll. Scott Newman says we have a whip. Panic over. Frederick says that Grima isn't on a GW base. I know, but it was the nicest looking Grima I could find on Google. And I wanted to put the old one on that actually came in the magazine rather than the new one.
I like that, Steve. That's a good choice.
Yeah, boy. Patrick Samuelson is in. Even though no double stream tonight. No, not tonight. No. I really still do not know what happened with that.
That's a rare treat. You can't expect that every week.
Yeah, can't do it all the time. Jamie's in, who's one of our new patrons and also a patron of Top Table Gaming.
Jamie of the Wiggins?
Absolute ledge. And he loves the funky music. Hajinda's in. Evening, guys. Hope everyone is well. We are. Hope you are well also, Hajinda. 29 in the chat already. Great stuff, says Al. No sound, no mic, silent Steve, no sound, Steve, no sound from Steve, no sound. Well done, guys. They realised we couldn't hear them, says Larry with a sad face. Larry Miller.
He's hurtful, isn't
he? He can be. He can be.
Yeah,
quite
he can be. He can be mean.
Scathing springs to mind.
He thinks it's all just it's all just a bit of fun, but words can hurt. You know.
They can. And I rarely use the word scathing.
You rarely use words.
Yeah, that's true. Green Tree says better. We have sound, says Agenda. I can hear you now. I heard Steve from here anyway, says Dan Collister. I mean, he doesn't send me chocolate. He's slagging me off online.
Was he saying you were yelling?
I think he's just being a little bit cheeky. Cover that Legolas up. Disgusting sniper elf, says Jamie. Yeah, he doesn't like Uruks, my friend. Alexander's in. Evening, lads. How you doing, pal? Michael Curtis is in, just in time. Max Malice is in. Jill says the wordplay is too highbrow for me.
I think that's thinking about battle streams in Middle Earth.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realise what we've done until we explain it every week.
I think it's like a new thing. Yeah. I'm not going to be painting Grima tonight, but I'm working on some hobbit holes, says Daz Paula.
What?
Well, they did get scoured. They get scoured by him. George Galloway says, evening all. Bloody hell, Steve. I brush in hand. I had to put it down due to laughing. What? About what?
Already?
What did I do?
What? You're a funny guy.
I don't know. Michael Haskell's in. How you doing, Michael? He says, even though it's been a demanding working week, oh, preach, brother, was going to simply sit with a bottle of wine, in commas, cheeky, and listen, but I've had a rummage around and found an unopened plastic Saruman and Grima box. That's how Michael rolls. He's just got stuff like that lying around.
Those aren't big commas, right? They're brackets.
That's what I said. Anders is in. He says, hello all. Andrew Pennington's in. Hey up all. Joe Kelly says, I was hoping we would talk about that prize roll-off.
That's good. Yeah. No one wanted, I mean, love Johnny Spitz, but no one wanted Johnny to win last week. No. And Joe, while Joe mentions that, because I'm sure he's bound to bring it up, he's replied on Patreon about the mag draw, and he is in the draw. So we've got that vote, Joe.
Frederick says, weird noise coming from Steve. When I read that before Damien started talking, and the only thing that I can think it might have been, let me know if it's still happening, was I've got
your voice?
Hey! I've got like a little external SSD drive plugged in, and it was right next to the microphone, so I might have been getting some sort of feedback off that, I don't know. My camera's struggling to keep focus on me because it keeps going on Gimli's beard. That'd be fun. Ian Whitehouse says, so I have a metal Grima. He seems to have an extra strand of hair compared to the one on the GW site. What's that all about? Don't know, mate.
He's got one strand of hair coming down the middle of his face on the metal one.
Yeah.
Have you painted? What are you working on, by the way? I've got plastic one.
Shoot.
What?
Just drop. There we go. Yeah, I've got the plastic one here primed.
So here's a question for you. This is the part that I'm getting to. Yeah. When you're looking at it, are his eyes? Are you going to paint the eyes as the eye-shaped bit of plastic, or is that an eye? That's a lower eyelid, I reckon.
Yeah, but look, got lower eyelids here.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, lower eyelid.
We've got to try and sneak an eye in above that, have we?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, because I looked. I got the old images out, and tragically, I was just hoping you were going to say the opposite. And they go, no, they must have painted it wrong or something. But what was the better one? That one. You can see there that the eye that you think is an eye is a lower eyelid.
Yeah.
And the eye sits above it.
Yeah.
And I can't see the eye that sits above it.
Well, I can't. I've got my glasses on, and I've got one of these. Hey, look, one of these bad boys.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it just looks like the gap between the eyebrow and the eyelid to me. I can't even.
I mean, you could try and paint above it.
What are you thinking? Are you just thinking he won't paint his eye?
Yeah, I'm gonna paint his eye. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it, mate. You know me. I like a challenge. Love a challenge, me, mate. Anyway, where was I? Frederick says, yes, Knoppers. Yeah, boy. What's in the box, says Green Tree. Orange Yorkie. So Dan Maskell knew, Max Malus knew. Crispin Fairbrothers in.
People are guessing. I love it.
Yeah.
Orange Yorkie.
Crispin says, good evening, gentlemen. Good to see you both looking so well. Good to have you in, Crispin.
Evening, Crispin.
Hope you're doing well, my friend, and the family. Goldsman says, coming from Dan, there was probably an equal chance of it being ahead or Orange Yorkies. Yeah, that's what I thought.
They know. It's Patreon family, man. They know what's up.
Dan Maskell says, cheek bite, stream over.
Cheek bite?
Yeah, you bit your cheek, didn't you?
Oh, cheek bite. They said cheek bite.
Larry says, I see that Dan sends you a box and there's no box criticism.
Yeah, well, the thing is that Dan sent me the contents in a box that was about the right size for it. So there was just nothing to say. There was no commentary needed. Perfectly appropriately sized box from Dan.
Colossus says, another victim. I think that's he was insinuating that he planned for the cheek bite. He also said, I picked an appropriately sized box though, Larry.
There you go.
I haven't been to the place with the fancy lion bars yet, Steve. Cool your jets. I do like a lion bar. Peanut. Like the actual original lion bar is like my third favourite lion bar. I then go peanut Lion Bar and white Lion Bar.
I do like a lion, you know. I think I would put the normal lion above those other ones you mentioned, but I do like a lion. It's a good bar.
It is a good bar. Solid. Makes you feel manly when you eat it.
Yeah, like a lion.
No. Frederick says, Alexa, put me in the magazine drawer. Hashtag Patreon joke.
Is Frederick in? I mean, that sounds like he wants to be in, right?
Must be, yeah. Joe Kelly says...
Frederick, assuming that's not a full joke, I'm putting you in.
Yeah. Joe Kelly says, I'd like to go on the draw, please, but we all know I have no chance of winning with my dice luck. Lol.
Already got you, Joe.
Green Tree says, I would like to win the mags. Don't have any at all. That would be an amazing end to the week. Good luck. Green Tree, they are awesome. Being an avid terrain builder like you, there are some articles you would thoroughly love. Viv's, apologies, mate, if you're watching this back later. Right, yo, chaps, have a good stream, some tasty snacks. Good to see them live. Time for bed. Sleep well.
Oh, he stayed up to see us off.
To see us, nice. Well, that's where you were going with that.
It was not.
Bert Leach says, finally got a Friday night off work. This was the first thing I realised I could be part of. Boom, boom. Welcome to the party, Bert.
Congrats.
Viv is still awake. I did tell you I'd stay up. This isn't kindergarten after all. Julian Hammond says, evening, guys. Painting Grima tonight and keeping my fingers crossed for that elusive black dice.
Yeah, you're owed a win.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it's jumped again, my friend. It's jumping all over tonight, mate.
Imagine if Julian wins the black dice as well.
Yeah. Luke says, even though I hope everyone is well, me and my partner recently moved in together, so B-Sime's currently the soundtrack to me building IKEA furniture tonight.
Congratulations.
Well, congratulations on the moving. Commiserations on flat pack building.
I quite like flat pack building. Yeah, it's quite satisfying. It smells good.
It's just...
like wood. I don't like, flat pack for the bathroom, like metal and glass and stuff. More than that.
It's just too much like being at work for me.
I put a desk together this week. That was all like metal frame and stuff. Horrible business. But
did you have a tape measure on your belt and that?
Yeah, obviously. And I washed my jeans 74 times first, so they went quite pale. And then I put some weight on. Hey!
It always makes me laugh, like if we're going somewhere like B&Q or Wickes or something like that, one of the sort of the DIY stores, and you can see the avid DIYers
because of the tape measure,
the biggest tape measure, and in reality, big tape measures, they're
not helpful, are they?
Unless you're a builder and you're building houses, and you need to measure over 5 meters, you do not need an 8-meter tape measure. Let me tell you that. For anything you're doing in the house, you do not need an 8-meter tape measure. And the amount of people you see walking around with this massive tape measure.
Just clip that bad boy on.
Pulling the trousers down. It's just...
that way people will know I'm a measurer.
It's brand new as well, never been used.
I'm not sure I've ever actually put a tape measure on my belt. I'll put it occasionally.
It makes you... Well, the thing is, you know what you do? Here's the trick, and it makes you feel amazing, right? You put your tape measure on your belt, or I tend to put it on, just the bottom of your pocket flap.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's where mine goes.
Thinking man's choice.
Yeah. And then what you do is you grab the end of the tape, the hook part, and you just flick it out. You just flick it out. It goes. It's amazing, man.
Happy Friday,
mate. Before I continue with the chat, I'm going to join you.
I'm
going to join you. Can I just say congratulations?
Tastes like Washington DC.
Congratulations, mate, on
what?
A great idea this series it was.
Oh yeah, it was. Wasn't it? It went alright, didn't it? A year and a half ago.
Don't fizz over. And thank you to all our patrons as well, because we are nearing a little bit of a big bit of a milestone, which is...
Don't talk about it.
Crazy.
You know the rules.
What happens in B-Sam stays in B-Sam.
Yeah.
Where are we? The Marshalls to be are in, says Tom Marshall. It's a wedding joke. You had to be here last time to get that. Yeah. Tim Garlick's in. Hey guys. Hey pal. Destro's in, how you doing? Who's doing greetings? Frederick says, guys, have you heard that some weird Australian guys just started a B-side rip-off channel called Zorpazort Live or something? Yeah, I heard this.
His channel had more subscribers than us when it had no videos on it. Very upsetting. Very upsetting.
He didn't even message us to say, lads, do you mind of a...
Yeah, he didn't. Not a word. Not a word.
Not one word. Oh, my arch nemesis is in. Sophie Wilkinson.
She your arch nemesis?
Yeah, I've got a first round at the B-Sound meetup, you know.
Oh, I see. You want to be careful with that.
Hope you well, Sophie. Dan says, bloody colonials. Destro says, would love to get my Grima paint, but working on it in my first Bat Rep YouTube channel to be announced soon. That is awesome, pal.
Cool.
Make sure you give us a heads up. Frederick says, don't think the noise is still there. Sounded like weird feedback, but seems to have gone out. Yeah, it must have been that SSD drive. Must have been love.
It's over now.
Must have been love.
Must have been good. But you lost it somehow.
Great song.
It is a great song. Steve, can I ask you this? I was debating this with some of my mates. What is the greatest? This is obviously for the chat as well. Here's our first. We're going off already. What is? I
already know my answer to this is going to change throughout the stream.
But you don't know what the question is.
I know, but I just can tell.
What's the greatest hard rock power ballad of all time?
Oh.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, I'm thinking leggings and bandanas. Let me think.
Is that the name of a band you like? I'm not familiar with their work. I've got to be honest. Can I give you my contenders?
Hard rock.
Yeah, so we're talking
love ballad.
Yeah, we're talking your sort of 80s rock band.
John Bon Jovi's in there, isn't he? He's got to be in there.
You could have like Always would be in there.
Well, Always is. I do love that song. Like it's a guilty pleasure song for me. That.
It's a very good rock ballad.
It's a great song, and the video, hot stuff.
Yeah, that guy.
I watched that.
The artist, right? He's fit.
Yeah. He threw her on the bed. Oh.
Oh, to be that girl. I'll tell you mine to give you some jumping off.
November Rain.
November Rain could be one. Yeah.
Oh, it's a belter, mate. It's a belter.
I think I would go for When Love and Hate Collide by Def Leppard.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go November Rain.
This started because my best mate Chris, who sometimes watches, sometimes with his wife, wife to be. We were talking about it. We were texting about it. I think Alone by Heart is not a great choice.
I don't give me a blast.
Till now, I always got by on my own.
Oh, yeah.
I never really cared until I met you.
But this is what I'm saying. You know when you said, what do you mean when I said, my mind will probably change?
Yeah.
Because they're all classics. It's all stuff that we grew up on. But yeah, November Rain for me it's November Rain or Always, for sure. Yeah.
How about Heaven by Bryan Adams? Who's in my top 7 Canadians of all time, and I include Bryan Adams in that.
I do like Bryan Adams, and I find it hard to dislike any of his songs. I think they're all good, but I don't think they're a November Rain or Always.
The thing is, the great thing about
I think he wishes they were, and he always has. But
he knew, even back then he knew.
Yeah, he knew.
See, the thing is,
he was like the Will Smith of rap, hip hop. He's like the Will Smith of hip hop, but rock.
I think you need to say the Will Smith of rock, because I think Will Smith is the Will Smith of hip hop.
He's like the rapper that all the actual rappers like laugh at.
Do you think?
So, yeah.
Do you think he's a step below Bon Jovi?
Yeah, I do.
Do you?
Yeah.
I prefer Brian's back catalogue to Bon Jovi's.
No, I don't. I like Bon Jovi.
You could have like I think because I would if you.
I mean, but then Robin Hood came out and.
Yeah. Well, what song of Bon Jovi ever had as a soundtrack to a film that's been number 1 for 16 weeks? None.
That was crazy them times. Didn't it get knocked off by Bartman?
But what? Do the Bartman?
Yeah, didn't he get knocked off number 1 by the Bartman?
I thought it was simply not Simply Red. Isn't it? Love is all around. Who was that?
Was it? Oh, I had it in my head. It was Batman.
What's Marty Pello's band?
Wait.
Wait. I think it's that. If I'm right about that, can you imagine? Someone will find that in the chat.
Somebody Google it. Yeah, somebody Google it. UK chart, by the way, as well. UK chart. Who knocked Bryan Adams off the #1 spot? Because if it is Bartman, this is 2 weeks on the trot, my friend.
Are we doing a twin pack on this? If it's
no, because you wouldn't do a twin. I'll do a twin pack on this if you rewind and do a twin pack on the one.
What? Just give you a twin pack? No, that's not how it works.
No, because I'm not that confident. I just had it in my head.
I feel pretty confident about this. I have no idea why.
All right, someone Google it. Get on it, Larry.
But yeah, also Heaven covered by DJ Sammy.
Yeah.
What have Guns N' Roses or Bon Jovi ever had covered by DJ Sammy?
They're too hardcore for that stuff, aren't they? You know what I mean?
There we go. Welcome to Battle Streets Middle Earth. If this is your first time.
But I'm terrible with song names anyway. I have to hear them. I'm terrible with song names.
I reckon in about half an hour you're going to go, yeah, you know, I feel it in my fingers. The Bartman. Like, that's what the one I was saying. I was saying Bartman. I'm just too bad with names. That's what I thought it was.
Do the Bartman.
Do the Bartman.
Nathan says 2 days of my son being unwell has met my brain. Sorry to hear that, man. Nice to get some gins and beers down my neck now. Good man. Joe Kelly says, also, don't forget to check email, my entry pick, and a bonus pick for Steve. It's food and something in... Oh, not something inappropriate. I thought I said and something appropriate. I was getting excited. Larry says, I will not be painting the eye. Destro says, the more recent Halday has even worse swollen eyes, so I just painted the lower lid in his eye, or was it the upper? The more recent Halday... Is that the sword one?
So, I mean, the most recent sculpt is the Defenders of Helm's Deep one, isn't it? The 2 hands on the sword with armor. That's the most recent sculpted.
Yeah. Steve, you're getting a bit beardy. Ooh, smack talk from Sophie Wilkinson. Steve's always a bit beardy. Sophie
do you think she means your beard though?
No, because I've trimmed my beard this week. It's a lot smaller than it was. If you mean, but she might mean gamey beardy. I'm never.
You're pretty filthy. I watched your Speak Friend with Cal.
Oh yeah.
And I was really annoyed that I wasn't there live because I had some hilarious replies to some of your questions. That, you know, if it was this, I think at one point there was a question like, "How do you improve as a player?" And I was furious when Cal did not say, "Well, Steve, you never have." So, you know, you know what I mean? It was waiting there for it was begging to be answered. That was really good though. I really
thoroughly enjoyed that.
It was great.
So good to be doing it again.
End was a bit abrupt.
Yeah, it was right at the end. We were lucky. It was right at the end. Because I think I said it in the chat, but streaming, because we're in the studio, I used to have internet connection from Element Games. I used to tap into their internet, but they moved their office, so I don't have that now. So I'm looking at options to get like a mobile hub thing, but I was using my phone, and my phone ran out of battery because it had been on all day, and I hadn't charged it. Luckily, it did it at the end of the stream. It would have been really annoying if it was like halfway through. But yeah, it was great. I loved it.
No, it was great. It was really good.
Filmed some battle reports, which you'll be seeing soon. It was a good day, really good day. Sophie says you can defo get at least one knuckle of a finger in that before you hit chin now.
How to respond to that?
Have you typed that in the right box?
She mean your beard? Do you think she means your beard?
No, it's shorter. You should go back and look at Speak Friend. It was long then. I trimmed it off. Yeah, it was getting on my nerves. I'll be painting the eyes with a wash, says Nathan. Sean says, only ever read from digital copies would be awesome to win some. For the,
there you go. Who's that?
Sean. Clark.
Sean.
The good painter, Sean.
Sean Clark.
Yeah, he's a patron.
Yeah, he's in already.
Yeah. Larry says, at some point since Saruman Week, I have misplaced Grima's hand, so I shall be painting most of Grima today. Misplaced his hand.
Oh, is he painting it in sub-assemblies again, isn't he?
That's crazy. It's crazy talk. I've done it at work before, says Larry. Assembled a plastic Grima a few days ago, says Frederick. Really impressed. Don't even want the old Grima now, just like the new Gurritz Mini. Some of the new Forge World or plastic minis are really good. The Grima Mini is awesome, and I think we've mentioned it before how he goes together and his sort of face goes
pokes through
his hair. It's really good.
I will say this: it's the only one of the plastics where I've green stuffed. It's the only one of the new plastics where I thought it needed a bit of green stuff in the fur trim along the hairline, and then at the bottom of the cloak. And it's obviously possible mine didn't line up quite right. But it's the first time on any of them I've just put a tiny little sausage of green stuff in.
Won't be the last. Didn't say that. Larry says, when someone asks me to measure something and then I have to wander around for a bit, he always does this old English, ere I can put it away.
Before
Talk
I can put it away.
about tape measures there, aren't we? Alexander says, I forgot my Grima at my workplace, wanted to repaint him, but the chance is gone now. He's going to stay the way he was for the last 13 years.
That'll teach him.
Josh Crosby says, I have all the minis, but none of the mags. Can I enter the draw just to read along? I promise I will use all the minis for conversions each week or give it to a friend.
Of course you can, Josh.
If they agree to join the stream, of course, my friend.
Josh Crosby is in.
Michael Curtis, tonight is my most Battle Streams episode ever. I'm travelling for work, so I'm painting a model I'll never use in a hotel room. Well, you don't have to use it in a hotel room. You could use it anywhere. Hey.
It's good. It's good. There's no doubt that's hilarious. Good work.
Larry says, Josh, I plan to do the same if I win. And then Larry also says, I might send the medals to Dan for his unfortunate backlog issue. Stuart Bland shouts Meatloaf. I would do
presumably I would do anything for
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? That's one of them songs that when it was out, I remember thinking it was an awesome song, and then the just relentless radio play.
How about hell?
Oh God, it was just.
What was the other one? What's his duet one? What was it called? I knew you were something. I knew you were something when you did something. You know.
Yeah, you know.
Love duet. What was it?
Something.
Batman, yeah. Dead Ringer for Love, but I don't. It's all coming back to me now. I think was the one I was thinking of. But yeah, Dead Ringer for Love is a great song.
Yeah. Nathan says Rolling Stone just released their top 500 songs of all time. Absolute dross.
Their top 500 songs of all time. Have they done 500?
Maybe when it says there, it's like their favourite of anyone of the like, not just theirs, anyone's. Surely 500.
Yeah, I've been going for 60 years. But...
I mean, they can't have 500 favourites of their own stuff.
That's 25 albums.
That's mental.
If you've got 20, no, it's more than that. If you've got 20 songs on an album, they can't have done 500 songs, surely. No. Read it again.
Rolling Stones just released... Rolling Stone magazine it'll be.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, the world has done 500 songs. yeah.
Green Tree says, Thunder Love walked in.
That's good.
I don't know that one. What's that one? Sing it.
No. I'm not as au fait with as it with like. I was thinking about, can Toto go in? Can Africa get in? It doesn't have the same hard rock qualities, but I feel it's in the same area.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Would you class it as that, like hard rock? Oh mate, I've just jumped in now. You've messed up the chat asking questions like this. I'm just going to fly through all these, right? Jamie says, Meatloaf, I would do anything for love. Sean Clark says, Still of the Night by Whitesnake. Hands down, it's a good song.
Oh, yeah.
Ed, Sandman springs to mind, says Tom Marshall. Toto Africa says Dan.
There you go.
Pink Floyd, Hey You. November Rain, Boom Boom. Yes, Tom, you know the score. Def Leppard says Andrew Pennington. Yes, Dan, love Toto. Proven
Flat He just says wrong. All of Def Leppard. Just Def Leppard, all of it.
Scott Newman says, Meatloaf, I would do anything for love. Dan Cole says, I love this topic. It's about 50% of my music listening. Yes, Crispin. Whitesnake, Is This Love? Is this love that I'll be? It's a tune, that. Ian Whitehouse, the Poison, The Coop.
Oh, that's a great song. I don't think that's not a power ballad though, is it?
I don't know that one.
Your poison running through my veins, your poison, poison. I don't want to break these chains.
I know less. Cutting Crew, I Just Died in Your Arms. Oh, yes, Julian Hammond.
That is a banger, Julian Hammond.
That is a tune.
Oh, look, Julian Hammond's won. Who knew?
Yeah. Surprise.
Oh,
Julian Hammond rocks up with I Just Died in Your Arms.
Isn't I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight a bit synthy? It's been a while since I heard that. It's a great tune. It feels synthy in my head.
Something you say. It's a great song.
Should have walked away. Should have walked away.
James Sherman says Forever by Kiss.
Isn't it? It's a keyboard. Like,
yeah, but I'd still put it down as rock. Soft rock. Sophie Wilkinson says Community Property by Steel Panther. Don't know that one.
Steel Panther? Yeah, that's...
Oh, yes, Haskell. Foreigner. I want to know what love is.
Yeah, that's got to be up there. That's got to be up there.
Love is. It's a great song.
Oh,
Julian Hammond again. Julian, just go and sit down and take a breath. It's a pow, China in your hand.
Oh, that's a great job. That's a great job.
Julian,
stop
you ever
winning.
put the lottery?
Jerk.
Put the lottery on, man. Share it.
He said because he doesn't want the magazine, so he's not in it tonight. So he said he's going to put a lottery on.
Oh. We'll be on the news tomorrow. Camelot goes out of business. Dan Collister.
Man inexplicably wins more money than is in the lottery and bankrupts Camelot.
Dan says, failing Toto, it's Don't Know What You've Got Till It's Gone by Cinderella, or I Want to Know What Love Is by Foreigner.
Yeah, there you go. Is that Collister?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he knows what's up.
Nathan says, Poison, Stand. Julian Hammond, Berlin, You Take My Breath Away. It's a good song. But Tom Cruise ruined it. Luke J, Free Bird by Lynyrd Skynyrd. Andrew Pennington, Love Bites, Def Leppard. Poison, Every Rose Has Its Thorn, says Julian. Take My Breath Away, says Dan. Joe Kelly says, best rock slow song ballad is Black by Pearl Jam, yes, but November Rain is a good shout also. Andrew Pennington, I'm sure half these bands ain't classed as hard rock to Powell, Berlin. It depends what mood you're in, I suppose.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was with the kind of whole like Toto thing. Like, at what point does it?
Yeah, to Powell would say it's definitely not hard rock, but China in Your Hand could sit in any chart and.
Oh yeah, it could win any competition.
Yeah, any
whatever
competition. It was. Green Tree, Aerosmith, Crying. Shout. Nathan says The Darkness, Love Is Only a Feeling.
That's a great song.
Even had Cliff Guitars with No Cables. Jill Monroe says was knocked off the chart by U2 with The Fly, according to UK official.
Oh, do you know? As soon as you said that, you're absolutely right. Do you know what I'm thinking of? Wet, Wet, Wet is the second most popular song. That's what I'm getting that confused with. I think it missed out by 1 week.
Yeah, that was.
I think it's like. I think Wet, Wet, Wet got 15 weeks. You're absolutely right. As soon as you said The Fly.
It was a great song by Wet, 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 and it was the beginning of downfall for Marty Pello, wasn't it? All that money.
It was the beginning of what?
Beginning of his journey down the wrong road.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. He's all right now, though.
Is he?
He's got a bungalow. He's all right.
He's got a bungalow, good.
Yeah, he's a good man.
Have you done his windows or something? You seem to have a really weird set of facts about Marty Pello.
I've got a cousin who's roughly the same age as me, and she adored Marty Pello and Wet, Wet, Wet. I adored him.
So you've got a cousin
so I know
roughly the same age as you.
So I know all the all the stories that got into News of the World and everything like that. I know all them stories.
I don't think I do know about the great fall of Marty Pello.
Do you not know? I thought it was common knowledge.
What is it? Is it just drugs and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, it was. He come back though. He does pantomime and that now. He's all right.
Yeah, that's the same. Isn't it?
Yeah. Dan says Berlin got onto the Top Gun soundtrack. It's honorary. I can't wait for the new Top Gun. Have you watched the trailer?
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
You think?
I think it looks freaking amazing. Just the music, the way it's shot, it's just goosebump stuff for me.
Goosebumps.
Goosebumps, mate.
Not Maverick bumps.
Hey. Jill says, "Wet, wet, wet" song wasn't for another 3 years. Larry says, "Yeah, you too." Andrew Pencer says, "True, Dan, it's a great song all the same." Luke J says, "Here I Go Again" by Whitesnake is also a peak.
Here I go again on my own again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Says, "Dan, 18 and Life, Skid Row." Excuse me, a little bit of acid reflux. Andrew Penn says, "Is that a love stroke power ballad? Question mark, question mark, question mark." Knuckle deep in, beard. Only 2 sub-assemblies. I left the handkerchief hand off, you absolute animal.
Classic Miller. Some men just want to watch the world burn.
Carl Daly's in, he says, "Evening, just sitting down to watch and paint Grima now. I've finished making party food for my daughter's party tomorrow. I hope it goes well, my friend. And happy birthday to you."
Silver, isn't it?
Yeah. Larry says, "Yeah, it's an 8 word, meaning before." Frederick Schultz says, "Also use some green stuff on Grima, it wasn't too bad. Then again, I pretty much always use green stuff on everything." Dead Ringer for Love says, "Dan Collister, it's a good one. It's a good one." Paradise. Andrew Penton says, Paradise BT, the Dashboard Light. I'm assuming that's a band. I don't know them. Larry Miller, 3 AM Eternal by the KLF was knocked off number 1 in the UK charts by Do the Batman. Was it? 3 AM Eternal's solid. Sophie says, "The Magazine," one assumes. I think he means Rolling Stones magazine. Yeah,
there we go.
Rolling Stones magazine, you absolute divs.
Look, I was going to what the Manx said. All right?
Listen, I said what he typed.
Well,
I
think
Rolling
that was
Stone
on
magazine,
you.
not Rolling Stones.
Yeah, we got that.
Nathan says, "Frederick may be able to confirm this, but the German translation of Meatloaf's song for the musical were hilarious." Jill says, "Not remembering the Rolling Stone magazine destroys any rock cred." Nathan said, "I was doubting my own comment then." Frederick says, "Lol, was about to comment, it's the magazine, not the band." Larry says, "It was the same year, though, to give Steve some credit." Boom, boom. Both 1991, Batman was February, and Everything I Do It For You was July.
Well, not just July. It was probably July to October.
July to November, yeah.
16 weeks.
It's mental. Andrew Pennant says, "And suddenly Damian turns, I just died in your arms. I just died in your arms tonight," into the theme from Halloween. Ajinder Singh says, "I've never heard these tunes. I think it's before my era. Looks like I'm learning some music history tonight." Let me give you a tip, Ajinder. When this stream's over, copy and paste all these songs
into a playlist.
Put them into YouTube, and trust me, your life will become better.
Crew. I'm absolutely smashing. I just died in your arms tonight after this. I haven't had that in years.
Yeah, and especially Tapao China in your hand, Ajinder, you'll love that.
And especially Toto Africa.
And especially November Rain.
And especially Heart Alone.
just Google them all. Eric Schultz says, "Evening all. It's been far too long. Good to see the usual Middle Earth banter. What's this 80s topic?" Damien, do you want to repeat what the topic is?
It was what was the greatest hard rock power ballad of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, do you know what the modern equivalent of Graveyard Earth is?
No. I used to like Graveyard Earth. I don't think there is an equivalent, is there?
Oh.
Joel Holmes.
Don't worry about it in the chat. I'm going to Google it and I'll get to the answer before you guys.
I don't want to miss a thing. Aerosmith, it's a solid song. It's always on Smooth FM during the day on the radio.
You know what the problem with that is? That feels too modern to me. Because what's that?
It's
that
not bloody modern. It's not modern.
But it's relatively, isn't it? That feels like early 2000s Armageddon.
I don't know.
No, it must be late 90s. Late 90s. And late 90s is modern to me.
Oh, yeah.
I want it to be like an 80s song.
Late 90s.
Well, always is only 95, isn't it?
Sophie says, "With Joel, I don't want to miss a thing. It is a great, great song." Larry says, "Don't worry, Joel. You can watch that later." Tim says, "Skid Row, I Remember You." Got that one. Yes, Kenneth, "Blaze of Glory" by Bon Jovi.
It's still Legion Drab.
Is it?
Yeah, probably.
I don't think that is. I don't agree.
Isn't Graveyard Earth the one they used to do Middle Earth bass rooms with?
I don't know, but I don't think that is. I always thought Graveyard Earth was kind of like this is going to sound weird when I say it, but I think you'll know what I mean. It's like a brown, but with a green hint to it.
Yeah, that doesn't sound weird. That's like a perfectly excellent description of a colour. If you said like it was brown with a hint of spoon or something, that would be weird.
Yeah. That poor song Aerosmith was ruined by Ben Affleck. Yeah, I'm not a Ben Affleck fan. I don't know what it is about him. I think he's just really smarmy, and he was smarmy, and then he made a couple of good films, became Batman, sort of kept himself to himself. I was coming round to him, and then he walked the red carpet with Jennifer Lopez again, and just looked smarmy as hell again. I just thought, you git.
Hang on, your summary of Ben Affleck's career is that he was smarmy, then he made a couple of good films, then he was Batman.
Yeah.
That's just covered like 2 decades.
No, but you know what I mean? He kind of kept himself to himself. You didn't see that much about him. Like, you know. And now he's,
smarmy again, is he?
Yeah. Anna Harvey says, same agenda. I've probably heard a few, but I don't know any of them. You know what? I think they're them kind of songs where you think you don't know them.
Yeah, you'll know them.
You'll Google it and then you go,
oh yeah, you don't know Cutting Crew. I Just Died in Your Arms. Like,
it's
okay.
that one from that film with the guy when he fell in love with the one who was married to the fella with the wooden leg. That's what you'll do.
Oh, I love that film.
Yeah. Dan says Heaven, Warrant.
What does Warrant mean? What does Warrant mean? Is that good?
I'm assuming it's a band.
Or is that? Is that? I thought you meant Heaven by Bryan Adams.
No, that must be a different.
Oh, that's a shame.
Dan Collister says also Mama, I'm Coming Home from Ozzy Osbourne.
I mean, I've never heard that song, but that's almost certainly not only is it not the best hard rock power ballad of all time, it's not the best hard rock power ballad called Heaven of all time.
True that. Scorpion, Still Loving You puts the power in power ballad. Scorpion, Still Loving You. Don't know if I know it. Warrant or a Shout, says Jamie. Yes. Home Sweet Home, Motley Crue, says Dan. Larry confirms July to November. Jamie says probably a bit outside the genre, but I do enjoy House of the Rising Sun. Yeah, don't we all, mate? Don't we all? Dan says Can't Fight This Feeling. Yes, good song. REO Speedwagon. Larry says 13th of July to the 2nd. Larry is obsessed.
It's taken him a while to get there. That Can't Fight This Feeling by REO Speedwagon is Chris's choice for the greatest song. So if he is watching tonight, he'll be pleased to hear that. Who was that from? Dan Collister?
Yeah.
Dan's cheating. He's put in like 20 votes. You can't.
Rio, fantastic shout. Dan says Andrew Prenton. Tom Marshall, Paul Weller, You Do Something to Me. Great song, but wrong genre, I think. My vote would be Final Countdown, says Larry. Late entry, Black Sabbath. Changes, says Nathan. The Flame.
Changes.
Cheap Trick. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, Cheap Trick.
Jamie says Dan now's just reading off his playlist and loving it. Yeah, we've all got them playlists on Spotify, haven't we? That we love. That we only listen to when we're on our own in the car. Joe says it was 98, but in my defence, my internet's been up and down all night, and I missed the 80s stipulation.
I don't
Larry
think there
says,
actually was a stipulation.
There wasn't really. We just kind of went there, didn't we? I really hope they one day play Final Countdown in the last ever episode of Countdown. Dream On, Aerosmith, says Dan. Screaming in the Night, Crocus. Is it Crocus? Don't know. Ben Affleck was very good in Gone Girl, says he was actually. Well, that was one of his more that was a good film.
Well, that was after Batman, right? That was when he was in your
actually,
good books.
I think Gone Girl was pre-Batman, if my memory serves. I think Gone Girl.
Was it?
It was, and it's
pre-first Batman, Batfleck.
Yeah, I think it was. And there was I know the reasons, so I'm not going to bring the stream down, but it was made. I think it was made a lot earlier than it was released for a certain reason of.
Gone Girl.
That was in the news at the time, and it was a bit of a sad reason why they didn't. Out of a little bit of respect, they didn't release the film when it was scheduled to be released. Dan Colter says, "Giving yourself away, Rat." House of Broken Love, Great White. Joe Holzman says, Evanescence. Oh, great. Bring Me to Life is another great song, ruined by Affleck. He's still my favourite live action Batman, says Larry. Do you know what? Annoyingly, he was good at Batman. He was.
I wasn't overly impressed with Batfleck.
He was alright. I preferred what's his name? What's it called?
George Clooney.
No, not George Clooney.
Val Kilmer.
Shut up. You know what I mean. I know you know what I mean.
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale. Carl Daly says, Tom Marshall, you're bang on the money with Weller. Dan says, sleeping in the fire. Wasp. Andrew Penning says, Marillion, Lavender or Kaylee. Don't think I know that one. The Price, Twisted Sister, says Dan. Eric Schultz, great shout for Great White. Alone Again, Doc and Dan is just reading off his Spotify playlist. When It's Love, Van Halen. What You Give, Tesla. Beth, Kiss. Eric Schultz says, Journey, Faithfully. Dan says, Miles Away, Winger. Green Tree says, Queen, Somebody to Love. Good song.
It's not up there. It's not. It can't be a. I don't know why, but it's not a hard rock power ballad.
Yeah, I think when I think hard rock power ballad, it's always going to be someone American. I don't know why.
Well, it doesn't have to be American.
No, I know it doesn't have to be, but in my head it will be. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. One Year of Love from the amazing Highlander soundtrack, for Queen soundtrack from Andrew Pennington. Who wants to live forever? It's a great song. Aren't they remaking Highlander? Remaking it, aren't they? From the beginning. Kenneth Vick says, looks like we need a poll to set a list. Power ballad thing. Dan says, Affleck was good in The Accountant. Yeah, annoyingly, I've got to agree with you. He was good, and they're doing a sequel to that, Dan. I don't know if you know. Star Sailor, 4 to the floor, right, Chandra? Says Tom Marshall. Jokes aside, Chris Cornell's Seasons is frighteningly good. Total Eclipse of the Heart, Bonnie Tyler, Julian Hammond, good shout. Not a big Christian Bale Batman fan, despite him being in some of the best Batman movies, says Larry. Dan Maskell says Adam West, ? Bachman, Turner Overdrive, says Tim. And I, my friend...
No, I shan't believe it.
Boy.
Yeah, why?
Right, it's been a while since I painted black outer garments.
Mm-hmm.
What's the rule of thumb?
What are we saying? Okay, well, I went with a kind of black base coat, a band base coat. I then chucked in some Cantor blue for some shading to get a kind of bluey vibe going on. But I'm gonna be using the Kev Spectre method of putting towel light ochre into black to kind of highlight up into a sort of green space.
And are you painting it on, or are you dry brushing it?
No, I'm going to paint it with him. When I've only got one model, and this one, as much as I've got no reason to paint him, he's a new Grima, and I do want him to look good. So I'm going to give him a little more time than some of the others. How's your hobby week been, or your hobby fortnight?
Oh yeah, we don't talk about that. Yeah, I've been painting like an absolute lunatic this week. For anyone who
like this.
a little bit.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, definitely. So for anyone who doesn't know, in our Patreon scheme, which we have a private chat group for all our patrons, me and Damian are in, and we converse and we chat. It's a very, very active group. It's a great group. A meetup was organised quite a while back, kind of when everything was a little bit still up in the air. I think was it mentioned us coming out of lockdown and going back into lockdown kind of thing? I think it was. And
it was mentioned. I think we only sorted it, or Sophie only sorted it when, we knew that we could do it after lockdown.
Yeah. So basically, it was arranged. A meetup was arranged for a limited number of us, sort of on a first come first served basis. So there will be. Is it 20 of us?
I'll say like 25. Yeah.
25, 26. Well, it can't be 25. Sure, it's got to be 26 then.
All right, 26.
Or someone's having a very lonely game of Middle Earth SBG in Warhammer World. So yeah, basically we're going to meet up on the Friday, have a few drinks on the Friday night, spend all day Saturday gaming in Warhammer World, have some food, have some more drinks, and then just have a Saturday night, socialise a little bit, which is really, really nice, and it's going to be great to meet up with some of the patrons from who you're counting the numbers now, right? 26?
There's 27 in the group.
Oh, fuck. Is Sophie's playing though, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone's in the group who's since dropped out or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, we're going to meet up. So, long story short, which is already quite long because I'm branching off.
Long story long.
We agreed to 550 points We all bring a good and evil army, and we get paired off, and it's always good versus evil. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I chose my lists, thinking I'll choose my lists going off something that I've not played before, and something that I know I've got painted. So I went with Defenders of Helm's Deep, because I've got loads of Rohan painted. I've got some Galathrun painted. And I went with Cirith Ungol because I know that I've got some Mordor Uruks painted. I've got loads of Orcs painted. And turns out, everything that I needed in the list, I wrote the list, everything that I needed. So I needed a load of Rohan Spearmen.
Mm-hmm.
I've got about 40 painted foot Rohan on my shelf. No Spearmen. No Spearmen. No Spear Throwers on painted. Don't know why. So I've had to paint them all up. So, funnily enough, it's funny you mention it, they're all here. So I'll get this light up there. This is what I've been working on this week. I got them painted.
Yeah, that's an army you got there. It's looking good.
Yeah, so that's all them dudes.
It's very cool.
So I've done them. But also...
I saw you did the horsey banner.
Yeah, I've done the banner. It's a pig thing. Also, I'll leave that there. I'm showing. I started to paint these because I'm doing some Moria videos over on Top Table.
Oh, cool. So
I've got some Prowlers. I've got some Mordor Urukai. I need more Mordor Urukai, and I've got some of them yet to arrive. I've got again Moria, so I'm painting up. I always forget the names of the Moria heroes. It's not Druzag. He's Ashrak. Got to paint him up. So I'm painting 4 of these dudes up. Rohan Royal Guard, they're started.
Oh, they're horrible models to paint.
They're grim, yeah. And then a load of these, which have come off the stands. And more Orc Scouts, because I've got another. Again, that's for Top Table video. Still got my Easterlings on my bench. I've got some 40k stuff. Yeah, I've just been painting loads this week. I'm really enjoying it, except the Rohan stuff.
Yeah.
They're just not great to paint. Like I think it's when it's an army that I've got a full Rohan army that I've painted. You know, when I put a lot of hours into painting it, I don't need these other than for the meetup. So it's kind of I'm just painting them for that day.
If you don't like painting models you don't need, this is the wrong place for you.
Yeah,
it's kind of our thing.
Yeah, but I'll be glad when they're done because it's more stuff. Like I said, it really is clear in the backlog, and it's great because it's tied in with B-Sam. It's the B-Sam meetup.
Yeah, I think.
So yeah, I've painted loads. So I think in the last week I've painted 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 29. I've fully painted 29 models this week.
That's pretty amazing.
And then I've got like all the... I've got actually painted some Urukai Scouts last week though as well. Some more Urukai Scouts are up there. And I've primed and part painted probably another 20. So I'm trying to steam through them. They're not my best work, but they're passable. They're all right. So yeah, I've had a lot of fun. I felt like I got my painting mojo back because it kind of went for a while. So I've really enjoyed it. What about you? You got any hobby done?
Well, yeah, actually, but I kind of saved it at almost right at the death. So I've actually the other thing I wanted to make sure that we referenced is that I think since last time, I can't quite remember how this stuff works because it's every 2 weeks, but I feel like I said last time I was about to move out of this room. Does that
yes
ring, or we decided that I would be moving out of this room or something?
I think you were saying to people like soak up the scenery now because soon.
Yeah. Well, that then happened. That would have been a Friday, and I think it started happening the next day that we suddenly got very unlike us. We got mega productive.
Yeah.
And we've had these really successful. You'll only understand this if you're settled in a house with someone and you've got too much crap. Those weekends where you just sort out your house and you start moving furniture around and thinking of where's new places to go and stuff like that, and that's all you do, but it feels fantastic.
It does feel fantastic. Yeah.
And we started that. So I started moving my stuff from this room probably doesn't look like it from where you're sitting.
It bloody does.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, that's something then. But a lot of it's
couch.
gone from here.
The couch is still there, though, right?
Yeah, the couch is still there. There's a bookcase just behind here that's got nothing on it now, and so we spent a lot of that weekend kind of figuring out where my new hobby space is going to be and that sort of stuff. And as part of that, I moved a lot of the books down, and I wanted to. I feel like in the next stream, I feel like I'll still be here, but I wanted to make sure we had a stream where we spent a moment and really did acknowledge the end of an era, which will be, as you say, that the sofa is there, the Palantir sofa is there. It won't be there for, I don't know, much longer. What's that? I need to do that.
Yeah, because what you can see on Zoom, a little bit is cut off on the stream.
Well, I mean, the stuff behind me, is more important than me, to be honest. But what I also wanted to highlight for the old school fans out there is this bad boy.
Oh, Dado.
That is the Dado rail. That is the famous Dado rail from the Palantir that inexplicably ends halfway along and was a talking point for a long time on the Palantir.
What was the reason for that? Was there like a built-in wardrobe?
This is a room we've never decorated. So I figure that maybe a bed used to go to there.
I think you're right. I think it was a single bed.
Yeah.
With a built-in headboard.
With a headboard, I reckon.
Yeah.
But yeah, that always used to be a talking point on the Palantir of why does the Dado rail end there? And it's been covered by bookshelves for years. And I just wanted to make sure I had this moment. We got the sofa and we've got Tifa there, and some of the Freddo and the old Smell. We got some Palantir classics going on around here. I just thought it was important to take that little moment and celebrate the alcove for some of our old GWHL viewers. Because it won't be there for very long. But yeah, I know there's some people who are going to be mega excited about seeing that little Dado rail back. And I didn't want, today I didn't want it to just be covered in crap, whatever. So there we go. So that's been a lot of it. We've done some major decluttering, tons and tons of bags to the charity shop, that sort of stuff. And the house is looking good. But as a result of it, my hobby stuff was kind of making a new hobby space. I've got a new desk. I assembled that. I got a paint station. I got the one from Hobby Zone. I think it's called the Professional Paint Station. It's the biggest one. It's not professional. It's just bigger. Right? I don't know. Professionals use slightly more paints apparently. So that was quite cool. And then right at the end, in the last few nights, I settled down. I finished a couple of B-sign projects. So Galadriel from a couple of streams back, I got her finished.
Yeah, that's what
was it there.
Yeah. Key light. You need a key light.
The key light is here. It's too much other light. That's not bad, is it?
Yeah.
Can we see that?
Yeah.
Quite pleased with her. Again, I was saying this on the chat that it's really nice. I have no need for this, so I didn't get angry about the white. I was just like, I'm going to give it a go. She's not being used for anything at all. So when it looks fine, that'll do. I'm not going to stress about it at all. And I was pretty pleased in the end.
Yeah,
I've obviously gone for a kind of bluey tone. I think I chucked Apothecary white over it and then highlighted up. So it's the bluey white rather than the beigey white, But that was all right. So I got her finished. And I got this dude finished. Elrond finished from the last stream, right?
Yep.
I finished him today. Or put grass down on him today. And again, really pleased with that. The idea that I don't have a high elf army, so his armor didn't have to match, his cloak didn't have to match. It's just really, really freeing, kind of painting something. It's the very mantra of battle streams. Yeah, it's just a complete one-off hit. And then I was able to get this guy kind of green stuffed and based and washed. He was assembled. I won't guess. I'll tell you because he was assembled on a stream. Presumably when Saruman and Grima came out, but he's been sitting in. I've got this drawer under my desk where the models, the hopeful models live, the models you might get done, and he's been sitting in there biding his time since stream prizes, isn't that one? Should have a red box. Saruman and Grima since episode 14. And what are we now? 44.
We're issue 37, episode 45.
So 30 streams ago, that's 15 months ago, I assembled him when I did Saruman on horse.
Yeah.
And I primed him, and because I knew there was a Grima week, and I popped him in the drawer ready for Grima week, and now he gets his moment. So yeah, so not a lot, but I'm actually quite happy, if that makes sense. I'm feeling pretty good now, going forwards.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So there we go.
Awesome. Nice beer.
Yeah, it's going down all right.
It's good, isn't it?
Do you want to catch up on the last bit of the chat, and then I'll jump into some of the content?
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't forget, people, whatever you're working on tonight, painting-wise, even if it isn't Grima, how dare you, but even if it's not, get it in the whip thread on the Great British Hobbit League, and we will get to it ever so shortly. Hajinda says, Dan, do you have a playlist? I'm going to have to do a deep dive after this stream. It's great, we're just educating people. Larry says, I bet there's going to be more Power Ballad chat than Grima deep dive.
I think we're calling Power Ballad, right? We've done that. I think we should move on, otherwise.
Nathan says, Eagles already gone.
Stop it.
I do like the Eagles. Hotel California is like in my top 10 all-time favourite songs.
All 10 favourite songs of all time?
I think, yeah. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's just a song that I just really, really love. Jamie says they can't redo Highlander for There Can Only Be One. Baboon.
Wait, aren't there already? There's already like 5 out
there is a lot. I hated the new guy. Remember the series of it? Did you ever see the guy that was the Highlander in the series?
I remember the series. I don't think I watched it.
Grim.
No Lambert, no deal.
No. Dan says Christian Bale is best in American Psycho. He's good in American Psycho. It's really annoying because every Christian I've said.
I know why Dan likes that though.
Yeah, because that's how he just models himself.
Story of my life, they take me home.
Dan, have you got a clear perspex, like overall?
he loves Phil Collins and Duran Duran, right?
I always the thing that sticks out about that movie, I don't know why. Do you remember like when they were all obsessing about like the business cards?
Yeah,
and how the best, most expensive business card was just like a plain white card.
Yeah, it's great. Well, or not white, right?
Yeah,
eggshell or something.
Dan says to Hajinda, I don't mind Spotify. I'll talk about playlists. I do on my iTunes, but I will now create one. Sophie says, so it's my first stream living with my other half, and we are sharing the office. This is on my speakers, and he just said, my God, they're actually talking about Hobby after an hour.
Sorry to disappoint.
Welcome to the party, pal.
I mean, if anything, I don't know. Is he annoyed that we're talking about Hobby? Is it meant to take longer? I don't know what the issue is.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's good. A good or a bad thing. Andrew Penn says Clancy Brown was amazing as Kurgan. Max Maller says that's a GIF. Which one? What's a GIF?
I don't know what a GIF.
I think it was you sat on the chair dancing, painting like a maniac. Green Tree says, I like Christian Bale in Terminator when he jumps out of a helicopter in a storm and someone gets on board a submarine.
That can happen.
Hajinda says, cheers to Dan. Larry says, that reminds me, I need to get some bats painted. And Larry also says, sounds like Steve had less than half the spares he had hoped for. It was. Larry shouts, Ashra. Calman's in. How you doing, Calman? He must have heard, his ears must have been burning.
Yeah, I was just saying how much I enjoyed you on Speak Friend.
Yeah. Seems I'm rather late. Don't worry, mate. Better late than never. Jinder says, Rowan have too many colours to paint. It makes painting them a chore compared to other units. It's not just that. You've also got to paint 2 models per unit? Did you say unit?
Oh, stop saying per though.
You know what I mean? Per.
You sound like a cat.
Jamie says, I heard someone say Urukai Scouts. This happens to be my area of interest. Yeah, Jamie's got a nice Urukai army. Larry says, oh, on your last week in that room, can we see that cupboard closed? And then he shouts, Dado Rail. That reminded me of something that I meant to put in the whip thread. So
do you want to see the cover closed?
Damien thinks, well, I'd save it because you think you might squeeze another week in, right?
Yeah, but what if I don't?
Just make sure you do.
I mean, I could do it. I don't think there's pressure to be out of here in the next 2 weeks. Then I wouldn't want to not shut it in front of people.
Do you want to shut it?
What do you think?
There's 53 people in who have never seen that cupboard door shut.
Let's not do it.
Do it, mate.
Go on. Let's do it.
Do it.
All
Let's
right.
do it.
Okay. Is that a good shot?
Yeah. So I'll put it into context for anyone who is thinking, what the hell are we watching? So, Damian has filmed out of this room for a very long time in one way or another, be it the streams or be it on pre-recorded videos on the Great British Hobbit League, the GBHL podcast channel. And that cupboard door, which you can see above his head, which is slightly ajar, has always been slightly ajar, has never been closed. And tonight, my friends, it will close. Take it away. Take it away, Dave.
When's a door not a door?
When it's ajar.
So, as you see, I'm battle streaming from the sofa at this stage. This never happened.
Mm-hmm.
It can't close.
Yeah.
That's what we have to do.
It's take the shit out.
This is, I've talked about this box in the past, right? This is the box model. Painted in 2016. Make that 2017. Make that 2022. Ready?
Here we go. Drum roll.
Hey, what are we doing?
Brr, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Mate, the room looks bigger already. The room looks bigger. It's never been closed. No one's ever seen that closed, ever.
Like when we got the house.
Look at these two.
Look at these two.
Look at the shock and awe.
I don't know what the rest of
Like, why have we never tuned into this before? We're missing all sorts. Crazy.
scheme. If you wanna support this kind of high quality content, join up.
Mental. Joe Holzman says it also looks like an unhappy toaster.
Yeah, he's talking about the painting station.
Oh right.
It really does.
Jamie says, got a call an evening there. I got base coats on 6 Uruk Bowman, which is at least progress.
I like to think that's after the cupboard shut. He was like, "That's it. I've got a call an evening. Nothing else."
Completed it, mate. Life's complete. Couldn't get any better than it.
I'm quitting my job. I got nothing. This is all right, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's coffee chocolate. It's alright.
Not coffee chocolate.
No, but it's from a coffee shop.
Yeah.
So I call it coffee chocolate. It's like what the chocolate you have with a coffee, right? It's different. It's more bitter, isn't it?
It tastes like Advent calendar chocolate.
It's coffee chocolate.
That's not Cadbury's Advent calendar.
Mm.
You know, when like your mum, when your missus brings you an Advent calendar, it's like, "Oh, where's that from? M&S."
Mm.
Oh, thanks.
Mm.
Like
Right, Jamie, I've done that one. Dan says, created and sent a short playlist to Hajunda. Larry says, I actually finished the last few details on Galadriel before the stream. Just need some varnish and she's all set for the meetup. Good man. Nathan says, have a good one, Jamie. Get those orcs finished. Only a few weeks. Larry says, I want to know what love is stuck in my head now. I'm gonna.
Worst thing to have stuck in your head.
Yeah. I'm gonna be playing most of those songs over the weekend. Show us your business cards, Dan. Dan says, I don't have the clear plastic overcoat now. They're insanely expensive. He's looked into it. But I do have a replica of his business card. It's on my gaming case. Of course you do.
My mate Duncan used to have his axe, and he used to be single and a bit weird, and he had the axe in the bathroom. And, like, you know, it was one of those genuine things he'd have to explain if he ever had a girl around. Like, that's not a murdering axe. That's a replica of a murdering axe.
I've only just realised it was Speakfriend, Anenta, that made me change my name. It's not called Speakfriend, Anenta, I'll have you know. I forgot to change it back.
Who's that?
Nathan. Because I think I mentioned that because his name is Nathan T, I kept saying Nathan T says instead of just saying Nathan says. Michael Haskell says, went to my first rock concert last Saturday since the world went mad. Strange and wonderful at the same time. Steve Hackett, Genesis guitarist, 1971-77, if curious. Good on you, Michael. Good on you. I've been wanting that tiny Bilbo cupboard closed for ages, says Green Tree.
There you go. It's nice.
Jinder says, the closing is going to be so satisfying. Green Tree says he opens it and Tom's in there. Tedious.
Can you imagine? That's why it's not shutting. It's his corpse.
Emma says, Tom and I answered that joke and we were both equally disappointed, although I must admit dad jokes do have a special place in my heart.
I think that's the jar joke.
I think so, yeah. Larry says, the cupboard is shut. It was emptied by those that are dad, and the dad keep it. The cupboard is shut.
That's good. I like that. Solid work from Miller.
Joe says, absolute scenes at B-Sound Towers. Nathan says, now that the open cupboard is no longer a thing, I can only assume it will be replaced by Steve's folding table that is also a table. It's down. It's down.
It's always down, Steve.
Do you know why it's down?
Because it doesn't fold.
Because there's a load of shit underneath. And if I lift it, there's just shit on the floor. But at the minute, it's under the table. Out of sight, out of mind. Josh Crosby says, this reminds me of the Romans finally closing the gates of Janus. Dwellin says, evening all, I'm going to strip a metric ton of Wow tonight. And if I find a horse, great idea, Nathan, I will give Grima a horse.
No.
Joe says, open the cupboard door again. I can't cope with these levels of excitement. Mega late ballad entry because I haven't mentioned the best band in the world in an hour or so. Bowling for Soup When We Die, says Nathan.
Good song, but it's not a hard rock power ballad.
Dan says, I like a coat. I once bought the Belstaff coat Benedict Cumberbatch wears as Sherlock.
Yeah, that's a good coat.
Belstaff coat's solid. And that's it, mate. We're caught up. So I'm going to hand over to you.
So please now stop, as per the normal rules, stop telling us about pop rock ballads. We're going to turn the conversation to Grima. Although, actually, do you know what? I'm going to go for a wee first.
That's right.
So if you've got something to chat about,
you could have just said I need to nip out, but there we go. Yeah, I can deal with that. Let us know, people in the chat. I've had a very, very productive week of painting. So 2 things. Let me know what you've been working on this week, how much progress you've made. That'd be great. And also to the B-Simers who are coming to the meetup, are you working on your projects for the meetup this week? And if you are, what are you working on? I've not been keeping up with everyone's lists and what they're bringing. I'd be very interested to know. I think I asked Sophie. Didn't I ask you what you were bringing? Did you reply? I don't know. I didn't. It's really hard to keep up. It's so active, that chat group, that you pop out of it for an hour whilst you're at work. You come back and the conversation has just gone wild. It's hard to keep up. I'm nicking some of Damian's tips here, and I've mixed a little bit of dark blue with black. I was thinking, what is that in Grima's hand? But it's his dagger hilt, isn't it? I'll tell you what I did mean to do this week, and I didn't get a chance as well. I've got because I've sorted out the studio, the cameras and everything. I've brought the camera back. Originally was from here, to have like a top down. So when we go through the magazine and whilst I'm painting, I'll have it set up for next time, and we can have Madcam back. Just reminiscing about Madcam, Damien.
Oh, Madcam! What a week!
Those were days.
That was the day.
That were day.
So, everything all right? You've been...
yeah, I've just basically said, because we'll come to it in the chat. Just ask people. We were discussing what we've been working on this week and what we've been planning on, and our B-Sign or my B-Sign project for the meetup. Is anyone else has been working on it this week to do? Let us know in the chat.
Very cool. Very cool.
We'll come to it. So, yeah.
Are we caught up on the chat?
Yeah, go for it, mate.
Where were you?
Dan calls for lights coats.
That was before I left. I like a coat. So Larry.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I didn't know that. I just. Was
okay. Sorry. So Larry, if I'm going to buy a movie coat, I'd want Thorin's fur-lined sleeveless on. It's a good coat. T Nathan, let's time him. He's probably gone for a cheeky poo. Nah, I wouldn't. No poo. Dwalin finished both Radagast on Slay. That looks awesome, by the way, Dwalin. Well done.
Yeah, it does.
And the Mouth of Sauron with a cool custom horse, not for the meetup play. Larry said, laugh at that pause. I've had a very productive painting week. 2 things. Nathan says, I'm working on some Mauler stuff for Harry's event at the start of October that will morph into his B-Sign list. Dan Coster is working on bits for a second display board. That's very cool. I wonder what that is. It'll be amazing knowing you, sir. Green Tree says, I've been working on a terrain board and finished it today. I'll stick a pick in the whip thread. And we saw that, I think, in the Patreon chat when you talk about it. It's awesome. Nathan says he's back. Very quick poo. Thank you. Joe Holzman says, hadn't painted for nearly a fortnight before tonight. First week of term knocked me on my arse last week, and I've been away on a residential this week. Just need to paint a battering ram for me up. That'd be cool. And Dan Costa says he's done it in the under desk bin. Nathan, that is disgusting, Daniel Costa. So at that point, we're going to go and do something. So Steve, we have a deep dive and we have a magazine. What do you fancy?
Deep dive.
Deep dive?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So we're going to go. So stop your talking. We want to hear about your thoughts in the comments on obviously anything we talk about in the deep dive, but also just on Grima. Grima in the books, Grima in the films. Do we like Grima? It is Grima week. Let's give him a bit of a chat. And what I'm going to do is have a look through some of the early drafts as normal, that sort of thing, and see what we can kind of come up with about how Grima developed. So let's get stuck in. We're going to start with the Treason of Isengard, which is sort of unsurprisingly the drafts of the 2 towers, the Rohan section. And the first thing to note is that when Tolkien, this is about 1939, when he first finishes the Moria section, he writes a little thing called the Story for Scene Prom. He was very good at writing a couple of pages of what's going to happen next, in the whole story. At the point he finishes Moria, Rohan doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think in some of these things we might have talked about before, but there is no Rohan. The idea is they're going to leave Moria, they're going to break the Fellowship, and then they're going to go to Minas Tirith. At one point, the Ents were actually going to go and relieve the siege of Minas Tirith as opposed to Helm's Deep. So there's only going to be that one big battle, essentially. But what there is, and we might have talked about Boromir, but Boromir was going to survive, and he was going to be very, very naughty. Boromir famously was going to completely betray them. He was going to fight Aragorn. Aragorn would end up killing him. But here it says Boromir would play a shameful part, treacherously fleeing to Saruman. So Boromir was going to flee to Saruman. Boromir, a man, was going to run away to Saruman for help in becoming the Lord of Gondor. And Chris Tolkien has said, is this a precursor to Wormtongue? Is this where the idea of a man betraying the goodies and running off to Saruman comes from? So very, very little tenuous connection there, but when there is no Rohan, there is still an idea that Saruman would have kind of help from the inside, which is kind of cool. Then we spend a long time, so that's the end of Moria. He then writes the whole, Lothlorien section, Amon Hen section, and the start of the 2 towers. And when the first version of the chapter, The Riders of Rohan, which is obviously where Éomer meets the 3 Hunters. Mm-hmm. In The Lord of the Rings, there's a line where Éomer says, there are some who whisper lies in Theoden's ear, or something. It kind of sets up Grima. And in this first version, that doesn't exist. So Chris Tolkien says there is no suggestion yet of Wormtongue. Éomer does not speak of some close to the king's ear that speak craven counsels. So even at that point, even when they're in Rohan still, Grima doesn't exist. We then get to, is it this bit? So this point, we're now in the King of the Golden Hall, which in the Lord of the Rings is the scene in which Grima is first introduced. But in the first draft of it, this is a longish passage, but he says, the arrival there and the entry into Meduseld was accomplished, as it appears, without any ceremony, interrogation, or laying aside of arms. There's no suggestion of hostility or even suspicion towards the strangers, and this accords with the first outline. It will be seen that what follows, that the entire conception of the situation at Edoras arose during the writing of the King of the Golden Hall. So he starts writing the chapter, the King of the Golden Hall, with no idea about who Grima is, and they're all just a bit friendly. And then, as Tolkien so often did, he found out what really happened as he wrote it. And so, right at the start of this chapter, he says, at this stage, Wormtongue had still not emerged, and the suspicion and hostility of the guards evidently proceeded from Theoden's unfortified dislike and distrust of Gandalf. So in this then first version, I'm going to read the introduction to both Theoden and Grima, and this is pretty similar to Lord of the Rings. But Chris Tolkien writes, in the encounter with Theoden, the manuscript evidence is not very easy to interpret. It seems certain that it was at this point that Wormtongue entered the story, for what is obviously the very earliest description of Theoden, written in the faintest scribble, reads thus. At the far end of the hall, beyond the hearth and facing the doors, was a dais with 3 steps, and in the middle of the dais was a great chair. In the chair sat a man so bent with age that he seemed almost a dwarf. His white hair was braided upon his shoulders, his long beard was laid upon his knees, for his eyes burned with a keen light that glinted from afar off. Behind his chair stood 2 fair women. At his feet, upon the steps, sat a wizened figure of a man with a pale, wise face. Now that passage is fairly similar to the one in Lord of the Rings. Mm-hmm. The only major difference in it, apart from the number of women, is the fact that in the new one, in Lord of the Rings, Grima is given heavy-lidded eyes. So in this version, he's a wizened figure of a man with a pale, wise face. So it just sounds like he's old.
Yeah.
Whereas, I don't know, is there something heavy-lidded eyes? Does that now give you some other perception of him? You know, cool Dr. Freud, but, you know, if he's got heavy-lidded eyes, I don't know, do you see, does that make you think he's a liar, that he's lazy, that he's sleepy? Does it do anything? But Tolkien changes his description to give him heavy-lidded eyes to, you know, after he knows what he's going to do, essentially. And Chris Tolkien then makes it clear, but though Wormtongue was present, he did not, as the scene was first drafted, intervene. And it is Theoden who speaks of the death of the second Master of the Mark, that would become Theodred, but is here called Eofered on the West March Road. And it's Theoden that names Gandalf Lathspell ill news. Gandalf responds, as in Two Towers, by speaking of the different ways in which a man can come with evil tidings. And again, it is Theoden, not Wormtongue, who retorts, verily he may, or he may be of a third kind, and who decries the idea that Gandalf had ever brought aid to Rohan. So at the start, you've got Grima being, or actually Wormtongue, he's not Grima yet, but Wormtongue potentially just being, I don't know, a goodie.
Yeah.
Or a friend or ambivalent. And then there's this wonderful point where Chris Tolkien writes, at this point, however, before the conversation had proceeded any further, the man sitting upon the steps of the dais began to play a part. For he now took over those parts of Theoden's remarks that are given to him in Two Towers. So the stuff he says was originally for Theoden, and then as he's writing it, to use Tolkien's terms, he retranslated it, and he goes, "Oh, hang on, this isn't Theoden talking. This is this Wormtongue fellow." You know, and you know, if you get into Tolkien's head, it's kind of going, "Oh, I've got this wrong," or maybe whoever translated it first has got it wrong. It wasn't Theoden; it was this other character. Yeah, it is interesting to observe that my father did not introduce him into Theoden's household with the conscious intent that he should play the role that he did, in fact, come to play. For he still says, as Theoden done, now Eomer has ridden away thither with all but our last handful of horsemen, which means Eomer's not in prison. And also, crucially, at this point, he's not given any other name. He's just called Wormtongue. There's not really a kind of explanation of this, but he's called Wormtongue.
Yeah.
You wouldn't trust him, would you?
No. It sounds sneaky.
It's one of those things that's like, and they do, I think in Lord of the Rings they say Gandalf says to Theoden, "Whom all except you call the Wormtongue." So, the implication is it's a nickname that they don't trust him. His name isn't Grima Wormtongue. His father isn't Mr. Wormtongue. But still, he's in a position of power at that court, and they all call him Wormtongue. It's like it's just never quite sat right with me. It doesn't seem very Tolkien to me.
The name's kind of a giveaway as to what's going to happen.
Yeah, Grima liar face. It just I've never quite understood that one. Because you got Alfred in The Hobbit is Alfred Lickspittle, and it's almost like a James Bond thing. It's a joke, but obviously Lickspittle isn't from Tolkien, is it? It's from the screenwriters. And it's like that, like Pussy Galore or whatever, or Xenia on a top, and it's a bit like that to me. I was like, it's strange that everyone would call him it when he's clearly in a position of power, I think. But who knows? And then Chris Tolkien writes, it was at this point in the writing of the chapter that there entered the story of the imprisonment of Éomer by the instigation of Wormtongue, who now receives his true name. Drum roll, please.
Brum.
Frana.
Frana
Wormtongue. Frana. He's called Frana at this point. It's the first time he's given that name. So what's really what then Chris Tolkien writes, as he kind of gets to the end of that chapter, is that he gets there. He spends a long time to get to that chapter, but then once he gets there, the story as known from the Two Towers of the unmasking of Wormtongue, the rehabilitation of Éomer, the meal before the departure, the gift of Shadowfax, was achieved almost unhesitatingly. So in other words, he's got no plan of it, and then he basically kind of writes it in one. Like that whole scene at Edoras just happens in one. I don't know if we talked about this in Theoden Week, but I'm sure we did. But it's just I was listening to it again ahead of today. It always cracks me up how Gandalf turns up, and the way he heals him is by taking him outside. In the film they have that big exorcism, and he it's like because he's a wizard and he casts out Saruman, and in the book he just goes, "Theoden, come out here," and he goes outside. He goes, "Oh, I'm better now." It's like someone should have taken him outside earlier. Someone should have tried that. It's really good. So yeah, there we go. That's the kind of King of the Golden Hall, and then of course he gets banished and he rides off in much the same way. The next kind of point of interest we get is when we're at Grima isn't in the book a lot, right? I think you think he's in it a lot because he's in quite a few scenes in the film with Saruman. They cut back to Saruman and he has a few chats. To the best of my knowledge, he's only in the book 4 times. He's in the book at the King of the Golden Hall. He's then at the book at the Flotsam and Jetsam chapter, where he comes out on the top of Orthanc. Yeah. They then bump into him in the Shire, as we see, and then obviously in the Scare in the Shire. And in this scene, the way he arrives at Orthanc is slightly different. So he turns. I think they tell it. Forgive me if I'm getting this wrong, but in the Lord of the Rings, I don't think you see him arrive at Orthanc. I think Treebeard or Merry or Pippin says about how he turned up at Orthanc and Treebeard let him through. And in this version, Gandalf's already there, which I think is the other way around. I think he appears before Gandalf in the final Lord of the Rings. But basically, Merry is chatting to Aragorn about the story, and he says, not long before Gandalf, about sunset, a tired horse came up the valley with a pack of wolf riders about it. So he's got a kind of wolf rider bodyguard. He was miserable. He was miserable in his fear and amazement of the Ents. He said he was a man called Frana and was sent with urgent messages from Theoden to Gandalf, and Saruman had been captured by it, and he had been captured by orcs on the way. So Treebeard then goes, oh yeah, whatever, in you go. And at this point, Tolkien writes, no, Wormtongue must come after Gandalf, and then he writes at the foot of the page, shall Wormtongue actually murder Saruman? So that it's at that point that he has that first idea that is that how the story's going to play out. There's nothing really to say why, but just the idea that he's turned up at Orthanc, is that going to be how the Saruman issue kind of resolves itself? So then I actually want to look at the Lord of the Rings itself, because the next time he turns up is when they're having the Voice of Saruman chapter. And if we go and have a look at the old Lord of the Rings, we're going to read this passage that you're probably familiar with. This is from the published Lord of the Rings. You ready?
Yep.
This is just as Saruman goes, "Oh, Gandalf, I'm not going to listen to you." He raised his hands and spoke slowly in a clear, cold voice. "Saruman, your staff is broken." There was a crack, and the staff split asunder in Saruman's hand, and the head of it fell down at Gandalf's feet. "Go," said Gandalf. With a cry, Saruman fell back and crawled away. At that moment, a heavy, shining thing came hurtling down from above. It glanced off the iron rail even as Saruman left it, and passing close to Gandalf's head, it smote the stair on which he stood. The rail rang and snapped. The stair cracked and splintered in glittering sparks, but the bull was unharmed. It rolled on down the steps, a globe of crystal, dark, but glowing with a heart of fire. As it bounded away towards a pool, Pippin ran after it and picked it up. "The murderous rogue," cried Éomer, but Gandalf was unmoved. "No, that was not thrown by Saruman," he said. "Not even at his bidding, I think. It came from a window far above. A parting shot from Master Wormtongue, I fancy, but ill-aimed. The aim was poor, maybe, because he could not make up his mind which he hated more, you or Saruman," said Aragorn. And of course, what's he thrown at him, Steve?
The Palantir.
Sorry?
The Palantir.
Sorry? Come on.
What's he thrown at him?
Yeah, it is. Come on.
What?
The Palantir. I mean, I know it's been a while, but
it's been a while, man. It's been a while, and I'm busy.
I don't think you've ever done it, and I was trying to give you the opportunity. Do you want to have another go?
Okay, ask me again.
What is it, Steve?
The Palantir.
Oh, gosh. I thought, particularly tonight of all nights, I thought. So obviously Grima, the Palantir is very close to my heart, but Grima instrumental in it, and he lobs it down. So we know that story, and then it's that bit's fairly faithful in the film, except he doesn't throw it in the film. It kind of drops out of Sam. In the theatrical edition, it just appears, doesn't it? Yeah. In the extended edition, it kind of drops out of Saruman's robes.
He didn't know what it was, though, did he? He was just grabbed whatever was to hand.
Yeah, well, Grima doesn't, right?
Yeah.
But let's have a cheeky look at this. This is the first version of that, right? Mm-hmm. So this is Saruman. He left the balcony. That's Saruman left the balcony. He had hardly turned away when a heavy thing came hurtling down from above. It glanced off the parapet, narrowly missing Gandalf, and splintered into fragments on the rock beside the stair. It seemed to have been a large ball of dark shining crystal. And then we get very similar. "The treacherous rogue," cried Éomer, but Gandalf was unmoved. "Not Saruman this time," he said. "It came from a window above. That was a parting shot from Master Wormtongue, I fancy. I caught the flash of a hand, and ill-aimed. Which do you think it was meant for, me or Saruman? I think maybe the aim was ill because he could not make up his mind which he hated most," said Gimli. "I think so too," said Gandalf. "There will be pleasant words in the tower when we are gone." Do you see the difference? It smashes.
Yeah.
Chris Tolkien then writes, "Since there is no evidence at all that the conception of the Palantir had arisen at any earlier stage or in any earlier writing, this must be presumed to be its first appearance of the Seeing Stones. But the draft does not make it clear whether my father perceived its nature at the moment of its introduction as Wormtongue's missile. Gandalf does not say what he thought of it, nor hint that it might be a device of importance to Saruman. In his letter to W.H. Auden of 7th June 1955, my father said, immediately following the passage from that letter cited at the beginning of The Return of Shadow, I knew nothing of the Palantiri, though this is 1955, after it's published. I knew nothing of the Palantiri, though the moment the Orthanc stone was cast from the window, I recognized it and knew the meaning of the rhyme of lore that had been running in my mind, 7 stars and 7 stones and 1 white tree." That's so Tolkien. This idea that he didn't know what it was, but then as soon as he wrote it, he recognized it and he realized what it was. On the other hand, in this initial version of the scene, he saw the ball of crystal as shattered by the impact. And still, in the finished manuscript immediately following this draft, he wrote that the ball splintered on the rock beside the stair. It seemed from the fragments. Before breaking off at this point and writing that it smote the stair, and it was the stair that cracked and splintered while the globe was unharmed. What further significance for the story could it have had if it was immediately destroyed? And so you've got this kind of almost sliding doors moment where he just chucks a crystal ball to try and hit Saruman or Gandalf. It just smashes, and you could then carry on, and you never get the Palantir in the Lord of the Rings, and you never get 99 episodes of a YouTube show, presumably. But instead, as he's doing that, as he's thinking about it, something changes, and he goes, "No, this isn't a crystal ball that could smash. This is an incredibly important thing that is going to be a major, major device in the rest of the story." Which was cool.
It is cool.
That's the second time Grima appears, and then the third time is this scene, this cute little scene that I think a lot of people often forget about, where it's on the way home from the Shire. They bump into Saruman and Grima on their little road trip.
All right, mate. Fancy saying.
Oh, you guys, you were the guys at Orthanc, right? How are you? You're right. Oh, good. No, we're going home. And I'm going to start with a bit from Lord of the Rings. The only bit that you actually get of Saruman in that, obviously the Hobbit's chapter. Sorry, the only bit you get of Grima, the Hobbit's chapter Saruman. So as they're kind of leaving, Saruman says, "Get up, you idiot," he shouted to the other beggar who had sat down on the ground, and he struck him with his staff. "Turn about. If these fine folk are going our way, then we will take another. Get on, or I'll give you no crust for your supper." Ooh. And he is you've seen the models, and he is worm, but he's properly downtrodden. He's like a dog. The beggar turned and slouched past, whimpering, poor old Grima, always beaten and cursed." Sounds a bit like Gollum, doesn't he?
Yeah.
"How I hate him, how I wish I could leave him." "Then leave him," said Gandalf, but Wormtongue only shot a glance of his bleared eyes full of terror at Gandalf, and he shuffled quickly past behind Saruman. So that's that little scene, right? And of that little bit, there's nothing huge here about Wormtongue, but there's a fun difference. But who knows, you might well hear this again when we get to episode 91 with Sharky in it. But at this point in the draft, so the first time this is written now, and obviously we're a long time after now, we're at many partings, we're approaching the Scouring of the Shire, a long, long time after the Two Towers bit. Wormtongue is still called Franna. And he has this slightly different... Saruman's quite condescending to the hobbits when they try and help him. In the first version, this is when Merry offers Saruman some pipeweed, Saruman says, "Mine, yes, and dearly paid for," said Saruman, clutching at the pouch. And then suddenly he seemed touched. "Well, I thank you," he said. "You do not crow, and your kind looks maybe are not feigned. You seem an honest fellow, and maybe you did not come to crow over me. I'll tell you something. When you come to the Shire, beware of Cosimo, and make haste, or you may go short of leaf." "Thank you," said Merry, "and if you get tired of wandering in the wild, come to the Shire." So the first conception of Saruman is that he is kind of redeemed or beaten. And he, in the first version, huge spoilers for episode 100, Saruman isn't Sharky. Saruman isn't causing, and he's nothing to do with the Scouring of the Shire in the first version. He enters later. And I don't know, what do you think of that? Is that good?
I read, because I said at the start of the stream, I was looking into Grima, and I can't remember where I read it, but yeah, I remember reading a short passage which was saying originally that it was insinuated that Saruman was going to repent for his bad deeds and sort of spend the rest of his life trying to earn his way back into the good book, so to speak, of Gandalf and the other big dogs. But then, he changed his mind, and he decided to make him still a git and scoured the Shire.
What's better? Do you know? Because it's so spiteful, isn't it? I know this is more Saruman than Grima, but it's the fact that he goes back and ruins the Shire is sheer spite. It's evil on a... the grasp for power at Orthanc and trying to take over the world is a different thing. Where he's just trying to get power. He's not trying to get power here. He's trying to it's vengeance, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the fact that he was able to do what he did, and I mean, because in the movies, I think when you watch the movies, it's only when you read into it a little bit more. In the movies kind of portrays that Saruman and Sauron were of the same mindset, and it wasn't like Saruman was trying to get the ring for himself, right? He wanted to be in, he didn't want Sauron to have the ring.
Yeah, certainly in the book, he's was it Treebeard says he's trying to become a power. He's trying to play both sides.
Yeah,
his idea is to kind of. And I was just trying to think in the film, is he not doing that?
I don't think.
Maybe there isn't a bit. Maybe it's a kind of double cross too far, and they don't make that clear. Yeah. Because isn't there a I think in the very first in the Council, I don't know if I'll be able to find this now. Council of Elrond section where Gandalf tells his story. There's another bit of Saruman's speech. Yeah, here we go. So this is Saruman at Orthanc trying to convince Gandalf. I don't know if this is the right bit. Sorry. He says, "This wise counsel does not commend itself to you, not yet. Not if some better way can be contrived. He came and laid his long hand on my arm, and why not, Gandalf, he whispered, why not the ruling ring? If we could command that, then the power would pass to us. That is, in truth, why I brought you here, for I have many eyes in my service, and I believe that you know where this precious thing now lies. Or why do the Nine ask for the Shire, and what is your business there?"
Because that's the thing. He was trying to manipulate everyone. He was playing everyone off against each other. He was playing Gandalf off. He was like saying, "Yeah, come join me. We'll do this, that, and the other." He was letting on to Sauron that he was with him, and he was, building the army to kind of aid Sauron, when in fact he was using the benefits that he got from that deceit to strengthen his own hand and try and find the ring before the Wraiths did.
Yeah, definitely in the book he's trying to do that. But yeah, you might be right. Maybe they don't go that far in the film. Maybe he doesn't. Just trying to think. I think you are right. I don't think he says anything like, we could take it.
In the films, I think in the conversation with Gandalf at Orthanc, he kind of makes out like you may as well join Sauron because
it would be wise.
He can't be beaten. Basically, it's a foregone conclusion type thing.
We must join with him.
Yeah.
Gandalf. We might have talked about this before. It's one of my every time I watch it for the last 20 years. I can't. You can see the moment it dawns on Gandalf, and it's far too late. Saruman is proper creepy to him for a long time, and then he goes, "They will find the one who bears the ring and kill, or find the ring and kill the one who bears it." And then Gandalf goes, "Oh, Frodo." So he doesn't know Saruman's a villain. And he goes, "Frodo," and he turns around and Saruman slams a door. And then he turns around to another door, and Saruman slams that. And then he turns to another one, and he slams the third door, and Gandalf's still like, And then he says, and then Saruman says something like, "We must join with him, Gandalf." And you see Gandalf, you see him realise, he goes, "Oh," it's like, no, not "oh." When he slammed the first door, mate, that was "oh." That was the moment. That was the little giveaway. But yeah, so it's quite fun. You have this idea that Saruman at least there was repenting. I don't, to the best of my knowledge, and I haven't done a deep dive specifically for Saruman at the end, but I've read them, and I don't think there's any more than that in terms of his repentance. Because I think after that he then takes on the role in the Scaring of the Shire, so obviously he isn't repenting. But at that point as well, he's still called Franna. So if you imagine that's Tolkien getting to what the almost penultimate chapter of the book, and he's still calling him Franna. Grima was a change very, very late on, like Trotter was. Like Strider, Trotter only becomes Strider when the whole book's finished.
Plonker.
Absolutely, which is a bit mad. But so there was that kind of nice idea there. And then actually, when he comes to write the Scaring Shire, it's very, very, very similar to the finished version.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to. I wanted to, and I got a bit of a test for you. Got two bits from the final book. One was a classic line from Grima from the film. So I'm going to read you this.
Yeah.
But it's not said by Grima in the book. Okay.
Yep.
And so you've got to tell me who says this in the book. And by all means, we'll catch up in a bit. But if you want to have a guess in the chat, stick your guesses. You ready?
Yep.
But who knows what she spoke to the darkness? They're talking about Éowyn, all right? But who knows what she spoke to the darkness, alone in the bitter watches of the night, when all her life seemed shrinking, and the walls of her bower closing in about her, a hutch to trammel some wild thing in. So who actually, that's Grima talking about Éomer in the film. Who says that in the book?
Who says it in the book?
About Éowyn. Get your comments in the chat.
I don't
Sounds
know.
creepy as sin, huh?
It does sound very creepy.
It's almost word for word what he says in the film as well.
Gandalf.
It is Gandalf! Good work from Stephen Crow. I swear to God, if someone's just written Gandalf in the chat and you've looked up at the screen.
Oh, I'm not bloody looking.
Gandalf. Yeah, it's Gandalf in the Houses of Healing. Can you imagine going, God, Gandalf, we've won. Cheer up, mate. Like, that's a bit much, isn't it? But he's talking about Wormtongue, so here's the full bit. So this is Gandalf saying, I think it's when Éomer's saying, what's she doing here? Yeah, I like this. So this is Éomer talking to Aragorn. I marvel that you should ask me, Lord, he answered, for I hold you blameless in the matter as in all else. Yeah. I knew not that Éowyn, my sister, was touched by any frost until she first looked on you. It's a bit of sass, isn't it? Care and dread she had and shared with me in the days of Wormtongue and the king's bewitchment, and she tended the king in growing fear, but that did not bring her to this pass. My friend, said Gandalf, you had horses and deeds of arms and the free fields, but she, born in the body of a maid, had a spirit and courage at least the match of yours, yet she was doomed to wait upon an old man whom she loved as a father. This is what Theoden says to her in the film. Yet watch him falling into a mean, dishonoured dotage, and her part seemed to her more ignoble than that of the staff he leaned on. Think you that Wormtongue had poison only for Theoden's ears? And this is a quote, Dotard, what is the house of ale but a thatched barn where brigands drink in the reek and their brats roll on the floor among their dogs? Have you not heard those words before? Saruman spoke them, the teacher of Wormtongue, though I do not doubt that Wormtongue at home wraps their meaning in terms more cunning. My lord, if your sister's love for you and her will still bent her to her duty had not restrained her lips, you might have heard even such things as these escape them. But who knows what she spoke to the darkness, alone in the bitter watches of the night, when all her life seemed shrinking, and the walls of her bower closing in around her, a hutch to trammel some wide thing in. And what I love about that is when you then change the context of it, it's very, very sympathetic. It's this sympathetic ideas of being on her own and not knowing, as opposed to the kind of creepy threat that Grima puts to her. Then Éomer was silent. So yeah, that was a fun little bit. And so I thought the last thing we'd talk about on our Grima deep dive is the end of Grima. And it is from as I said, it's very, very similar in the draft. So I'm just going to read the final bit from the Scaring of the Shire. This is the final page of the Scaring of the Shire. Wormtongue halted and looked back at him, half prepared to stay. Saruman turned. I should probably give you a bit of context. Wormtongue, called Frodo, you need not follow him. I know of no evil you have done to me. You can have rest and food here for a while until you are stronger and can go your own ways. Wormtongue halted and looked back at him, half prepared to stay. Saruman turned. No evil, he cackled. Oh no, even when he sneaks out at night, it is only to look at the stars. But did I hear someone ask where poor Lotho is hiding? You know, don't you, Worm? Will you tell them? Wormtongue cowered down and whimpered. No. Then I will, said Saruman. Worm killed your chief, poor little fellow, your nice little boss. Didn't you, Worm? Stabbed him in his sleep, I believe. Buried him, I hope. Though Worm has been very hungry lately. No, Worm is not really nice. You had better leave him to me. A look of wild hatred came into Wormtongue's red eyes. You told me to. You made me do it, he hissed. Saruman laughed. You do what Sharky says always, don't you, Worm? Well, now he says follow. He kicked Wormtongue in the face as he grovelled and turned and made off. But at that, something snapped. Suddenly, Wormtongue rose up, drawing a hidden knife, and then with a snarl like a dog, he sprang on Saruman's back, jerked his head back, cut his throat, and with a yell ran off down the lane. Before Frodo could recover or speak a word, 3 hobbit bows twanged, and Wormtongue fell dead.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the cheeriest, did he? He probably eats him.
Yeah.
He probably eats him, and he doesn't deny it, does he?
I don't think there's a probably about it, my friend.
I hate him. He ate Lotho, Sackville, Baggins. They just... Can you kill Lotho? Yeah. Will you eat him? No. Probably not. I mean, we talk about the subjugation of him as like he's just completely. He's like Reek in Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
He's like a proper dog for Saruman, and he kind of gets his redemption at the end. Then he snaps and kills him.
Yeah.
Does what the hobbits wouldn't, and rids the world of Saruman.
Broke him down, hasn't he?
Is he? What do we think? Where are you on Grima? Is he misunderstood?
I don't think he's misunderstood. I think he's obviously got that in him, but I think the character he's created was manipulated to the point of being what he ended up being. In the bits that I was reading in the week, there was a lot of it saying like he was a man of Rohan.
Mm-hmm. As Theoden says to him, "You're once a man of Rohan, come down."
Yeah, he was quite intelligent apparently. From I don't know where this source is, but that's how he got his seat next to Theoden, and he was a very good servant to Rohan until he was tempted by Saruman with promises of wealth and Éowyn.
I think Éowyn is Éowyn the deal breaker?
Yeah.
More than the treasure.
Yeah. Well, apparently, yeah, he was nicking stuff out of because I don't know if it's in any of the books that you've got there, and I don't know again where the sources are from. It's just when you Google Grima stuff that comes up. But apparently, in Orthanc, whoever went in afterwards, his quarters in a trunk with loads of heirlooms, Rohan heirlooms from the House of Meduseld.
I think you might be confusing two things there. There's when Aragorn and I think it's Gimli goes into Orthanc, they find loads of stuff that Saruman had, and it's the chain from the ring of Isildur, and it's the first crown.
Oh yeah. There's that, but
when they save Theoden and they go to Grima's quarters, they find loads of stuff he's nicked.
Yeah.
It's they go to get Theoden's sword back from Grima's quarters. I think it's Harmer. Yeah. And he goes, we found your sword in his quarters, and we found there also, I think the line is something like a lot of things that other people had missed.
There was a famous horn and something else from what I read. But yeah, I think he was just, over time, that the carrot that Saruman dangled in front of him of promises of importance and power just turned him, and then he was consumed by it, and yeah. It was like the sort of what you'd look up in the dictionary for human flaw is what Grima was.
I think you think he's all right, and he just made that kind of bad choice after bad choice.
I think he made a few bad choices.
Once you're in there, you can't get out.
Yeah. I mean, eating hobbits is a step too far, but I think he was gone. And it's similar to how Gollum was manipulated by the ring, and that he.
And by that point, he's not a man.
Yeah, he's not the person that he was. He's something totally different. He's something that Saruman had created. But then there was that little flicker of what he was.
Well, you see that in the film. There's an all made of when he goes out. He goes out onto the balcony. There's another bit that's like it's awesome in the film. But if you think about it, when he's going, but sir, we'd need an army in the thousands to storm the keep. And he goes, tens of thousands. But there is no such army. Orthanc's not very big. Right, what do they do when they're not having their chats, right? 10,000 Uruk-hai have gradually filled up that field.
It's like, did you not ride past them on the way in?
Yeah. Like, Saruman's going, Grima, I'm planning something special for this afternoon. What I want you to do is, if you stay on the south side of Orthanc, just please don't look out the window. Why can't I look out the window? Just please don't look out the windows at any point. What's that loud chanting? Don't worry about the chanting. It's just very important. Don't look out the south side until I say. Okay, it's like a big surprise for you. Please don't look out the south side. Yeah? It's the only thing that makes any sense. Like I say, look, I've got your cake in the fridge. Don't open the fridge. You know it's there, but please, it'll ruin the surprise. It's the only way you could have done it. You can't sneak 10,000 Uruk-hai outside a window of the room you're in. And they're chanting, Ashnog, Ashno, Ashnog.
It's as if they just start as soon as he walks out onto the balcony. Or he might have double glazing.
If I remember, when Grima comes out, Ashnog, Shmugdagul, Ashnog, Vugdagul. But anyway, there's the point there where they go out and Saruman goes, oh, power is rising. It's all very kind of Nuremberg, isn't it? And he cries, doesn't he?
Yeah.
When Grima sees it, he cries and there's a tear. And what does that mean? Is it regret?
Is it regret? Is it... Yeah.
Is that him going, I'm out of my depth here. I didn't think we were going to be destroying a nation.
Yeah.
I thought we were trying to get rid of a king I don't really like, and I was going to get a girlfriend.
Or did it bring him to tears for the opposite of that?
Well, because he's happy.
Not happy, but...
Yeah.
You know.
I think it's Brad Dourif. He's amazing. You know, I think it's a relatively small part, and I think he did brilliantly enough. He's an awesome actor, but he looks sad, right? He doesn't look happy about it.
He always looks bloody sad, though, doesn't he?
But then after that, I think every point after that, you know, when he's in the Golden Hall of Medicine, he's in his element, right? He's doing his thing. He's all being a bit sassy and all that. But after that moment, I think the next time you see Grima might be on the balcony when the Ents storm it, and then it's on the top of Orthanc, which is ultimately where he dies. And he never looks on board at all after that, does he? It's like he almost stops in the film. He stops being a villain at that point.
Well, he's constantly being belittled, isn't he, by Saruman? It's like Saruman, by that stage, Grima's, you know, he's done what Saruman wanted him to do. He's kind of useless at that stage. He was the guy that was whispering in Theoden's ear, and whatever the words were, whether that was a spell that Saruman had told him to say these words to get the power over him or whatever. That was done. That was done and dusted. So by the time he'd fled and gone back to Orthanc, what was his role? Like, maybe he kind of realised that he did just get used. And
I think in the film, when he sees the army, I think he stops being a villain. I think when that happens, I think he goes, "Oh God, what have I done?
Oh God, I could eat a hobbit."
He doesn't. In the film, he does eat a hobbit, right?
He doesn't not eat a hobbit.
Yeah, we don't know he doesn't eat a hobbit. I don't think he's ever with at hobbits to get the chance to eat them. But that's always been my take on it, and then that's what makes him, you know, right from the start. If you remember on the top of Orthanc at the start of Return of the King Ascended, he kind of comes out immediately and he's like looking down for Theoden. There's not a bit where he's on Saruman's side on that scene at the top. He's kind of looking down and goes, "What?" And then Theoden's going, come down, you want some out of Rohan. And then I can't remember what he says no to something. I can't remember what Saruman says, but Bermtal says no, and he goes, "Get down, dog," and he hits him.
Yeah.
And I think that's basically it. I think maybe, I know it might sound mad, but I think maybe he doesn't have any lines from that point where he sees him on the balcony. I think maybe his only line might be like no, until he then stabs him in the back.
Yeah, because he kind of, when he's saying that to him, like when they're saying "come down," he's kind of like.
I don't think he talks there, does he? I don't think.
No, but you can see it that he sees that.
He wants to go down.
Yeah, you can see that the redemption could be there, and it's a bit of a lifeline, and you can see what like Peter Jackson did in the movies compared to the book, where, like you said, at the side of the road where Saruman belittles him, he kind of does the same. He kind of does that.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does it there. Yeah. And then he does
and instead of the Hobbit archers killing him, it's
he does everyone a favour, kills Saruman, and Legolas shoots him for it. Yeah. I was on your side,
bastard.
That's the only decent thing I did.
I didn't even eat the Hobbit.
Yeah. And of course, in the theatrical editions, presumably Grima and Saruman just live happily ever after in Orthanc.
Yeah.
Amen. So there we go.
Good chat, man.
Thanks. It's good, isn't it? As I said, he's an interesting little character in there. I think Brad Dourif did really, really well with a small character, and I think the filmmakers do really well to give him those few extra scenes of Saruman to just give him a little more time. There we go.
What question before you move on?
Yeah.
Grima's face.
Yep.
What base flesh?
Do you know what I went with? Because I'm feeling a bit wacky with the old Battle Games Middle Earth, and I was following this painting guide that we'll get to. I did use that for his stuff, but they suggest that you actually mix up a paint sand. So they say elf flesh with white, with pink, with grey.
Jesus.
So they kind of mix it up. But it's quite fun that they say you need to make a whole new colour for this guy. But I decided to be a bit wacky, and I went with rotting flesh. It's a classic Citadel colour. So I don't know if you're seeing that. It's a kind of greeny cream. And more on the yellow side, more on the beige side than like Nurgling green. But I just went with that, and then I washed it with a mix of Drakenhof Nightshade and Raycon Flesh Shade. So I basically washed it with purple.
Yeah.
And then I've started highlighting it up from there, and I don't know how well it will come. And he's not finished, but I'm in that sort of area with him.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah. Bit dark, but yeah.
Was that where it was? How's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit better, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So he's got a kind of green hue. So I'm messing around with that a bit to just try and use some kind of purples and blues and a slightly greenish skin colour to just make everything feel a bit off. I thought if you're ever going to experiment a bit, it feels like kind of painting a zombie. Poor old Grima.
Yeah.
Poor old Grima.
It's a sad tale.
It is.
I just think he was led astray, wasn't he?
Made some mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly pro Grima for a character who eats a hobbit. Do you want to jump in the chat and I'll do a bit of painting before we go into the magazine?
I'll just get these bits of brown on.
All right. Well, I'll go and see where we were and see if I can catch up. Oh no!
Right.
I'm sure they'll be all over it, but the hot girls and boys are back.
Oh, God.
Let me try and report that. Pornography. You don't want that.
Hot boys, hot girls.
Boys, hot girls. We just keep removing. Jesus Christ. That wasn't as bad as last time. Thank you very much. I'm sure they'll be disappointed that you didn't scare the crap out of me like last time. Thanks, darling.
Talking about being scared of crap, my mum's downstairs, so don't set the alarm.
Should I scare her, or I don't want to be scared by her? All right.
Be scared by her.
I'll try my best. No, with you. Sorry. I don't know. Cheers. She's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Oh, there we go. Comes to there. Under the desk. In paint. Here we go. Jill Munro says been painted 10mm dwarfs. Other than 4 minis, don't have any SBG to paint. Is that War Master, Jill? That'd be cool. I'd love to meet some War Master. Scott Newman finished Green Rock now, just waiting for his base to dry, working on his chick now. I should also say, actually, probably before we do the magazine, before we look through the magazine, we'll do the patron magazine draw. So this is your last chance if there's any patrons out there who would like to be in. You what?
Final call.
Yeah, final call. Any patrons out there who haven't yet said yes, please put me in the draw. Drop it in the chat now, and then we'll do the draw once we catch up on this chat to win 8 issues of Battle Games in Middle Earth for the next few streams. Yeah, Scott Newman's been busy with Rohan Horses and Army of the Dead. Michael Curtis, I've been reading The Nature of Middle Earth instead of Paint this week. I haven't picked that up. It's the new one. I haven't picked it up. Seen some interesting reviews of it, but I'd be curious to get into it. Larry Miller, is he the only dark-haired Rohirrim we see in the movies? Well,
is his hair colour mentioned in there?
No, I don't believe so. Not in the book.
So in the books, we'd assume he's straw hair.
You probably see a lot of dark-haired like Rohan guys, don't you? Isn't it? They're obviously the straw heads. Is it not the House of Ale that's got the kind of blonde hair? Just trying to think. Hammer's like a redhead, isn't he?
Maybe.
Gambling is he dark hair?
He's got his red head, I think.
Yeah, don't know. Arjun is saying, how is The Nature of the Earth? Is the book any good? Michael Curtis says it's good, but on the scholarly side can be a little dense. Nathan says the change from book to film felt quite significant, but worked out well. Don't know if you just mean for Grima on that, but I kind of agree. Arjun is saying we'll put it off and pick it up around Christmas. Nathan says the book Grima felt more devious, but also not initially malicious. Film Grima was entirely devious and malicious. Michael Haskell says heavy-lidded eyes comes across to me as lizard-like, cold, still calculating. Yeah, I think that's what I was getting at. I went to say snake-like, but then they don't have eyelids. So it's like, well, it can't possibly be that. But I think there's something like that. You're right. Nathan asks, you have to wonder about the lack of suspicion amongst the Rohan about his name, which screams evil. There we go. Geese van den Ain, sorry if I've butchered that, says, hey there, how's it going? It's going very well, thanks. Margaret says, Tolkien means well. Guys, sorry. Tolkien means worm as dragon. Tolkien's dragons have very influential voices. They do, and can influence and charm their listeners. The nickname comes because people think Grima has too much influence. It's spelled differently, though, isn't it? It's spelled differently to Tolkien's worms, I believe. But yeah, it could
Tolkien's worms with a Y?
Yeah, I think so. Pretty sure. I could certainly. I can't hop to the Hobbit. It's downstairs. How distressing. It's mentioned, the Hobbits is mentioned right at the start, isn't it? Is there any chance that there's worms in the... There appears to be no worm in the index of Lord of the Rings. Oh, that's place names. It doesn't mean anything, but there's no worm in the index of Lord of the Rings with either spelling apart from worm tongue. But yeah, you might be well right there, Michael. Max Mann says, hello, I'm here to apply for the role of trusted advisor. My name? Amazing what Joe Holsworth says, amazing what a bit of fresh air will do, almost as good as a wet paper towel. That's what I did. You know what he should have done? He should have given him one of those hot towels you get at the end of a curry.
Yeah.
That would have sorted him right out.
The one that no one knows whether it's for your face or your hands.
Face, obviously face.
I'm gonna come off the earphone, so I'm not gonna be here for a minute.
Okay. Larry Miller says, I always just saw it as a nickname, like the sort of things people say about generally dislike politicians in real life. Yeah, I agree, and I think you're right. I think that's what Gandalf says, who all except you call the worm tongue. But I'm just surprised they can get away with it. For Nathan says, perfect Joe, cold compress for everything. Larry says, Gandalf should have given him a Snickers. You're not yourself there. So Holzman, for Nathan, it's basically all I do for first day of school. If it's really bad, or the child is particularly upset, we might crack out an ice pack. Dwayne Grudgeman says, a Palantir, not the... I'm not sure which part that's in reference to. I think you're saying there's more than one, indeed. I don't know, Dwayne, but you might have missed that was the name of the YouTube show. So the YouTube show was called The Palantir, and that's hence the... Larry Miller says, the Palantir he threw, was it one of those solid glass ones or the hollow ones? That is a deep dive into the prizes of Seven Stones over the years. They were originally hollow. The prizes were originally hollow. You might know this. I don't think you've got one, though. Larry just said the Palantir he threw was one of the solid glass ones or one of the hollow ones. And I don't know, have you got a Palantir from Seven Stones? Do you have one? The original ones were hollow.
Yeah.
They were glass, but they were still hollow. Whereas now they're solid glass. So that is some deep dive from Larry Miller. Who, Larry, have you got 2? I feel like Larry Miller might have 2 because I feel like he won the most heroic act and won most sporting one year, I think. So maybe he's got one of each. And Larry says, and what did he win it for? Guy says, hashtag, Steve, could you show us your process on the model?
It's not a lot because I've not been painting Grima.
I think he said process. So I think he means painting guide rather than progress, but it could be a typo for progress.
I put so the picture's not going to come through. Basically, he's just black at the moment, but he's got a hint of blue. I've done what Damian said. I've done like a hint of blue over the black. I'm now just putting some flesh on, and then I'm going to start just coming up from the black. But I've been painting Rohan Roga. I've been doing some more on these guys.
Very cool. At least you got on the paint and handle there.
Yeah, I'm going to get paint on him today.
Larry Miller says he was going to be redeemed, but that was before he'd learned he'd been cut from the last movie. Frederick Schultz says, I presume this is before our discussion. Did Worm eat Lotho? Discuss. And we think, yes. I'd interesting to stand against the might of Sauron and Saruman and the union of the 2 towers. Together, my lord Sauron, we shall rule this Middle Earth. The films made it seem like they were together. I agree. Dale Groves, good evening all. Hope everyone's well. We're very well, Dale. Good to have you with us. Still 50 of you with us. Marvellous to see you all. Joe Holzman, yeah, I think the films made it seem like he joined Sauron almost out of despair. Sauron's victory was inevitable. Yeah, I like that. It's almost it's the lack of courage of Saruman, isn't it? It's
back in the winning side.
Yeah, in the film, it's not
City fans.
In the film, it's not necessarily being bad at heart. It's just wanting to look after yourself.
Yeah.
It's saying, I don't see any way he can win if it's oppose and die or join and survive. And I think we'd all like to say it's one of the big fundamental, moral quandaries. I think of that is it's like the same with your friends, isn't it? Do you stick up? Do you argue against your friends, or do you stay quiet and all that sort of thing? But
well, how many times do you hear people go, "Oh, well, if I was there, I'd have said this"?
Yeah, of course you would. But it's that idea of like we'd all like to be Gandalf and fight, but probably, maybe, we might be more like Saruman.
Yeah.
I might go, do you know what? I'm not going to speak up at work to protect the people being treated like crap because it might then affect my job, which affects my mortgage, which affects my family, that kind of thing. Like you'd like to have the courage of convictions, but it's hard to know what we'd all do in that situation.
Yeah.
Tom Harrison, he'd be straight after Sauron. He wouldn't even think about it. He'd be like, it's a sensible choice.
Yeah, he'd have the penthouse.
He'd look at it as a scientist and go, nah, the odds are just with him. You got to go.
Statistically.
Statistically. Joe Holzman, however, the books and the appendices in particular make it clear his ultimate aim is to supplant Sauron. Absolutely, that's completely right. Trying to make his own ring and even locating Isildur's body. And there we go. Yeah, he talks about the ring and the jewel hidden in the north. That's such a cool bit in the end, where he finds his little ring. And then we start guessing who said those words. And so Larry's saying tree. We've got suggestions of Treebeard. Larry suggests Tariel. Michael says Aemar. And then Ashley says Gandalf. Correct. Tom Marshall says Gandalf. Scott Newman says Gandalf. Nathan says Gandalf. Correct. And then in comes webcamschat.com, Hot Boys and Girls video chat. So they're all and they're saying Gandalf, Hot Boys and Girls, Gandalf, Aemma, Gandalf. So Hot Boys and Girls, very excited. Harjinder Singh says, eating a dead body like a worm, charming fellow. Larry says, how did he lose his eyebrows? I don't know. There's a lot of fun stuff in the appendices.
Holding torches near the gunpowder, probably.
I think Brad Doris says a whole thing about every time he had to come back, he had to shave his eyebrows off, and his girlfriend hated it. So Nathan says, I'd betray most things for Eowyn. Joe Holzman and Larry and Nathan and Dale Groves, they're all excited that Hot Boys and Girls are back. Dale Groves webcams chats are the whispers of Saruman. Fredericks, oh no, Hot Girls and Boys are back. Ian Whitehouse, he raised them too high for hot boys and girls. Frederick Schultz, eating hobbits is a step too far. Great coach, put that on a mug. I feel like Grima would like hot girls and boys webcam chat. Frederick Schultz, maybe the 10,000 Uruks were hidden in the caverns and Grima wasn't allowed to go there, and they came out while he was inside of there. You can't. Frederick, sometimes I wonder if you've ever tried to sneak 10,000 people outside your house. You can't do that quietly and quickly. It must be like, what do you think the orcs were? Sir, shall we bring out the 10,000 Uruks now? Yeah, Grima's in the toilet. Bring out the 10,000 Urukai now. Dale Groves, he would blatantly have it on his second browser tab, Larry. I think that's Grima would have hot boys and girls on his second browser tab. Joe Holzman thinks he seems a sore. Joe Holzman out. We're crossing the streams. I only wanted to get my end away. This has gotten a bit out of hand. It's about Eowyn. Is that about Eowyn or is that about hot boys and girls? Joe Achille, love the deep dive. Always entertaining. I'm glad to hear it. Max Malice, I love the tier. It's like the realization of what he's done in his pursuit of power success, his breaking point. Joe Kelly says, I have to pop away for dinner as we have people over and I can't sit and watch the stream. If I win anything, not likely. My excitement will be relayed in the next stream. Good luck.
Julian's here, mate. No point.
We all want you to win, Joe. So Marshall, tear from the left eye first means pain and sorrow. Oh, this is interesting. I think we're doing some human psychology, biology stuff here. He says, tear from the left eye first means pain, sorrow, the right for laughter. Apparently it's difficult to make yourself cry from the left first. So it shows how good an actor he was. There you go. Joe Kelly, check email for a bonus pick. Joe, you wouldn't believe it. Your picks are in the whip thread already, mate. Smashed it. I will go back and have a look if there is a bonus one. Joe Holzman, don't forget to check the emails, Damian. Thanks, Joe. Frederick, you're meant to be stopping painting and like catching up with this. I feel like I have been done here. Don't feel I've been done. Bonus pick. Frederick Schultz. Oh God, I could just eat a hobbit. Even better quote. Joe says maybe just a small one. Nathan says I genuinely never noticed the tier before. Is that regret or the knowledge that Eowyn is unlikely to survive? Well, that's a thought, isn't it? Maybe he really does love her.
Nah.
Larry Miller said, I just watched the clips to see the tier, not noticed either. Frederick Shaw's guys, the span is back, clear up the chat. Benji's Hobbies is in. Hello, sir. Chat, it's Mr. Benjamin Bowles. Frederick Shaw says, hello, Benji's Hobbies. I'm just saying the hot boys and girls come back and Benji's right in straight away. He's like,
oh, he signed into the wrong one.
Yeah, maybe. You never see Benji in the chat at the same time as hot boys and girls do. Frederick Schultz, the hot boys and girls are back. Sounds like B-sign. Thea Nathan says, I love Damian's wife. Oh, thank you very much. I'm quite keen on her myself. Tom Marshall screams, hi, mother-in-law. Yeah, she's downstairs. Tom Marshall then says, calling a night chap's wifey-to-be is having her second hen do. Mate, Steve, maybe see you tomorrow. So I can bequeath some Mordor Uruks from my pile of shame to bear youth.
It's, I'll message you. Tomorrow is going to be tough. Let me know about Sunday. Sunday's a possibility. Tomorrow's going to be really tough. I've been dropped on all these kids' birthdays tomorrow. It's going to be hard.
Tom, I don't know how to tell you this. It sounds to me like, tomorrow. Let me call you. I'll call you. So I've seen him hurt people before. Harding the Singh, doesn't Grima intentionally tell Saruman of the women and children heading towards Helm's Deep for the Warg attack? That's a great point. But it's weird, he has a tear when he sees the Urukai. He says they will have women with them and children. I think Saruman does the creepiest eyebrow raise in the history of film. Ashley Fisher, I'm basing Grima's skin with Rakarth flesh as per the GW guide. Oh yeah, because they did a painted guide for the new kit, right?
Yeah. That's
a great starting point. I forgot about that. Joe Holzman, there have been a few entries for the mags in the patron chat since the stream started. That's a disaster. All right. I'll go looking for that in a minute. Steve, can you catch up? Lewis Woods is in. He says, evening all, how are we doing? Good to have you, sir. Larry Miller said, what YouTube show is that? Dan Colster is calling it. He's got a wedding to attend tomorrow. I'll catch up the remainder of the stream on Sunday. Brilliant evening chats. Many thanks. Not at all, Dan. Thomas Macklin says, I've got a Hollow Planet. Yeah, well, Tom, you won best theme with Baldwin at the first one? First or second one, I think.
Army of the Dead.
That would definitely have been Hollow.
Monthly basis.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
Larry Miller he's got the one for the Bill thing. Yeah, that was Bill coming second in the Arena of Champions. That's what we got.
I'll take over.
Oh yeah, got it.
Julian Hammond, Scathe the Worm is mentioned in the appendices, Rohan section. Sean Clark finished Grima. I love this match.
So he's put Worm.
Scathe the Worm.
This is about the spelling of worm. So does that mean, is that a typo? Does that mean it's spelled as worm? Worm. I didn't check worm.
Check Scathe.
Yeah, I've got nothing for worm in this. Scather. It's worm. Oh, it's with an O. That's interesting. It's with an O, so that would mean that if that's how Tolkien's spelling it, then it could be worm tongue is like dragon tongue, as in like manipulator. Read any of the early day stuff, and he's got extremely powerful voices. Poor old Turin.
Excuse me.
956. Where's this Scather the Worm business? Oh, there we go. This is an heirloom of our house, said Eowyn. It was made by the dwarfs and came from the hoard of Scather the Worm. Eorl the Young brought it from the north. He that blows it at need. It's the horn that they give to Merry. So that's worm as in worm tongue. And then 1039. Is it going to be the Tale of Years, maybe? Is that what that is? Appendix A. Oh, so yeah, this is the Rohan section. This is what, was it Joe that was saying it? Julian. Scath the Wales. There we go. Of his son, Frumgar, they say, was the name of the chieftain who led his people to Aethiad. Of his son, Fram, they tell that he slew Scatha, the great dragon of Ered Mithrin, and the land had peace from the long worms. And there's another use of worms there with an O. Thus Fram won great wealth, but was at feud with the dwarfs who claimed the hoard of Scatha. Fram would not yield them a penny and sent to them instead the teeth of Scatha made into a necklace, saying, jewels such as these you will not match in your treasuries, for they are hard to come by. Ooh, sassy. So yeah, it looks like Tolkien spells worms with an O, so worm tongue could indeed be a reference to naughty dragon tongue, which is cool. I like that.
Yeah, cool. Jill says, not particularly for War Master, just for a fun, cheap painting project. Pick them up whenever I don't know what to paint. That was the dwarves. Larry says, looks like in hindsight it was a good idea not to leave Sauron to him. I think he'd be more like Radagast. Hot Boys and Girls, put on a mug, says Al. Joe Holzman says, despair was also a big theme for Tolkien. The greatest weapon of the Nazgul in the books was instilling despair, not fear. Stephen Ryan says, even though not able to join the stream this week, I was travelled to York for a wedding and have to have an early night before best man duties. Hope it's a great stream. Good luck tomorrow, man.
Good luck for the speech. They all want to laugh. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Joe Osman says, I'm just going to finish these browns. Oh no, the green's open. My brush has fallen in. You can cook. This week we'll be cooking and eating a hobbit. I think it's a tear of proudness, says Alexander. He's overwhelmed with power, with the feeling of power and victory. Could be.
That's a harsh reading of the text. Poor Grima, but maybe.
Joe Holzman retracted 2 messages, and Nathan says, congratulations, Dan, you wouldn't have told us. Joe Holzman says, third try, I assume Skada the Worm, he said Worm again, was a fire drake of the north. And that, my friend, is the chat. Shall we dive into the Facebook, or do you want to do the draw? I'm
currently just catching up on our Patreon chat to see the other people that had said they want to go in the draw. Okay. I've got a couple. Yeah, there's a couple more. So I'm up to date on that now. Marvellous. We did say that was our call. Should we do the magazine draw?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 people in the draw. 26 are lovely, lovely patrons who have a chance of winning the 8 copies of Battle Games in Middle-earth, courtesy of Mr. Thomas Sherlock. Thank you so much, Thomas. I will say in this as well, we've got a very important thing. Julian Hammond, who wins all our competitions, said that he didn't want the magazines. He's got them or whatever, so he didn't need them. So Gary Cassar was the very savvy person who said, can I be Julian Hammond in the draw? Okay? So
brains as well as beauty.
Hammond is in this draw, but for tonight's performance, he's being played by Gary Cassar.
For one night only.
Yeah, and I like that idea.
Night only, one night
I think Gary's been very clever.
Yeah, I do.
You know, by taking on the Julian Hammond persona, he's guaranteed himself the win. So, Steve, what do you want to do for this? We got 26.
Uh-huh.
We could have 2 finalists because we like it. We like a roll off for a competition, right?
Let's have a roll off.
So are you happy with 2, or we could do?
Let's do 2. Let's do 2.
Yeah, just 2 finalists.
Yeah,
okay.
We don't want to, we don't want this to become tiresome. And we've got another one at the end of this week.
Well, that one's the one that's got to become tiresome. So I need something. I need a D13 plus. Oh, this one looks perfect. I've got a D16. Let's go with that.
Yep.
So we're going to re-roll 14s, 15s, or 16s. Yeah.
Yep.
So there we go.
Yep.
I'm gonna put this bad boy on the side because he's not up for grabs just yet. This is to win the magazines, courtesy of Tom Sherlock. So in our first finalist, this is 1 to 13, right?
Yep.
I should probably count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So in order: George Galloway, Scott Newman, Dan Maskell, Sophie, Nathan T, Callum Rutter, Dan Slob, Nikita Gregowicz, Jen Zelmo, Sam Page, Joshua Bryant, Sean Clark, Nick Evans. Sorry if I have missed anyone. I've done my best over the day. So 1 to 13 gets you into the final. 14, 15, 16 is a reroll. Are we ready?
Yeah, yep. Let's go for it.
It's a 4. Can we see that? Happy with that?
Yeah.
Oh, she's in the one competition she's allowed to be in. Can you see? That is Sophie. Sophie has made it into the final. Outstanding work. Oh, unbelievable scenes. And then so our second 13 are Patrick Samuelson, Jill Munro, Julian Hammond, Ian Whitehouse, Andrew Pennington, Max Malice, Johnny Wright, Larry Miller, Joe Achille, Frederick Schultz, Mark Greentree, Josh Crosby, or Alistair Van Duzer. Okay. So the role we're waiting out for, Julian Hammond, played by Gary Cassar, is the number 3.
Okay.
Are we ready? Are we ready?
Let's do it.
Oh, that's disappointing. It's an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's got to be the real 8. Hammond.
You wouldn't believe who it is. It's someone. It's a regular. It's someone who talked this very day about how he hasn't won anything.
Go on.
It's Larry Miller.
Oh.
Larry Miller has made it into the final. That is some B-time royalty. Yeah. So hopefully you see that. You're counting down from 13 to 8 with Larry Miller. Yep. So those are our 2 finalists, Steve.
Okay.
What do you reckon? How are we deciding this?
I think standard, mate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 4, 5.
So should we use this week's prize, black dice?
Yep. Use black dice. Sophie was drawn first, so 1, 2, 3.
So Sophie's going to win. And what is it? First 2?
Best of 3. So no, let's do first to 3.
First to 3. I love it, Steve. All right, ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Could it be another triple 1? What do you think? Oh, it's a point, Larry. Larry, we've been here before.
He took his socks off.
This was Joe Achille. We all remember Joe Achille. 2-0 up, triple 1.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Ready?
Yep.
Oh, it's 1-1.
It's 1-1. It's 1-1.
B-sign 6.
Ooh, rarely seen.
Often seen. What's going on there? Why would you ruin my focus at this crucial juncture? It's 2-1 to Larry. So a 4+ here will win it for Larry. Will win the magazines for Larry. I think Larry's owed a prize, but then Sophie's owed a prize. Oh, it's tough.
It's difficult.
We're going all the way.
Tension, sudden death.
So, Steve, call it. Who's winning?
Do you know what I think? Because we've had a 5 and a 6, which is rarely seen. I think the dice is going to go the other way on this. I think Larry's got it.
I think Larry's got it. I've never been more certain about it. I think I'm about to roll a 1 and Sophie's going to win.
Okay.
Oh, Sophie has won.
Congratulations, Sophie.
What a worthy winner. Given all she does for Battlestream, she can't normally enter because of the merchandise stuff. Well done.
Well done.
Sophie. You are the proud owner of the next 8 issues of Battle Games in Middle-earth with the models. How cool is that?
Commiserations to Larry.
Sorry, Larry, mate. You can still win a dice tonight. Who knows?
Yeah.
No, it's tough. It's tough. Oh, wondrous scenes. Magazine time?
Magazine time. Oh, do you want to do? Yeah. What we'll do, because it's 11:25. Let's do magazine.
Yep.
And then we'll jump back in the chat. And then this is your final chance now to get your whip photos in the thread, because we're not going to revisit it. We're going to do it in one hit. So yeah, let's do magazine. I don't have a copy.
I'm going to go for a wee. Why don't you catch up? Yeah,
I'll catch up with the chat. You go for a piddle. Carl Daly says finish Grima as well as a wraith and the asses of a troll and a fell beast. Larry says shave off your eyebrows and dress as Grima for the best man speech. Can you imagine? Hajinda says that I think there's some static coming from one of the mics. It's coming and going. I don't know. I've moved. So I'm going to do something and then tell me if it causes any static whilst I'm not talking. Let me know if anything happened when I did that. Frederick says on page 10 of the magazine there's a 2-hander orc with a spear, but the spear is upside down. Actually, not upside down, like the normal mini, test mini or conversion. I don't have the magazine. I left it in the studio. I brought the magazine with me to the studio on Monday when I was there, just to read up on it and do some homework. I ended up just fiddling about with cameras and stuff and didn't read it, and then left it in the studio. Absolute nightmare. I forgot all about it, and I realised it when I sat down this evening. I was like, where's the flipping magazine? Because I had it last week, and then remembered where it was. But Frederick says, go Larry. Lewis says, nice one, Larry. Sophie versus Larry. Clash of the Titans, says Joe. Nathan's team, Sophie. Larry says it's tense. And then it's congratulations to Sophie from Al Mullin, Jill Monroe. Best recipient. What's that? Says Nathan. We all owe her for setting up the B-side meet. We do. And loads more. She does a lot of stuff, Sophie. She's a little legend, she is, around these parts. Congrats, Sophie, says Frederick. Calamar, did Julian enter under Sophie's name because his was taken? Well thought, Sophie, says Larry. Damien's upset. It's freaking him out. Is he going to do it? No, he's not going to do it. Congrats, Sophie, says Scott. Congrats on the win, Sophie, says Luke J. I seen you were struggling there, mate. The urge was it nearly had you. Can't hear.
As well. How are we doing?
Good. We're all caught up with the chat.
Lovely.
So let's dive. Just a lot of congratulations to Sophie.
Unbelievable scenes there.
Frederick says on page 10 of the magazine there's a 2-handed orc with a spear, and the spear's upside down. So yeah. Right. I'm gonna, while you're in the mag then, I'm gonna keep painting, mate, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I love it. We'll find that. We'll save that for page 10. So indeed, here we go. Issue 38. Is that going to be a bit glaring? That might be a bit better. We've got issue 38.
Yep.
Grima week. He doesn't look well, does he?
No. He needs to get out in the sun.
It's not all right. That's what happens when you eat a hobbit. Through his agent Grima Wormtongue, Saruman weakens the kingdom of Rohan to prepare it for destruction. In this pack, we take a look at the extent of Grima's malice and treachery, and how ultimately it becomes his undoing. Do you have a little? This is a little blurb about Grima. Might be interesting. Hailing from the north of Rohan, Grima, who later became known as Wormtongue, tricked his way into the confidence of the Rohan royal court. Unknown to the Rohirrim, Wormtongue was secretly a spy of Saruman sent to undermine King Theoden's authority and weaken the forces of Rohan in preparation for Saruman's invasion. After Gandalf the White arrived at Edoras and freed Theoden from Saruman's trickery, Grima flew to Isengard, where his intimate knowledge of the Rohirrim allowed Saruman to devise weapons of war that would bring Theoden's forces to their knees.
Can I just interrupt? I found a fault with the new plastic Grima.
Oh.
So, you know, like his face is a separate piece of plastic to the hair.
Yeah.
Well, when you try and put a wash on his face, it doesn't stay on his face, it just seeps through the bloody hair. I've put 2 washes on and it's just disappeared. I was thinking, why has it just disappeared?
It's not something I've noticed. It's obviously glued in slightly differently, I guess.
It's annoying. I'll deal with it. I always do. You know what I mean?
It's very decent of you, Steve. So, yeah, there's a lovely quote there. How long has it been since Saruman's bought you? What was the promised price, Grima? A little bit of your sister, mate.
Yeah, that seedy look that he gives.
Grima Wormtongue.
Like you at the school disco.
Grima Wormtongue is King Theoden's treacherous advisor who uses his position to debilitate the king and will weaken the realm of Rohan. Here we look at how to use the evil servant of Saruman in your battle games. And so we've got his profile, which is slightly unusual these days, I think, to get the model and get the profile in the issue. So we thought it'd be fun to have a look at Grima's profile. So I'm not necessarily going to look at this one because it's one of the versions we'll look at, but Grima first appears, perhaps. I always like this game with Steve. Steve?
Yeah.
First publication to feature Grima.
It's featured Grima, Two Towers book.
Look at that. See, he's coming to play football.
Yeah, boy.
So he
Not
does.
to make friends, mate.
Bit of luck. So he does indeed. He gets a full page with a pretty cool picture of Braddorf.
Nice.
That's pretty nice. So in his first iteration, 25 points, fight 2, strength 3, defense 3, 1 attack, 1 wound, courage 3, no might, will, or fate. He has a dagger. He can be. Saruman has to be included in the army to have him.
Doesn't he count as unarmed though, as well, which is weird?
Not well. Let's give him time, Steve.
Okay. Sorry, apologies.
Regardless of the scenario you're playing, remember this is pre-war bans. Grima is always placed on the table once both sides have placed all their other models. He can be placed on either the evil side's deployment zone or the good side's deployment zone. Okay. So originally, he can be put in your half of the army. So long as Saruman is alive, no good model can shoot at or strike blows against Grima. Good models are allowed to charge Grima and fight, but will strike no blows if they win because they do not wish to kill him. And it says being good can be a pain sometimes, you see, which is quite cute. There's a bit of fluff in these rules. This restriction ceases to apply once should Saruman be slain. Once Saruman is slain, the depth of Grima's evil is revealed and Grima becomes an enemy who can be shot and fought in the same way as any other nominee model. We normally do this when we start the magazine, but by this point, please be using your comments to talk about Grima in the game. Do you use him? Do you like him? And all that sort of stuff. Grima always controlled by the evil player and is moved and fights when it is the evil side's turn to do so as usual. Although he can fight, he's not very good at it. He's far too sneaky and grovelly. And his chief power is his ability to debilitate enemy heroes by his endless whining, thereby spreading doubt and misery amongst his foes. Even the book doesn't like him. This is represented by reducing the effect of might. If a good hero is within 6 inches of Grima, then 2 might points must be expended to modify dice scores or use heroic abilities instead of 1. As can be readily imagined, this is a very powerful ability, and the good player must try to occupy Grima and prevent him from using his powers to sap the fighting power of good heroes. And then it then says, note. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready, mate.
For reasons impossible to fathom, Grima is always more effective if the evil player actually makes an effort to offer bad advice and make pessimistic forecasts of doom to his victims as he follows them about the battlefield. How cool is that?
That's cool.
Seems like an awful lot of fun to write that rule. One thing I want to kind of come back to in the future is all of that, everything I just said is just listed under special rules. There's no titles. It's like, this is how you use Grima. Everything in that is just special rules, all right? Mm-hmm. So hang on to that. He's then obviously in the Return of the King version of the game. He's exactly the same. There's no change to his profile. We then get the big blue rulebook. Say it every time, but it bears repeating. Cracking version of the game. 25 points, and he goes down to courage 2. So he drops a point of courage. He's armed with a dagger, and additional cost, he may have a horse. So he gets the chance to have a horse for the first time, which, I mean, who knows why that got added in after Snake King, but the only time he's ever on a horse is when he rides away from Edoras. So it was obviously in the Two Towers. It was in the Two Towers when the Return of the King came out, but he gets a horse in this version. Still needs Saruman. He can still be played in either control zone. As long as he's live, you can't shoot at him. That's exactly the same. It's the same wording. Being good can be a pain sometimes. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing, actually. It changes here. I forgot about this. So, in the first 2 versions of it, his rule stops working when it sees the restriction. So this is the idea that good models can't shoot him, or they can't strike blows against him. This restriction ceases to apply should Saruman be slain. Once Saruman is slain, the depth of Grima's evil is revealed. So the only thing that stops that rule working is Saruman dying. It's in this version, it's in the blue rulebook version, that it adds, it ceases to apply if Grima charges a good model or scores a wound with his dagger. So in the first 2 versions of the game, Grima's invincible. He can go around shanking good models, killing them, and they can't strike him back. So they obviously changed that for this version.
Solid profile.
Yeah. Once one of these conditions is met, the depth is yada. It's controlled by the evil players, moves and fights when the evil sides decide to do so. All the same, 2 might for any use of might. Very powerful ability, yada, and it's still got that note about the you should whisper to your enemy. Again, just says special rules, and everything under there is just listed as special rules. All of it. It's all put together as one. So that's the blue rulebook version. So no change so far, except he loses a point of courage, and crucially, he can't murder models.
Yeah.
And good models may not shoot at him or strike him. We then fast forward into the future, which is the Free People's Book. And the major difference between the game now is that we now have warbands. 25 points, exactly the same profile. Still need Saruman, still need... he can still have a horse, but now he's got a special rule called a traitor within. For the first time, his rule has a name. Traitor within. Before deployment begins, attach Grima to an enemy warband. When this warband is deployed and moves into the battlefield, you must immediately place Grima as if he was a member of the warband. So up to this point, you could put him in your own force if you wanted to. Yeah. You could have him in your own army where he's a bit safer. But it's from this version on that you put him in an enemy warband. Always controlled by the evil player, moves and fights, yada. So long as Saruman's alive, you can't shoot or strike blows against him, nor can they shoot if Grima is in the way of the shot. I used to use that a lot because I use Grima so much. Just putting Grima in the way of a nice good pro shot was a cracking tactic. Good models are allowed to charge Grima and fight by strike no blows if they win. Restriction names if Saruman is slain, if he charges a good model, or if he causes a wound with his dagger, he can choose not to strike blows again. And then he's got a different rule called Worm Tongue. If a good hero is within 6 inches of Grima, 2 might points must be expended to modify dice scores or use heroic actions instead of 1. So for the first time ever, they're split up into 2 different rules. And I don't necessarily know the reason, but one thing that jumps out is whenever Floy was introduced to the game, that he can turn on and off special rules. So this is possibly a decision based around something like that you can't turn off the way Grima works entirely. You can choose to either turn off his might thing or the fact you can't kill him.
Yeah.
They give you designated special rules that Floy might be able to turn off. I'm sure there's other considerations as well. But there you go. That's the change for that again. Exactly the same profile, but now he has to be with an enemy warband. And that, I think that's where that was published in 2012, and that's the era that I was using him to great effect. He was incredible in the game at that point. And then finally, we come bang up to date with the new version in Armies of Lord of the Rings. Still 25 points, still exactly the same profile. He still needs Saruman, still has a dagger, so he's never been unarmed.
I thought he was, I don't know why.
Then he now must be deployed in Saruman's warband if deployed as part of the Isengard force. So you get that option back. You haven't had that option for 6 years. You can now put him back in Saruman's warband. Alternatively, before deployment begins, you can attach him to an enemy warband, and then that's exactly the same as that.
Is there any circumstances where you wouldn't attach him to an enemy warband?
Well, yeah. I mean, let me finish this page, and then we'll talk about what we think about his profile. But yeah, I absolutely think so. If deployed as part of the enemy's army, no enemy model can shoot at or strike blows against Grima, nor can they shoot in the way. And then note that Grima can be targeted by magical powers. After all, it is Gandalf who roots out his wicked ways. That is the first time of any profile that we've read that it says that.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting is you could do it. You know, all the other ones, they say you can't strike blows against him or you can't shoot him. Certainly in the Blue Rulebook era and the Fallen Realms era, you could cast magic at him, but it just didn't say it in the profile. I think maybe they put it in the FAQ at the time.
Yeah.
But it didn't say it in the profile. And it said only Armies of the Lord of the Rings that clarifies it. Is it only Armies of the Lord of the Rings, or is there one other profile somewhere in the history of the game that mentions that? Hidden nature. This means that while Saruman is alive, Grima cannot be harmed in combat and cannot be targeted with shooting or magical spells that can inflict wounds. So Battle Games in Middle-earth got it right.
Trendsetter, mate.
That's the Two Towers version or the Return of the King version. And they put that little note in there that doesn't appear. They put that in there in 2003, 2004. It doesn't appear till 2018. Same restrictions about Grima, and then Wormtongue changes for the first time in the history of his profile. If an enemy hero model is within 6 inches of Grima, 2 might points must be expended to use heroic actions instead of 1. So his rule now only affects heroic actions and not any use of might. So that rule got a nerf in the new edition. And again, people might, if you're new to the game, you might not realise that, but it would have been like if Aragorn rolled a 4 to wound and White's turned into a 5, Grima would have made him use 2 might back in the day. So there we go. That's the history of Grima's profile. What do you think? What are your experiences of Grima?
I've never used him, and I think I've rarely played against him. So I'm very naive when it comes to Grima. Really naive. But it seems like a cool profile to me. Anything that makes your opponent use might with the littlest effort has got to be freaking awesome, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was my bread and butter. So when, in my competitive days, like 2013, 2014, 2015, I was using Isengard all the time. And he was in I'm pretty confident saying he was in every Isengard army I ever had. I always used to think that Saruman cost 195 points.
Yeah.
It's like you bought Saruman, you put him on a horse, and then you put Grima. You couldn't. He was a 25-point upgrade for Saruman that you couldn't not take. He was just too good.
Yeah.
And he won me games. There was no question of it. When you got it right and you got him near an Aragorn, if you played like the Fellowship of the Ring or something, it turns off Mighty Hero.
Yeah.
Because he can't use Mighty Hero. He has to use 2 might every time. So, if he wants to use Mighty Hero, he has to use it 3 times a game. Yeah. It stopped channeling. It was absolutely incredible. Now, the way you deal with Grima is you just put 3 guys around him. Mm-hmm. And that was all. If you charge him with 3 guys, in theory, he can never move.
Yeah.
And it was always like, I'm not saying he wasn't good, but I never liked that as a mechanic that You charge him with 3 guys, whether he wins or not, they back away, and the next turn he can't move because of their control zones.
Yeah.
And the way I always rationalise that is almost every time, if you were playing a half decent player and they did it, you were probably using 25 points of their army.
Yeah.
You know, as soon as you're playing a model that's 8, their warriors at 8 points each, Grima's tying up 24 points and you cost 25, so it's a fair exchange. But sometimes he would just, there was a lot of big heroes at that time, a lot of smaller armies. He was good against fell beasts. If someone just had a fell beast on its own, and if you could get him into a position where they couldn't put 3 guys on him,
yeah,
then he would win you games. There was a guy called Joe. It's not Joe Holzman. Joe Horsefall, I think it was, who was big in the scene in the early days. And he used to play this army called the Monster Mash. And it was terrifying, but it would just be like, he had the Goblin King and then trolls and a dragon and something. Yeah. And Grima used to wreck him because he couldn't trap him. So Grima would just follow these guys around and he turned a 3 might hero into a 1 might hero.
Yeah.
And he was absolutely incredible, and they could never touch him. He was absolutely brilliant. And as I said, even in those times where they kept him at the back of the table, it was an exchange that was worth it most of the time. Even if it wasn't worth it in that game, you were like, yeah, well, he'll win me the next game.
Yeah.
Recon, I played. I won't say who it was in this game. It was a great game. I remember playing Recon, and it was the old. Some games of Recon, you might never get a model off.
Yeah.
If you were playing an army of Grima, when you moved onto the board, what could you do with Grima? 3 inches on, 3 inches off, 1-0.
Yeah.
And 1-0 could win you that game. That could be like, well, if you don't get any models off now, I'm going to win. And in the old rule, that wasn't worth 1 model. I think that would be worth 3, wouldn't it? 3 VPs. But it would win you the game. You could get him if you could get him the objective, seize the prize. No one could touch him.
Yeah.
I used him at Nova to hold an objective at domination. Just put him on an objective. No one could do anything to him whatsoever. He'll stay there and hold that. He was absolutely brilliant. Absolute MVP for me so many times. In that edition of the game, the Saruman on horse and Grima combo was just terrifying, I think. So good. You said, now would there ever be a time where you wouldn't put in a warband? And I think yeah, because for all that stuff I said, if you're playing a half decent player, they'll just put 3 models around him. Yeah. So now what you now have this option which you didn't have in the Fallen Realms era. You've got this option of keeping him in your army.
Yeah.
Keeping him safe behind your line. And then trying to move him, treating him more like, I don't know, more like a shade or something, where he's not following around the heroes. You're just trying to, make sure that if he's here and then there's a battle line, and then your enemy hero, they're within 6 inches. The caveat to that is if you deploy him in your army, he can be shot at as normal. I think for the first time in the history of the game, if you choose to deploy him in Sauron's warband, he's just a normal even model and they can shoot at him. But against a decent player, I think I haven't used them really because I haven't tried to go competitively with Isengard in this edition. I still think you'd pick that, where he's going to be fairly safe between 3 or 4 in the ways, as opposed to being stuck on your opponent's table edge.
Yeah.
So that's a really nice new tactical option. That's a nice trade-off. Put him in your army, keep him safe, but he can be targeted by anyone. And then his rule took a nerf. So that it only affects heroic actions instead of affecting all might, which I think is fair. So I still think he's worth it because so much of your might goes on heroic actions, and it feels more thematic. It feels more thematic that as you're about to make a tactical maneuver, Grima kind of whispers, "Why don't you do this?" as opposed to as you're performing an extraordinary feat of strength, Grima talks you out of it or something.
Yeah, true.
I look forward to hearing what people think of him. He's also got a fabulous new rule against Theoden now. It's Theoden's rule rather than his, but Theoden's super common in the current version of the game. It's very, very good. and if he's within 6 inches of Grima, he turns into a cabbage. I can't remember what he does, but he goes down to like, is it like, oh, he'll be in here, won't he? He'll be in Armies of the Lord of the Rings, but it's just horrific. Such a great rule. The will of men is easily corrupted. If Grima Wormtongue is within 6 inches of Theoden, Theoden is reduced to fight 3 and 1 attack. He can't declare heroic actions and will not use will points. And that, I mean, that's tricky. Like if you're Rohan and you play that Isengard army, I don't know what I'd do. The part of me thinks that I would deploy him in the Rohan army, because if you then want to keep him away, you've got to keep 3 of your riders on Grima.
Yeah.
And that's suddenly, 48 points if they're Royal Guard, even more.
Yeah.
Or you keep him in your army and just hope all the Rohan bows and throwing spears don't hit him. But if I actually got to write, when the new edition launched, I got to write a tactics for Theoden. And I remember writing a bit about, on Warcom, I remember writing a bit about Grima, saying, if you play him, every single bow shot in your army has to go for Grima. If there's 7 in the ways, you've got to go for Grima. You've got to get rid of him, because he just turns Theoden into just a gibbering cabbage. It's just rubbish.
Well, with cav armies, like using 3, like you say, using 3 models to pin that one, it's huge with cav armies. Like numbers them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Massive.
So I mean, if I was going competitively, I would still absolutely include him. Because now you if you don't want to, he will never be trapped on a table edge anymore. Obviously, if you choose not to do that, you've got the risk that he's going to be shot at or something. But I think you keep him in your own army if that's going to happen, and you just keep him safe like you keep a banner safe or something. But then every now and again, you're going to play all hero Riders of Theoden. You're going to play Thorin's Company. You're going to play Fellowship, and he's going to walk along next to them and rinse them. Yeah. So I would still... Saruman's a bit more expensive now, but he's also a bit better. I would still think, whatever Saruman is now, is he 180 these days, I think, with the horse? $180 plus, so he's 190. So I still think Saruman costs 215 points. Because you just... I just wouldn't mind. There we go. That's Grima. I love him. My old Grima model. I meant to get him out, but my metal one. He's one of those armies. He's one of those models, along with my mounted Saruman, that's been to a tournament more than any other model with me.
Yeah.
So much. It's nice to be playing up a new version, but I'll always dearly love that. Not the sculpt, but just that physical little model that I have pissed so many people off over the years. And here's Grima. All right, Aragorn will use Mighty Hero. Will he? One from the store as well. Fair enough. Awful business, but it's cool. So there we go. There's Grima's profile, as I said. Let us know what you think about Grima. So yeah, we get that version of profile. It's the Two Towers or the Return of the King one, with that lovely added point that he can't be targeted by magic. We then get Assault on Orthanc. So this is this issue's scenario. And it's one of the cool ones because it's a 2-part battle report. So not only do we get the scenario, but we get the first sort of 4 turns, I think, of a battle report. And like I did last time, I think with the Osgiliath one, I've gone on ahead, spoilers. I've gone on to issue 39 and read it. So in total, you get a 16-page scenario and battle report. And it's really good. So this is a what-if scenario. When the heroes arrive in Edoras, they discover a kingdom on the brink of destruction and its king enthralled to the evil wizard Saruman. Acting swiftly, Gandalf releases Theoden from Saruman's spell, tells him to go outside, and urges him with support from Aragorn to fight back against the forces of Isengard. In this battle game, we look at what might have happened had Theoden decided to ride out and meet the threat of Saruman rather than retreat to the safety of Helm's Deep. With their search for the hobbits complete, Aragorn, Legolas and Gimli lend their support to the assault on Isengard. Gandalf had decided that Middle-earth has suffered Saruman's wickedness long enough and has vowed to remove him from power. This is a scenario where the forces of good basically attack Isengard, which is very, very cool. So the participants are like Theoden, Éomer, Gandalf, and 3 hunters. 12 warriors of Rohan, 6 riders of Rohan. Then evil gets Saruman, Grima, Grishnak, 3 Uruk captains, 20 Uruk High, 12 Mordor orcs. It's a big game. And that is your table. Can we see that?
Yeah.
You see what we got there at the back?
Bit of all thanks magic.
Bit of Orthanc, but we even spoilers, we won't learn how to make Orthanc in this issue, so we'll have to hang on to that. Do you recognise most of Orthanc?
I do recognise most of all.
What is it?
It's the massive tower.
I'm glad you used the word massive. That's exactly what it is. It is the massive tower from Helm's Deep. So Stephen Ryan, who certainly was in the chat, I hope you're getting excited because in a couple of streams, I know you made the massive tower, and I know you commented on quite how massive it was. But I think you're going to get to upgrade your massive tower in a future issue. Mm-hmm. But you can see you've got the kind of the industry stuff. You've got the wheels of Saruman, all that. All the good models deploy here. These are like the walls of Isengard here, and the good models have to basically kind of destroy these and get to Saruman. So it's 4x4 board. Saruman must start the game on the tower balcony with 4 Uruk bodyguards. The Orc models set up anywhere on the table, and then the Uruk High deploy in these corners as reinforcements to come rushing on. And the good forces deploy in that gap between the walls. The Uruk High forces are reinforcing the towers as the Rohan attackers taken Isengard's defenders by surprise. They can't move until the second turn of the game. You can go into Orthanc and kind of go up those stairs because that model has got different floors if you've made it correctly, as Stephen has done. If a model tries to enter the tower, you can use the siege rules for breaking down the door. Counts as a heavy door with a defense value of 8 and 2 battle points. You have to break into Isengard. And then the industrial wheels, you've got to try and destroy the 2 industrial wheels. Any good model may attempt to pull down an industrial wheel that is touching at the start of the fight phase, as long as it is not engaged in combat. Roll a dice for each good warrior that is in a suitable position to try and pull down the wheel. On a 5 or 6, the wheel is pulled down and destroyed. So they've got 2 of these. There's a kind of close up there of them doing it. They've got 2 of these kind of wheels of industry, and any model there would have to roll a 5 or 6. They're quite easy to pull down if they're not being opposed. And the objectives: good have to kill Saruman, kill Grima, and destroy both wheels. Which I suspect is quite hard.
Yeah.
Given that Saruman's shut up in his tower. And evil have to kill Gandalf, kill Theoden, and kill half of the good models. So, I don't know. I'd like to play it. I think it looks cool.
Yeah.
It'd be a fun table. I'd love to see...
It's got a massive tower in it.
Yeah, I'd love to see your take on that, on the how do you build Orthanc and how big do you make it and all that sort of stuff. But it's a cool little board. Then they have this idea where they have a chat with the two guys about how they made the scenario. They talk a little bit about their tactics, and then, as I said, we actually get a battle report, which is really cool. So you get 4 pages in this one, which is the first 4 turns. I won't show you too much of that. So it's laid out. I'll show you the first 2 pages. It's laid out in the normal way. We get a big picture of the board in the middle, and then these kind of little box outs about the kind of points of interest, which are quite cool. I think Orthanc's, it's not bad. We'll talk more about that in the next stream, but the top looks pretty good. Obviously, the bottom looks nothing like it, but you're building a top to whack on the top of your massive tower. But there we go. And then that game concludes in the next issue, which I guess we'll talk a bit about there. But it's good. It's like the Helm's Deep one. They definitely do. Maybe it wasn't the Gondor one. They did it for Helm's Deep. They split it over 2 issues. But it's a decent read now. Anyone who's won Sophie who's won these magazines, you'll get a 16-page battle report, which is quite a juicy article for Battle Games of Middle-earth. Then we get into painting guide. So we've got Grima Wormtongue. Yeah. Which is quite cool. I followed this, as I said. I thought it was a good chance to try it out. They're sensible suggestions now. So the fur trim is, I'm going to try and update this. Rhinox hide, dry brushed with Doomball brown, dry brushed with Steel Legion drab. Mm-hmm. So that's what I've done on mine. And it was this that pointed out. I think my original Grima is just painted black, whereas this says like the inner robes are dark brown.
Yeah.
and the outer robes are black. Is that what you're all going for?
I've not even got onto the robes, mate.
I'm just working on the dagger.
So yeah, I've not even looked at it properly.
But that's what I've gone for with mine. I thought, why not? As if who's going to argue? Who's going to suddenly kick off and say no? You should all be black. But I've gone for dark brown robes in the middle and black on the outside.
Okay.
Again, this helped. I'm pleased with that. It's very, very basic painting black. You said how are we doing black these days, and we've talked about using blues and we've talked about using Towler ochre and greens. This is saying use black, use Codex grey. So you're highlighting up through a grey. But they make a nice effect of it. This is one of those cases where the set photos don't really help. Like, there's your colour guide.
Yeah.
Turns out he's black. They do have this fun kind of paint, as we talked earlier. This that's how you make Grima skin colour. You can see the kind of skin colour, and you add pink, and you add grey, and you add yellow, and it makes this kind of sickly colour. But it's a nice idea that they're saying the same sort of thing. I remember it's a tricky model to paint, that metal one, because of the hair in the middle. You can actually see these horrible pictures as they're painting it, of that kind of line of hair down his face that you're gradually picking out. And it is a tough model to paint because he's got this piece of hair hanging down directly over the middle of his face. His arms are tough to paint as well. Have you got to his arms yet?
I've done. I've just done the flesh and put a wash on it.
He's got these he's got kind of black cord
it's like a mesh
recessed brown, which is bloody hard to paint. Yeah. I think. And again, for that, the tip here is you paint the whole thing the brown colour, then you paint small dots of snakebite leather into the points between the lattice overlay.
Standard.
I'm not doing that. No way I'll hit them right. Finally, with a very fine brush, paint the lattice overlay black. Are you ready for this? Pro tip. Be very careful when painting the lattices not to get any of the black paint between them on the snakebite leather. It's one of those. Have you seen that? I've probably talked about it before, that wonderful thing. The idea of how you draw horses, you draw owls, is just with circles, yeah?
Yeah.
And it's like how to draw an owl. And it's like, it's 2 circles. It says draw 2 circles. And then step 2, and it's draw the rest of the fucking owl. And it's just a perfect owl. And it's a bit like that. It's like, how do I paint this thing? It's like, well, what you do is you paint the brown bits in between, and then you just paint the black bits on top. And you just don't mess it up, And it's like, could it really be so simple? Just don't mess it up.
Yeah.
But and then it's got finishing touches about his handkerchief and stuff, and there he is. It's a good paint job.
That's good.
They're definitely there. I'd be happy with that.
Yep.
We still haven't done eyes yet. I wonder when we get to eyes, but they're still not painting eyes. But he's a good little paint job there. Mm. What do you think of that Grima model these days? Do you like it?
Yeah, I don't dislike it. It's all right. I prefer the new one.
He's one of those that I think I've spent so much time with. And so I just love it. I just adore that little model.
Yeah. I always thought he looked quite hench.
He's got no neck, has he?
He's got really broad shoulders as well, that model, I think.
Yeah.
Whereas the new one is right? The new one hasn't, he's just sort of it's very slouchy and yeah.
The new one is gorgeous, isn't it?
It's almost the stature is really slender. He's got a large head. It's because you can see his body shape, which is the beautiful thing about the sculpt. When you look at the back, you can see where his shoulders and his backside is, and that.
You're talking about the new one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very slender. It's almost female-like.
Yeah. I remember thinking when I was first painting this, base coating it, just the cloak is just beautiful.
Yeah.
The back of his cloak is just. I think it is a gorgeous, gorgeous model.
Yeah, it's great.
It's kind of part of why I wasn't paying too much on this when you're half cut and you're chatting as well. That I'd like to do a really good job on this. But he's tough to paint. Fur, I find fur quite tough to paint. Just dry brush it, it's easy, but it looks a bit easy. And then the black is quite tough. Yeah, so it's a handy paint guide. I've used it. I think it's a good one.
Yeah.
And then, well, you haven't got it, but we get onto Saruman's industry. So the scenery in this one isn't to make Orthanc. It's to make this kind of stuff.
Mm.
Have you done this? Have you done an Isengard board in your time?
No, I did start one many moons ago, and I made a load of scaffolding out of balsa wood. I then started another project and put the scaffolds that I'd made on a shelf, and something happened because they were made out of balsa wood. Like a book fell on them, or something happened, but they just disintegrated.
Dust fell on them and they collapsed.
Yeah, they were doing knackered. But I've always wanted to. I really like. I've actually got saved on a SD card somewhere loads of movie stills of the scaffold from Isengard from the movies because they're really, really nice. And there used to be, I can't remember the name of it now. Do you remember that website that was great for Middle Earth model builds? And there was the Black Gate and like all sorts of really cool stuff. But it's gone. I think it was Spanish. I think it was a Spanish site.
Yeah,
it's gone now. You can't get it, which is a real shame because there was some awesome stuff in there. And they had some really nice how-tos for the scaffolds, like really, really nice. Because scaffolds, they're a lot more difficult than you think to make them look realistic.
It's because they have to be quite slight and they're fragile, I think.
Yeah.
But these are great. They look beautiful. I mean that if you made that is kind of straight out of the film and all that. But it's like we've been saying, I think since the sewer week maybe we were saying this is where it takes a step up. But they're really like, okay, what we're now going to do is get someone who really knows what they're doing to make this. The thing that I got very excited about straight away, they use a pair of compasses. I haven't seen a compass in about 20 years. I was like, oh my, it all comes back. Like, compass, you could draw circles. It's like, where's my compass? I haven't used it in the little black circle to tighten it up.
Yeah.
Have you compassed recently?
Not recently, no.
None of us have. Has the internet replaced the need to draw circles? Do kids still compass?
I don't know if they do,
Oh, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I don't know if they do.
Made me want to get a compass, Steve.
You'll have one somewhere, mate. You'll have one.
Yeah, probably. But not only that, they actually what they got mega excited about was it tells you that you need to create 45-degree angles. You know what would be great for that?
Protractor.
Yeah. You know where your protractor's going to be, don't you? It's going to be with your compass.
With your compass. And we used to get those sets under Jake Smith. First day of school, you got it, then you never seen it again.
See what I've got? Crack that bad boy open. What have you got in there? I've got a 15-centimetre ruler, got a protractor, got a compass, and I've got a set square.
Got two different triangles.
Yeah, 2 set squares. Yeah,
I don't know what I'll use them for.
Yeah. And you were like, is everyone watching here? Just going to open this bad boy up on the desk.
You always got the smart ass who wouldn't use the ruler as a ruler, but would use one of the triangle things as a ruler.
We'd use the ruler to flick pieces of blue tack around the room. I reckon. I mean, I presume maths is the same. Kids must. I get the feeling, and anyone in the chat or whatever who's sort of 18 to 30 might be able to tell us otherwise. There's no reason they wouldn't need them these days for the same reason we need. But I just reckon people don't use them.
Yeah. I'm
just guessing that kids in the classroom don't have their set of protractors and set squares. Do you think?
Well, my kids don't need them. I've not had them.
There you go.
So
why not? Why did we need them? But if you had them, build the Saruman's industry. But what's great about this, right? I was fascinated reading this. So what you do is you make your circle, right? Draw your circle. Then you use your protractor to draw. Do you see that little shape there?
Yeah.
You draw that and you cut that out, and then you put that on balsa wood.
Yeah.
As a template and cut it out as a bit of wood.
And then put them all back together.
Do you know what I mean? This is next level stuff. This isn't draw a circle, cut the circle out. This is draw a circle, cut the circle up, cut the bits out, glue the circle back together. And then they say, they actually put a point going, this is really hard to do, so you'll need these slats. It says if you just glue it at the end, it won't stay together.
No.
It's really, and it's like they're actually constructing it. So you get this wonderful photo here of what you make, and can you see the lines there?
Yeah.
That's like 8 different bits of balsa wood glued together, and then you put a cross beam on like this, and then you get your pin vise out, and you make 2 of them, obviously, drill through it, assemble that, paint the inside first for the love of God, before you put it together.
Because you ain't getting your brush in there, boy.
You're getting your brush in there. They introduce a pin vise, maybe it's the first time I've used it, and then you cut lots and lots of different slats and glue them together and make that. I mean, that is awesome.
It is really good. It's really good.
I might offend you here. I don't think you would go to that much effort.
No.
We've suddenly seemed to have catapulted ourselves from...
I'd just cut a circle out of balls.
Yeah, exactly. And then score it, maybe. I don't know. But do you know what I mean? Like the detail and it's jumped up a level, I think.
Yeah.
And then if you've got you build a little winch, build a little circle and put that on. There's build a little
skip.
What do they call it? Cargo
Skip.
hopper.
Skip.
I could remember the word skip, Steve. Put that on, and then you have to build the frame to hold your wheel with a little recessed trapdoor, and then you whack your wheel on. I like that. Those are the 2 pictures. You get to hear.
Yeah, done.
And that is pretty cool, right?
It is very cool.
And the reason it looks so good is because it's made up of about 70 different pieces of balsa wood. It's that kind of thing. You can't fake it looking that good. And then there's a nice thing here for battle games where these are the walkways you made in Moria.
Yeah.
You can make that, and are you excited?
Alternative.
Oh yeah! Alternative approaches is back.
Make a wheel, cut it now.
Essentially. How did you know?
Spent 6 hours cutting balsa wood up and then cut it out.
Don't make 2 wheels. You don't get to keep the half. But it is indeed an underground wheel with spikes. I think they call it a grinding wheel. So I think the idea of these spikes kind of somehow grind out the earth or something. But with this one, you see it there. You can see this is the bit that'll break your heart. That's the point where you make the circle and then slice half of it off. I mean, I think they're great. I honestly think we're at a point now, not necessarily for this time, but if I tried to make that, it wouldn't look that good.
Yeah.
We're no longer at kind of amateur hour scenery stuff. We are at genuinely brilliant scenery. And someone like yourself, if you put the time in, I think you can make an absolutely kick-ass board with that stuff. I think that's a genuinely inspirational article.
It is on my to-do list to do Isengard scaffold, but if I'm totally honest with you, it's been on my to-do list for probably about 10 years. From the point of doing it before and it breaking. But I just would love a board like that. Just like you can see that it's the gardens of Orthanc. They're all burnt. There's trees ripped down. The scaffolds, there's holes in the ground.
What I love about it is, if you had stuff like that, you could go underneath it.
Yeah.
Remember when we were talking about the Mercury board, and we said the issue with it is as soon as it looks anything decent, you can't get your models in. Yeah. I think you could make something dense like this with lots and lots and lots of scaffolding, but still be able to use your models underneath.
Imagine spending a whole day building that wheel, and then someone tries to push Boromir with flag underneath it and just breaks it.
I think about it. I've told you this, but we a long time ago, I could probably find the email, but we were chatting about the next issue of SBG, and I reckon it might have been it's the issue. I'll tell you what, it's the issue that ended up being issue 9. So it was probably around the time we released issue 6, which is 3 years. So we're probably talking about 2017 or something. But Rick Fryer had made us. Rick Fryer is our scenery guru. He had made us as an Olbazar, and he made us Dale. So I think we had those 2. And we were in our kind of like chats about like what to do next. And me and Tom, it's a kind of collaborative process, but we have an idea and we'd pitch it to Rick. And when something like we came up with the idea of doing Orthanc, we're like, what if we, no one's seen that. What if we had a massive Orthanc and loads of events and all that? I was like, that'd be cool. That'd be something that I haven't seen anyone do. That's what we were always trying to do with SBG, show people stuff that they haven't seen. And I remember being really excited about it and writing to Rick. So here's our idea. We could build the ring of Orthanc and maybe have... Orthanc would only need to be about a foot high, because then when you take a wide shot, it will just go off the page. We just need it in the corner. But the main board would be like a grey board covered in the scaffolding with the kind of perimeter wall curved around. And Rick went, no. we were like, oh, anyway, I don't fancy it. And it was like the first time I was like, well, I mean, of course, that's your absolute right. You're the one, mate. I think, we said, do you want to make, as an old zone, he went, yeah. Do you want to make dough? And he went, yeah. It was our first time. I was like, do you want to make this? Nah. We're like, all right. And it's how we ended up with, with the Mirkwood issue.
Yeah.
We then went back a few times. And I think he started talking about the Parliament of Spiders, as I remember. We ended up with Mirkwood, and it was that kind of collaborative process where we went, well, I'd quite like to make a forest board. Like, okay, well, I guess we're doing a forest issue.
Yeah.
I think that was the first one where it came from Rick as opposed to coming from us. But I really clearly remember that we definitely had plans and got quite excited about a massive, huge last March of the Nth issue.
Yeah, it'd be cool.
Rick was like, nah. Right.
We wrote the magazine.
Yeah, it's too late, mate. You gotta make it.
Right, shall we...
I think...
Did you get through to the end of it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I think this is really good.
It's a good one.
There's only
Grima's a good model because he's a model, like you points you made, unlike any other, rules-wise.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, very much.
He's a good model that I think that the miniature is a very good likeness to what you see in the movies, and very cool. And it's good scenery build, battle report's good, painting guide's great. Yeah, it's a good issue.
I'll tell you the other thing I like is good. The scenery, whilst being really good, is only 6 pages. I think in the last one, maybe last two, it was 8.
Yeah.
And it feels like it kind of dominates. I think the painting guide's very good. And you get a battle report, which is good. Is it? Could it be? Could we shortlist it as a... I think like we did this with the Gondor one, where we said we could shortlist this as a best issue, but it would be one of the first ones to go, and so it's not worth shortlisting.
Wouldn't keep a chair.
Because we've got it's Ents, Watcher, and Sewers are our 3 so far.
And it's not better than either.
So it's never going to compete with it. Because I genuinely, of those 3, I don't know which one. I don't know quite what we're going to do. Maybe it's after we do issue 91, we pick our favourite. But I feel like any one of those could win as the best issue ever. Whereas I think that this is like an honourable mention, but it wouldn't beat those. But you're at disadvantage because you haven't read it. You haven't had it this week.
I flicked through it.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I did flick through it in the studio. I didn't read it in depth. I didn't read the battle report, but I flicked through it. I knew what was in it.
But I do think it's one of the ones that if you got today, you'd get a lot out of.
Yeah.
Painting guy's good. The scenery's good. The scenario would be good fun today. And obviously, there's only 2 pages that are out of date, which are the rules for Grima.
Yeah.
So, but no, it's not making the cut.
No, top 10.
What?
Top 10.
Top 10. So well done, Grima. It's a good issue. We like it, but it's not going to be not quite up to the heights.
Shall we see actually before we congratulate Grima? Should we see how popular Grima is?
Want to use chat or do you want to do Facebook?
If you do jump in the chat, and I'll set up the Facebook page.
All right.
I need to split the screen like that. Facebook.
I think I missed the last bit of chat, but by all means tell me.
I think I was up to...
Best man duty's done that. I think he's a tier of proudness. He's overwhelmed with power, with a feeling of power and victory.
Everyone's congratulating Sophie.
Congratulations, Dan. You wouldn't have told us.
So Larry Miller saying there is one plastic orc thrusting his spear downwards.
Yeah, this was what Frederick said on page 10, right?
Yeah.
I just had a look and I couldn't see it. I don't really understand what they mean. I'm obviously being foolish.
Oh. Tell you what, mate, there's a lot of comments on the thread.
That's what we like to see. I'll tell you what, Larry, or the best way to do this, because we're going to jump in the Facebook thing, Larry or Frederick, take a photo of it, will you? And stick it in the whip thread, and then we'll see it there. Joe Holzman, that's a man in dire need of a wet paper towel. I think that's the start of Grima, is it? Larry says, I wonder if Grima had tasted a stew. Max said, doubt I would have ever chosen Grima as part of an army, but now I've painted Grima, so we'll definitely be giving it a spin. Are you taking over while I paint? Mr. Feet Up, no painting?
I'm just trying to get this on screen. This
very decent of you. Larry Miller says,
to be fair, my eyes have gone a bit iffy.
Eyes are gone.
Stop painting because I can't.
His eyes are gone. Put it on a mug. I've only used him once and actually had that rule come up contest. So Saruman started in the middle and jumped off a ledge to escape, rolling a 1, losing 2 wings and all his fate. Classic Miller. Ashley Fisher, sounds like it would be useful to have a mounted Grima for mounted enemy leaders. I'm not very experienced at the game and never played with or against him. Yeah, a mounted Grima would be amazing. Allows him to get away a little bit better as well. Larry says he died a little bit later, leading Grima, a little surrounded by suddenly very angry enemies. Of course, because Saruman died. Dale says, I think the profile is an excellent reflection of the character and adds a totally unique tactic in the game. I agree. Lewis says, what happens to Grima in the end? I know he runs away, sees the tens of thousands of Uruks, but then does he just get trapped in a tower with Saruman after the attack of the Ents? I'm sure people will answer this, but in the film he gets shot by Legolas and he dies. And in the books, as we read earlier, he gets killed by Hobbit archers at the Scaring of the Shire. Don Barnett, whenever I use Saruman, I always take Grima. Yep, and he's best mounted. He's basically an auto-occluder if you're paying the points for Saruman. Notes, I never take Saruman. Great point. Michael Haskell says, a mounted Grima was my first conversion. Didn't have the right tools. Took me ages to cut away his lower metal half. Yeah, Dave Fredericks did a stunning one. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Really old now. It was a mounted ring race.
Yeah.
Very, very good. First outing was versus Thomas Harrison, who adroitly negated his nuisance factor. Classic Harrison. And then Don Barnett, says Grima gets killed by a swarm of angry hobbits with bows. Nathan says Grima may have one of the most interesting special rules because it limits the value of possibly the most important in-game currency. Absolutely. Larry found something interesting looking at his latest rules. His special rule has a bit that talks about the mechanics of the rule that is written in italics, like the fluff that rules have, to the book. Larry likes a good bit of text formatting. I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, I see. No, I see what he means. It's that bit.
What's that?
So where you would say, if we look at Ugluk, right? It's a special rules head taker, and in italics it says, any who defy the orders of the White Hand will meet a grisly fate. Right, so the fluff of the special rule is in italics. For Grima it says, a traitor within. Grima may be deployed in one of 2 ways, either as part of the Isengard force or part of an enemy's warband. So he's saying that like the fluff bit is formatted. The one part of the actual rule is formatted like the fluff.
Oh, all right.
A bit like it's probably a little oversight. A bit like how Lurtz has the heroic actions. Classic spot from Miller. Larry says, if they have magic or camels or something that can easily deal with him, it's better to keep him hidden with you guys. Yeah, absolutely. Frederick Schultz says, lol, did Damian say Grima was in the Free People's book? I probably did, yeah. I obviously meant Fallen Realms, but yeah, absolutely. Lewis Woods, how do things such as Candace chariots and such affect him as they don't charge into combat but deal wounds? They would absolutely kill him. Anything that tramples would kill him. You've always been able to hurl through him. You couldn't hurl him, but you could hurl other models for him. Larry says, unless it's FAQ, they'll still crush him. That's a situation where you deploy him with your force. That's what I thought, says Larry. And yeah, Larry says he was almost a pain. Larry says he was always a pain when you mostly play all hero. I remember that. And Larry says, at one tournament, I definitely fought the MASH. I fought the Monster MASH, which is Joe Horsfall's or Monster Army. Frederick, in a game I played against my cousin, with me as Dunland and him as Isengard, he placed his Grima in my warband of Wildmen and I just didn't move the models around him. He trapped himself really fun. Yeah, I just never. I get that you have to have a way to deal with him, but I've never liked that. I've always thought the rule should be that he could move through other models' control zones. You know, like he's meant to. I've never liked that you could just use 3 models and trap him there. And if he could move through enemy control zones because they think he's a goodie, even if his rule got worse, I would prefer that.
Yeah.
Because it just, as much as he still wins your games and stuff, I just don't like the fact that you just get 3 goblins, put them on the edge of the board, and then that's him out for the entire game. It doesn't feel like a very satisfying mechanic, you know?
Yeah.
Frederick says it was one of the run to the middle maelstrom scenarios. Scott Newman just back from a beer run from the fridge and found some fruit and nut at the back of the fridge. Results. Don Barnett, probably the biggest nerf that Grima took was an indirect one, the nerf to Saruman's Sorcerous Blast. Is that just because you couldn't... Because Sorcerous Blast obviously now doesn't blast models through, so I guess... Why is that a nerf to Grima? Are you just saying... I think maybe he's saying that Grima cost 215 points and the biggest nerf that block took was Sorcerous Blast, which is true. Like Saruman is far less effective in terms of like direct kills through that. T. Nathan said you didn't even mention old Grima and Smaug. You specifically mean when I played him? That was a cracking game. Picking up you pick up if you just have Grima trotting around next to Smaug, he becomes one. But I played him against Dave Murphy. We played Seize the Prize, so Grima picked up the prize and then just stood next to Smaug. Like one might Smaug saying, what are you going to do? As long as you don't put one of your models within 2 inches of Grima, he's invincible and he's got the prize. Larry said, just use the Lego one. Lego Tower of Orthanc, I've done that before, absolutely. Fred Schultz, the orc with the wrong spear. Can be seen on page 7, Steve. 7.
Don't have the magazine, my friend. Don't have the magazine.
Thanks, Frederick.
Same as before.
Always the same. Can be seen on page 7 next to the cave troll, holding it like the two-handed axe, not quite upside down like the normal model. I think it's this guy. I just didn't notice that wasn't a two-handed axe. There's no way. Steve's eyes are gone. You won't be able to see it.
Yeah, I can't see that.
But it's...
You're actually smaller than you normally are because I've got...
It's that guy there, I think, is a spearman. Like you said, I'm not even leaning forward. There's not a chance in hell. Like he's going to hit someone with it, not using the spear top, and Larry calls that doing a Gilgalad. I agree with Steve, he does look a bit bulky. That's obviously about old Grima. Joe Holzman, it's one of those like Grishnak, perfectly serviceable, but much, much thicker than he should be, and not a patch on the new one. Don Barnett says an Ent stepped on Steve's balsa-wood scaffolding. Larry says, I used to have loads of compasses when I was at school. And Larry's a fair bit younger than us, isn't he? But a fair bit older than some. Frederick Schultz, alternative approach, put a compass on a hill. Oh, excellent stuff. Joe Holzman, I can confirm drawing circles with a compass is still part of the Year 6 curriculum. Great to see. Great to see. John wrote, I found my dad's old compass collection from when he started out in road design. Now I know what I'm going to use it for. That's a fantastic sentence. Larry, I'd find discarded ones on the floor and would hoard them in my pencil case of assorted scavenged stationery. As well you should. He then says, set square, Steve. I don't know if that's a new title for your new YouTube channel. You can set square. Michael Haskell, drowsiness levels hitting the red.
Yep.
Been a great stream, and we'll catch up tomorrow night. Or Larry Miller says it's really impressive.
Really.
Nathan says I can remember the word skip. I can remember the word skip, Steve. Put it on a mug. Larry Miller says I would take a photo of it, but I didn't win. He's talking about the magazine. He can't take a photo of the spear guy because he didn't win the magazines. I played against Dave's one at my first Stockport. Mark Stone is in. He says, the question mark, like he doesn't understand the internet. Great to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Larry Miller says hi. Larry Miller says, if only we had a mag cam to better see the spear walk.
Mag cam would be useless tonight because I don't have the mag.
There's no cam and there's no mag. And Mark Stone says, it has been a while. It has indeed, sir. Mark, you have got time to put a picture of your Grima on the Facebook page, and we could get you in.
Be quick.
I've flown up on the Frankfurt chat.
Shall we transition? We done. So if I get rid of that now, boom. No, Facebook. There we go. Okay. So, have you got your you ready?
I've got my phone. I just need the old Facebook page.
Dan Collis's scarily tidy desk is post number 1, which Joe Holzman, you let us down there, my friend.
Is Dan Collister in?
I don't know what he's painting. I don't think he is painting a Grima though, is he?
I don't think he was.
No, he's got whatever he's painting is Finecast and it's on his Mac. Can you see what that is? I can't see what that is.
See what it is.
Eyes go, mate. Eyes go.
Put it on the mug. I don't think he was doing a Grima.
I don't
say about Joe Holzman?
I don't think. Well, Joe Holzman's not normally first in the whip.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
I don't think Grima came in Finecast.
I think they might have done. Didn't they when they repackaged Saruman and Grima around like 2016?
I don't think I've ever seen.
I think Saruman and Grima did get done on foot.
I know Saruman.
Finecast. I think they did.
Maybe. I've never seen one. Nils is painting a Pale Rider.
Pale Rider. More menacing in white and black. That's quite cool.
It's looking cool. Ready to go, says Green Tree.
With Grima? That's this new plastic. Oh, look at that. What's that? What's that?
Pork pie. Looks like pork pie.
Yeah.
Chicken nuggets, Twinkies, and a tart of some kind.
Yeah, what else? You got
some tat.
It's a good reading material there.
It's a good setup you've got there, Green Tree.
That looks like a cracking night.
It does.
Like Frederick Short's going next level B-side setup. Oh, look at that plate of snacks from Mark Greentree. Have you got that with close up?
Yeah, he's not messing about there, is he?
He's having a cracking night. He's just got back from holiday, right?
Yeah, he's loving life.
He's loving life, is Mark.
Yeah. Dan Maskell. He's on.
Do not resell that Whisper Gold.
Whatever you do.
We're gonna be watching you, Dan. No Grimas out there.
Still no Grimas. We've got a Grima. Michael Curtis in his hotel room.
We did get Mark Greentree. Mark Greentree's got a Grima. Yeah. We got him.
Joe Holzman.
Joe Holzman. What is that? Fourth, fifth? What's he doing?
And the rest.
Classic Grima and some honey mustard.
Mm-hmm.
Joe.
I've got KFC. I'm going to have as my snack when I go away.
I'm getting a real hankering for a pot noodle. I haven't had a pot noodle as my post-stream snack in like months. Yeah, and every stream I forget to get one in advance. And I kind of, about this time, I go, oh God, I wish I had a dirty pot noodle.
We had KFC for tea and I saved some.
Secondary KFC. I had one KFC, yes. What about the second KFC?
George Galloway's in.
What's he working on there? Classic Grima.
Yeah.
You predicted that Grima was going to be a big one, didn't you?
I thought it was, yeah.
You thought you were like, yeah, everyone's got
he's still got a chance.
Definitely.
Sean Clark is in. We've got some nice close-ups of face features there, looking very, very nice. Like the base.
Oh, God, yeah.
Base looks cool. He's painted the eye and the bottom eyelid, just to wind you up.
It's a cracking eye.
Yeah.
It's a cracking eye.
Nathan Talbot's still working on his Great Beast, and he's also working on Grima.
One would hope.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, Screamer in the Great Beast. Yeah, you love to see it.
Jill Monroe, she's in. Looking good, that Jill.
First time I've had the topic model. Oh, what time to be alive? What have you got the comments? Is that right?
What's that?
You said it was looking good. I presume you're
on the update with the cat in the background.
Solid cat work. He is looking good. Nice. I think you've gone down the blue hues there on the outer robes.
Frederick doesn't look like a Grima there to me.
Drinks, snacks, the magazines, some minis to paint, including the new plastic Grima.
Where? Oh yeah, it is there. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Got your back, Frederick.
Yeah. Haskell's in.
Oh, I look forward to a Haskell pick. See if I can at least assemble Grima. I've also got managed to assemble all 4 in the end. I'm done feeding now. Gonna sit in my comfy chair with more wine and a bag of plain crisps.
Do it.
Oh, what a time to be alive. Oh, to be Michael Haskell.
Josh Crosby's in.
Oh, to be Michael Haskell's chair. Quite like this sculpt. Calm and collected from Josh.
Ashley Fisher's in. Nice whip. Nice colours, mate. I like that. I might steal that.
Nice colours. Oh, what on the comment? Oh, yeah, he looks good. Again, we've got moving into the blue realm there. That is, that's a solid... Ashley loves a bit of reference pictures. That is a cracker. Look at that. You got the mag, you got your snacks, you got your drinks, double screen. You got Steve falling over on the... What time to be alive?
Scott Newman.
Finishing off Grima and starting his creepy love interest Aowen. That's a great looking Grima you got there.
Yeah, that's
Scott. Nice to see the old Grima getting some love.
Yeah.
Is that Aowen we've got as well?
Aowen, yeah.
Yeah, Interest Stalker.
Very matrimonial white.
Have you got the one at the bottom? Of like creepy Grima.
Yeah.
That's quality. I genuinely thought he was calling Aowen the stalker. That's great because he's there in the first picture, but he's just blurry in the background. That is a beautiful job on that Aowen model.
Yeah, that's cool. Very cool. Gaz Ballers building a hobbit hole. Bit of MDF terrainage.
We've got a Grima hiding
it. James Sherman. He says, my Grima, which I've already done, finishing off my fellowship on the live stream, just had burger and chips freezer style. So I'm assuming you said it's already done.
I think he's showing off a Grima that he has finished, and I think he's being honest.
Yeah.
I think that's a no.
Yeah, that's a shame.
James, if you're still watching, you've got until we reach the bottom of the chat to chuck a bit of brown on that base.
Yeah, put some brown on that sand and you're in, right? Crisp Copperberg and Art Painting, says Crispy.
No.
I had some of them vegan cheese on the other day, they're quite nice.
Yeah? No Grima though.
No Grima, just Orchid. Plastic Fantastic Grima from Max Bolter Drill. And done. That looks nice, mate. Nice.
Isn't it great that people are finishing them in a night? That is beautiful.
It's really nice.
That looks quality. Is that the Sterling Mud stuff on the back?
Looks like it, yeah.
That looks great, man.
Yeah.
That skin colour's a little bit like what I'm doing, you know, that faint hint of green. Makes them look a little bit dead. But isn't it nice that people are like finishing the models? You know, starting a model, coming to the start of battle streams with a black model, and then finishing with a completely painted model.
Yeah.
Like quality.
Larry Miller's in with his wine gums. Not only a wine gum in many a year. And then we've got Joe Achilles Grima, which he posted up. And some nice ribs there. Nice ribs.
He was working on some beef ribs.
Very nice.
I will also take this opportunity, because I think he said there's a bonus picture. So
Is that not the ribs?
No, like after I put that one up. So let me just check. It might be the ribs. I can't. It's not in the inbox now. I'm just refreshing. No, he must have. Whenever he put bonus picture in the chat, he must have been talking about the beef picture. It's a lot of beef. I think didn't he have to leave the stream because he was having family over? I presume to eat all the ribs.
Yeah, it looks tasty.
But he's in. Look at that, Joe Achille in the thread.
Being smashed up. Al Mullen is in.
Lovely to see.
Carl Daly is in. Cheers to another Moretti drinker. Got a close up of
Carl's in the background as well. Has he got a fell beast? Carl, John. There's loads of comments on that. I've not seen those cans before. Are you a can Moretti drink?
I've seen them before. I think I've actually had cans. I prefer a bottle.
She's also done a converted orc captain. A mounted orc captain down there.
What's the army comments is there? Oh yeah. Nice.
Pretty cool.
Jens is in. Jens Elmos. Nice work in progress.
Sorry, I'm just scrolling down to find them. Ah, yeah, got ya.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking good.
Dwelling's in. Some nice OSL. I do recognise this one from a few weeks ago. So it's not one that he's painted tonight.
That looks quality, though.
It does look cool.
That looks really good. Top work, Dwelling.
Tim's painting some alerts as scouts or berserkers.
Can't see a Grima lurking in there. And here's in the comments, here's my terribly lit Wormtongue collection, which need a few finishing touches tonight's
very
the
nice,
night.
Tim. Very nice.
So are we doing that? Does that sound?
Yeah, he says he's going to touch them up tonight.
Eric Schultz captures the moment.
Have you seen this man?
Is he Dan? Collister says, reshotting that is like sliding into a warm bath. We'll be open again next week, don't we?
That looks cool. Nice work, Green Tree. Nice diorama. Hobbits and the Wraiths.
Oh, that was quality.
Fellowship. That's the Fellowship. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it's all Fellowship. Oh, it's very good. It's stuff brilliant.
Yeah. Where are your trees from? Green Tree. Cool. Lewis Woods. That looks cool, mate.
Looks really good.
The back, the robes. Sweet.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Getting the blues again. That last one though as well was like a lot of people put the red around his eyes, the poor guy.
Yeah. Dan Masco's painting Moranans, looking good.
Thanks
Patrick Samuelson, no Grima, I hope I win the Patreon jaw, but assembling the Elven Docks from TT Combat, great set. Not seen that one.
Very cool. I think that's the stuff Michael Haskell's been working on.
Larry Miller has got some very tiny Pringles.
Palanta objectives.
And a Tom magazine.
You see the dado rail?
Yeah.
The safer and the dado rail.
The Aquarius washing machine.
Yeah, Hot Point Aquarius. Beautiful.
George Sutherland is in. Julian Hammond is in. Julian's painting style I really like.
Julian Hammond's in. Oh no.
Everyone may as well throw the brushes out the window.
See,
I like Julian's painting style. It's very clean.
What he's done on the arms there is that's what the magazine tells you to do. Paint the brown bits and then just paint the black bits over the top and don't mess it up.
Yeah, don't
that's how it's going to look. That looks beautiful.
Mm.
Top work, Julian. Mine won't look like that.
James Sherman says, been working on Dane since Grima was pretty much finished. Looking nice, mate. Nice work. Very nice.
James Sherman, he was the one at the top that we said, tell us if you've done anything on. And that seems to be a second chance to tell us, and he hasn't. So I don't think James is getting in.
That's Josh Crosby's Grima is very nice. Very cool.
Joe Holzman first.
Very nice. And that's me up to date.
Have we not got Joe Holzman?
Joe Holzman was... Yeah, we got Joe, haven't we? He was like, remember, because we were saying he's normally first.
But he's now got more comments underneath James Sherman.
I've just got James Sherman. I've just refreshed. Just James Sherman.
What was the last one?
Yeah.
Now there's more under that.
Refresh again.
Joe Holzman puts in... He puts in like updates. It always says finished Grima.
Oh. Does that count? Ah, hang on. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah?
Sorry. I have to scroll back all the way through now. One sec. Yeah. So I've got
Julian Hammond, James Sherman, then
Joe
Holzman's updates.
Joe Holzman, yeah.
Looking very good. And then Frederick Schultz has a picture of the there's a picture of the spear guy. Julian Hammond, who is already in, now completed. Looking very good.
Josh Crosby's beautiful one. Yeah. James Sherman, and that is it. I don't think it's a record breaker, is it?
I'm just loading those last few. Oh, it's just more. It's more pictures from Julian, Josh Crosby. Yeah, looks great as always. It's really nice how you can. They look similar colours, but the inside one's clearly a sort of dark browny green, and the other one's black, but they look different enough.
Yeah. Lovely
stuff, Josh. And then James Sherman, does that count? Oh yeah, he has. Do you know what?
Yeah, he's put a wash
on the boat. Do you know what? I'm going to put him in.
Yeah, he's put a wash on the boat.
He's done it. He's listened to us.
He's done what we asked.
He has. He's done everything we could have asked for. It's not bad, you know. 1, 2. $22. Not a bad old week.
Yeah.
Add row below. Grima 22. The spirit's gone straight through me tonight. I'm going to go for a wee, and then we'll do our magnificent draw.
Yeah. I'll dive in the chat. If I can flip and see it. You know, where were we up to? Can you remember? Is that a euphemism, says Mark? Nathan says, remember when the pointy bit of a compass was an inch long? Not sure when the rules were changed, but those were dangerous weapons. I have a vague memory of compasses actually getting banned in my school. Not because of that, but I do remember the long needle. I always wondered when I got older why they didn't just give them a plastic needle. So they're safer. God knows. Larry says, in answer to the much earlier question, did his skin the same idea my is that the lake skin? Wraith bone with a really thin coat of Gullum and flesh contrast paint. Leave it pale but with a slight flesh colour, says Larry. Weren't Saruman and Grima one of the first run of the re-releases? Yeah. I know you can get that fine cast Saruman, the old one, the one that everyone's got a million of, but I've never seen a fine cast Grima. If you can't get the better magazine, I guess that's a reasonable substitute. Joe says, I was filling my water pot when Steve's scheduled post went live. That's why I was late. Ooh. I naively assumed I had another 10 minutes based on every other week. Never assume, Joe, never assume. Jill says, now he's figured out how to schedule post, Joe.
There's all sorts of future tomfoolery possible. I'll also have finished it in the stream. Well finished, except for that hand. If my varnish hadn't mysteriously vanished. I need it to make the floor shiny. James Sherman. I did a last photo when you mentioned throwing some brown on the base. Yep, we got that. Damian's doing a lot of weed tonight. I hope B-sign treats haven't caused diabetes. I'm busting for a wee, but I'm going to hold it in because I've not got long left in there. We'll do the draw. Hey. Yeah. And then call it a night, I think. I remember I used it to paint shiny Death Star base on Luke, which was done in another room, so I left it in the box. I carried the stuff back in. Congratulations. We are caught up on the chat.
What?
So, should we do the draw? I'm flagging big time, not gonna
lie. We have 22 people.
Okay.
Seems like 2 finalists.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, there's a Battle Strange Middle Earth dice in the Michael Curtis dice. That does not belong there. Seems like we need a D12. Gotcha. Got 2 D12. I got D12. More reroll 12s.
Yep. I'm scared to go for a week, so I don't want to break the seal. Like you have.
Yeah, I know. That's absolutely ruined me tonight. I've probably drunk more as well because I had 2 big beers. Still 28 people watching. You heroes.
Or mentalists.
A little bit. So here we go.
Yep.
So we have 2 rounds of 11. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So our first 11 in order
Yep.
are Mark Greentree, Michael Curtis, Joe Holzman, George Galloway, Sean Clark, Nathan Talbot, Jill Monroe, Frederick Schultz, Michael Haskell, Josh Crosby, and Ashley Fisher.
Mm-hmm. Good luck, everyone.
Indeed. So we'll be re-rolling 12s.
Let's do this shizzle.
No, hang on. That's 13. We might have 24, you know. Which is obviously even more perfect because there's no need for re-rolls. Just recount 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we've got 24.
Oh, nice.
So we've got 2 rounds of 12. And Joe, just for the record, Joe Achille, because I put him in the whip thread, he's in that. He's in this.
Okay.
He's not getting a roll of his own this week.
No solo roll.
So Scott Newman has snuck in at number 12.
Okay.
And we are playing for, let's put him up here, for this bad boy.
Yep.
Battle Streams in Middle Earth Black Dice.
Same format.
Yep.
Two winners.
2 finalists.
First to 3.
Absolutely. Ready?
Yep. Go.
It's number 4 again. I think we had 4 last time.
Yeah, it was. First roll was 4 last time.
As you can hopefully see, I'm going to put a 4 next to it. Can you confirm that we have George Galloway? George Galloway is our first finalist.
First finalist. Congrats.
And then our next 12, Max Baldrill, Larry Miller, Joe Achille, Al Mullin, Carl Daly, Jens Elmwich, Tim Garlick, Lewis Woods, George Sutherland, Julian Hammond, Josh Crosby, James Shearman. Was Larry not in? Oh, Larry is. So if Larry's desperate for a dice, we need a 2 to come up for Larry to get in. Ready?
Yep.
Oh, it's gone all soft.
All right. Go.
It's the beer. It's a 12.
Oh, it's the 12. It's the top
12.
end.
Do you know who it is?
Who's it?
Sneaking in with his cheeky base wash. It's James.
There's going to be uproar, James.
There's going to be uproar. It's like when Chris Murphy won for an invisible photo. So we have George Galloway versus James Shearman in the final.
So first to 3.
Yep.
We're going to use a D6. 1, 2, or
we use the D6, 3. Right?
The D6. 1, 2, or 3 is George Galloway,
yep.
and 4, 5, or 6 is Mr. Shearman.
Absolutely.
So First to 3. Let's go. Roll that dice.
Oh, it's a big B-Sign 6.
B-Sign 6.
James storms into the lead.
Get used to seeing those.
Oh, here we go. Can George come back? What do you think?
1-0. Ooh, we brought it back.
Honours are even.
1-1.
Remember, even if you're doing well for the entire run, Jesse Lingard can always ruin it for you at the last minute. All right. Oh, it's another 6. James is, he's only 2-1 up, but he is firing strong with the 6s.
2-1.
Steve, prediction, is it 3-1 or is George coming
I think it's going to go to... do you know what? I think it's going to go 3-1. I'm going to go 3-1.
This will be the first... of our last 3, they've all gone the distance, right?
Yeah, they've all gone.
You're going 3-1, I'm going 2-2. Okay. I'm counting on George.
Oh, it's tense.
It has once more come down to sudden death. It all comes down to this. Does the B-Sign 6 come back up and do its work, or does the legendary B-Sign 1 send it all the way to George Galloway? Oh, good luck, gent.
There you go. Go for it.
It's George Galloway.
George Galloway's come from behind.
Is classic B-Sign low numbers. George Galloway, congratulations, sir.
Well done, man.
With 24 entries on Grima Week, which is issue 38. I don't know why. What happened to issue 37? Something's gone wrong. I see. I've gone 35, 35, 36. Oh, it's the Witch King, isn't it? The Witch King's 37. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Perfect. That is episode, was it 45?
Yes.
And yesterday was the 17th of the 4th. Was the 4th? It's not the 4th, is it? It's the 10th. What is it, 9th September? 21. Solid work. Congratulations to George.
Yeah, well done.
If we haven't got your address already, George, and you are watching this, I'm sure we're in contact via Facebook. But drop us your address, and I'll get this very dice. This one that won it for you will be shipping out to you this week. It's just rolled a 1, just so you know. How far did you get in the chat? You said you caught up. Where was that?
Yeah, caught up. Larry said, oh no, I don't know. Poor Steve says Jill, time for bed, bud. Yeah, it is. I'm shattered. Those Middle Earth dice roll hot as well, said Mark. Joe Holzman says, interesting use of doing well, drawing the young boys would have been considered doing well now. James Sherman says, fair play, George.
You love to see it. You love to see that kind of politeness in the face of defeat there. It's lovely to see, James. Frederick says, congratulations, George. And we are caught up with the chat.
That is it. Although it's been another great stream.
Another night, another stream, but always you. You're a vision of love that's so good to be true.
So I've been told.
We have painted some Grimas.
Yeah.
We've given away some fantastic upcoming issues of Battle Games of Middle Earth, courtesy of Tom Sherlock. Thank you very much. We've had a deep dive through the books into Grima, Act's profile. We've given away our dice to Mr. George Galloway. And with that, we reached the end of our stream.
Yeah, we've done still 23 viewing. Thank you very much for sticking with us. It's been great. Thanks to everyone who viewed or anyone who's watching this after the fact. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you to all our patrons. It's been amazing. And hopefully I won't say anything.
I think next stream, I think we're going to have big news.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. You'd hope, wouldn't you? Come on. It's 2 weeks. Come on. Someone. Sure.
What is the next stream miniature?
Well, what indeed, Steve? We are not doing the Witch King.
Nope.
In order to do the Witch King, he would have to either be on pre-order tomorrow or on sale tomorrow. Yeah. And we know he's not, because if he was, he would have been announced last Sunday. So we're not doing the Witch King. So we turn over and we get
dun, dun, dun.
Gandalf the White.
Gandalf the Easy Paint.
Gandalf delivers justice to Saruman and Grima. Oh no, he's having such a bad time. Learn the rules for the old adversaries, Gandalf the White and Saruman. Discover who wins the attack on Isengard battle report. I already know, so, you know.
Sure.
Paint Gandalf the White, probably very easy. Continue building your Isengard terrain, including Orthanc itself. And it includes a metal Gandalf the White miniature. So, Steve.
Yes.
A couple of decisions to make.
Yes.
Back in episode 10, we had Gandalf week.
And we went any Gandalf, didn't we?
The theme was any Gandalf.
Yeah,
then,
I think we've got to stick with it.
Then, in issue 15, we did the Two Towers special.
Yeah.
Which came with Gandalf the White.
On horse.
But we said any model from the Two Towers.
Yeah.
So for this one, I mean, we're making it. This is live. This is live on the internet. Anything can happen. I'm thinking, just Gandalf the White.
Ooh, I was gonna say any Gandalf again.
You think any Gandalf?
I think so. I think Gandalf as a character is just Gandalf.
I mean,
for me, but I'm happy.
You can't argue with that. Gandalf as a character is just Gandalf. You think any Gandalf?
It's 1 o'clock Saturday morning logic.
Solid logic. You can't go it.
I think any Gandalf, but if you want to go Gandalf, go Gandalf. I think because we did any Gandalf last time, I think it's only fair.
We didn't give Grey his week.
No.
I think Grey. In fact, I painted a Gandalf the White. You think we muddied the waters?
Yeah, I think we've got to stick with that.
Presumably making Gandalf the paler grey. So you think the same again? You think it's our first ever one where it's our first ever duplicated hero, isn't it?
Yeah. In theory, this should be a record breaker. In theory, for me.
Lots of congrats coming in. Larry Miller says it said Delac, Steve. Did you say Delacue or something? I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
Jill's asking what's the next stream. Larry Miller says Grima on Damian tonight. He must have. This is Grima talking about me. He must have. What the hell just happened there? Just get
my armrest popped up.
Like something just catapulted itself into your chest.
It was my armrest.
That was great. This is Grima talking about me tonight. He must have pissed away sometime during the night. Bob says, great stream. Joe Holmes says, please open the cupboard again for next week. I don't like change. I'm just checking this out there. Tim Garlic says, what about any white wizard?
No, I think that's too muddy of water.
It's too muddy. He doesn't like it. Yeah. Larry, I told you to take away the wizard's staff. Frederick says, Gandalf, I have a plastic Gandalf the White. Larry Miller says, Gandalf week approaches. It's not welcome. And Mark Stone, the voice of reason from Guernsey, says, any Gandalf seems fair.
If Mark says it's any Gandalf, I'm happy to
We'll go with any Gandalf, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so we're doing another one. So I think that's our first ever duplicated theme. And next week, on to issue 39, or the next one, on to issue 39. Get Gandalf the White, but you'll be able to paint any Gandalf model.
One of two things is going to happen. It's going to be a killer week, and it's going to break records because I think more people are getting involved.
Yep.
Or it's not going to be as popular because people have already painted Gandalf with us.
Well, it's definitely one of the two.
It's definitely one of the two.
Definitely one of the two.
It's either going to break your record or it's not.
I don't actually have, for some reason. This is before records began. I don't have the number for Last Gandalf.
That's probably because we weren't giving away dice. Then.
Well, we were. We definitely were. Remember, we gave away the we gave away the
tokens
to begin with, didn't
we? Yeah.
But the week after that was a record week with 22 entries. So at that point, the spreadsheet was recording the records, but not what was the week before. So it wasn't more than 22.
Okay.
I think Gandalf's popular. I think now.
You should. Yeah, people have multiple Gandalfs, even if they painted him last time, they'll have another one to paint.
Yeah, everyone's got tons of Gandalf. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm going to try and do. I just feel sick even touching this model. Do you remember him? Started painting him last January, and I mean last January, a year and a half ago. I've painted him in 2 different battle streams. Dear sweet Gandalf the White, I'm gonna try and get him finished.
Get him finished.
I haven't even looked at this in the last few years, or the last year or something. I'm just not. It's a beautiful, beautiful model, but I'm just not enthused about painting it.
Yeah. I hate that when you look at a model. I'm like that now with the Royal Guard. Like, I just want them to be done.
Yeah.
But I don't want to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Any ideas? You doing a Gandalf?
In all likelihood, no. I've got quite a lot of Gandalfs already painted, and
Don't we all?
you know, it's all about clearing backlog. I still need models to be painted for the B-side meetup. So probably, I think my Rohan will be finished by. I think my good army will be done by then. I'll have moved on to the evil army, and I'll be painting.
That Kurafungal Legendary Legion.
Yeah, either
Sweet.
Mordor, Uruks, or Mordor.
What'd you get at 550? Get Gorbag, Shagrat, Shelob, and then like 20 guys, 30 guys.
I think a captain as well. I think.
That'd be awesome, though. That's great. I love that legion. Are you going to finish Grima?
At some point.
I've translated it.
He's on the desk, so he'll get done.
I'm going to finish mine.
My promise to myself is everything that's on my desk at the moment is it's not going off my desk till it's done. Yeah, it's not, I'm not going to do that thing where I put it on the shelf of unfinished models, staying on my desk till they're done.
My first job is I've done the skin and the eyes tonight. So when this ends, I'm going to put him on the block and take a close-up photo. I'm just really hoping his face looks good. And if his face looks good, I'll then be like, right, that's great. I'll do some robes and all that. If his face looks crap, I'll probably chuck him in a drawer and never touch him again. He looks good in the hand.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
So then part of me is like,
no one's going to go up to him with a magnifying glass. Yeah, don't do that, mate.
Yeah, but he might be photographed for the magazine. That's the thing. We've got a point for having Grima in a couple of issues. I want this one to look good. I like this model.
Right, let's call it. Again, thank you everybody for joining us tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure as usual. We'll see you in 2 weeks. We'll announce the exact time and day, but I think we're all right. I think we've got a clear run now.
I think we're good in
November. Yeah, where there'll be a little change, but we'll talk about that closer to the time.
Yeah,
but other than that,
the next one should be alright, I think.
Yeah. Other than that, we'll see you guys in a fortnight. Patrons, we'll be chatting to you in the Patreon chat. If you are interested in supporting the channel and helping us create these videos and more to come, I've actually had an idea for some videos which I'll chat to you about in a minute. Yeah, then please do join the Patreon. We do have a Patreon page.
Do you know what I'm going to leave this on?
Go on.
I don't want to disappoint anyone, but we've got the rules are there to control the fun. Look what we had tonight.
Ooh.
Now, I'm not fickle.
Yeah.
These are not getting pulled. And, I'm just going to leave that for everyone out there to have a think about what these might have been for. Think about what you've done.
What you've done.
Maybe 2 weeks' time.
Tell your friends.
Tell your friends.
Oh, by the way, can I just say that it was that exciting tonight that I think we did actually take names and kick ass.
Oh, thank God you got it in.
I just remembered it at the end. So yeah, we'll sign off now. Thank you again, everybody, and we'll see you in a fortnight. Stay safe.
Take care, guys.
And yeah, we'll see you then.